Futures back in positive territory, trying to hold. Anyways, above that break-even mark at this point this morning as we head towards the weekend here. We get a steady stream of more Fed officials coming through today. Remember, yesterday afternoon, it was comments from not one but two different Fed officials that kind of led to that afternoon rally that lifted us back to positive territory and then some heading into the close. It was a nice look when all was said and done. Markets end the day higher. Heading into the weekend, hopefully we can hold on to a slight gain on the week as well for all three U.S. markets. A number of individual movers, including Tesla, once again this morning. We'll talk about these Chinese sales numbers coming up. 32% jump year over year in the month of February for Tesla's Chinese sales. So a nice look for them. Some of the chip makers moving around again this morning. AMD coming off that Dan Loeb note yesterday. We have all of the AI stocks moving this morning as well off of C3 AI's better than expected earnings, but SOUN, BBAI, even BuzzFeed I saw higher here in the pre-market. So a ton to talk about this morning. It's Friday, March 3rd, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There is the positive board for the most part. Anyways, when we're talking about equity, some negativity bottom end down here. 4.5 basically for both Bitcoin and Ethereum right now. And that is all tied back to this Silvergate fallout, or potentially what could come from this Silvergate fallout. More and more companies coming out even this morning saying they're not going to deal with SI anymore. Coinbase, one of those, now not going to initiate or accept any transfers to or from Silvergate. So more negativity here. We'll talk about SI coming up. Downside again this morning. But hey, it's Friday. Sharif is here as always. Going to be an interesting day here as far as individual movers. As I mentioned, we get more Fed speak again throughout the session today. We get this PMI coming up. Again, two different readings. There's the S&P at 9:45 and then the ISM number, which is typically the more broadly watched at 10 o'clock. So more to come today.
Yeah, definitely always such a market-dependent number we are in right now, watching the Fed and see what kind of decisions they're going to make. But I'm going to keep my eye, Brendo, on some of these crypto names. They're really stretched down. Coin, Mara, Riot, SI, you name it. It's been a tumultuous couple of days.
Riot also coming out, I think it was after the close. I'll double check. It was either after the close or early this morning, saying they were not able to file their full year report as well. So not a lot of volume for Riot to the downside, but here is quick look anyways at Bitcoin making the big move overnight. Ethereum following suit, downside as well, back below 1,600 for ETH, back below 22,500 for BTC on more speculation that this could be bigger than maybe we think as far as this SI mess is concerned. Let's get into a few other things. Neil, back in the building after day off yesterday to wrap things up, heading into the weekend, guys. Randy's also off camera as well. Good morning.
Yeah, he's just realizing Neil's back.
He's apparently. Like, I'm sitting right here. He's standing right there, and he's like, "Oh yeah, Neil's back." As I'm looking right at him. Yeah, it's good to be back after literally one day. Had a little Daddy Daughter Day. That was a heck of a lot of fun. Did some science experiments. Played some Operation because my daughter got that for her birthday, and I still suck at that game. But back to trading, I'm kind of disappointed. I'm not happy. You can't be happy when Silvergate's down. Like, obviously, I know it's not great for a lot of people, and that was a pretty bad day yesterday. But obviously, shorting pops in this thing was pretty good. I want to go to that well, not back to it because I wasn't doing it yesterday. But I want to go to that well, looking for the short. With the money's coming out, that's been the problem. And the only reason why this got held up the way it had the last few weeks, I think, was because you kept getting the activists coming in. Gigantic short interest is going to be in play. We'll be talking about short interest a lot because C3AI beat. So they're to the upside. They got up over 20% short interest. That's exciting. I like to buy some dips there, see if it can carry through. And then, wow, those chips were strong. Some of those moves in the afternoon were pretty impressive, pretty cool. To be able to watch the charts there. And I am looking at NVIDIA for some dip buys and Tesla as well. Yeah, there's going to be a lot to cover into a tumultuous week here. And I think we're going to get some pretty solid action in terms of price action anyways, just given how many squeeze names are in play. And we even have a retailer with a short interest, Nordstrom's. Every single retail name with at least 10% short interest, or even the ones that don't have it, there's been breakouts off earnings at the open. And it doesn't, like, Macy's gave you a breakout. Kohl's gave you a breakout off the open. I mean, the Macy's one was pretty spectacular, but it's only at that open. So can Nordstrom's do the exact same thing? That's what I want to see today.
Yeah, on my way home yesterday in the car, my wife called me immediately and goes, "How come you never told me Nordstrom's is leaving Canada?" She is more than devastated. You have absolutely no idea. And even on my way in today, she was talking to me about Nordstrom's leaving Canada, and I was just like, I don't know. They have 13 stores here. She shops a lot. I mean, it's a premium place, so she gets some of the fancier things there. But I guess to the Hudson's Bay Company, here we go. She was also so upset when we lost Target. People can't make money in Canada. The reasons, just like that. I'm all long today. We're getting bullish, not bearish, on this market a little bit here. Apple upgrade, I really like that. I'm going to put that, I just copied it so I can put it in the chat for you guys to go check it out right now on the sticky note. But yeah, I'm excited. JW and Nordstrom's not moving at all here today, so we'll find out. Now, you can't buy online, Hamster. That's another problem. They shut down online buying here in Canada, so you got to pay like duty fees and all that stuff, making it unreasonable to shop there. Trust me, I've had this discussion already. But yeah, a lot of talking yesterday. My voice is starting to go a little bit, but it's all good here. Yeah, Costco. If Costco ever left Canada, that would be a big problem for the wife and I as well. I still can't believe you don't have a membership yet. I think you got to get one, man. I think you'd really like it.
Not yet.
Not yet. It's a little too late, in my opinion, for you to get it, but it's never too late to get one. My memberships are free every year at Costco because of we pay for that extra added the one, so you just get it right back in fees. But Costco down 2% as well here today. So yeah, lots of names to trade. We're excited. It's Friday. We have I want to give a big shout out to Liz and everybody. I thought this was a pretty cool. Where is it? Here it is right here. This was a pretty cool little clip that she made here. It's reaction video time today at 2:45. We're going to watch an old school video of myself, Neil, and Brendan when we first started the show. And I do want to give a big thanks to everybody here. About 20 years ago, this picture here, and almost 500 likes for the Throwback Thursday picture when I was managing the Toronto floor at the age of 20. I think I'm 23 here, 24, something like that. So thanks to Prad for calling that picture up. And then my wife blew up another picture of Prad, and I'm going to show that later on. But yeah, man, good day. Thanks for all the likes. Thanks for all the support. It's Trader TV Live. It's 8:38. Sign up, watch us on tradertv.live. Go check out the sticky note. We got some good trade ideas today. It's called the Post-it Note, but we calling it sticky note. Let's go back to the big desk.
I have to say, I've been seeing this video playing that we're going to watch coming up this afternoon off screen here, and it's so bad. It's so bad, but it's not even. Whatever. We'll get into it this afternoon. Come back at 2:45. We'll get into it this afternoon, but it's so bad. Anyways, here are the yields right now because the major headline talking about interest rates once again today. This is the 10-year. Back to the downside, completely reversing that daily candle from yesterday. Similar story here for the 2-year, back to the downside as well, back below 4.9. We got up above 4.9 once again yesterday. Multi-month highs. Look at this chart. This is a daily chart. Here we go again, back higher. The dollar, meanwhile, just kind of chopping around so far this morning, not really doing much within the range. But yeah, everyone talking about the rise of yields once again. It sounds like a Terminator movie that just doesn't go away here. But I mean, this is the environment that we're in. Obviously, we'll get this PMI data coming up, as we said, at 10 o'clock this morning. More Fed speak coming through. We're 2 weeks out. The 14th, guys, mark that down. CPI comes the 14th. The very next Tuesday, then, is the Federal Reserve meeting, obviously, where we'll get maybe a quarter point, maybe half a point. A lot of people yesterday, obviously, saying that we're fine with a quarter point, but some of the data is still suggesting that's not the case.
And more speak to come today, Brendo. I think 2 or 3. What is it, 2?
I think it's 3, actually.
3 Fed speakers slated to speak today. So hold on to your horses, people. The market's going to go up and it's going to go down depending on who's speaking. But we heard, I believe last week, that we are at 28-year lows for mortgage demand. That's not by accident. That's a result of these yields. So let's see how that goes forward. A lot of real estate implications for this, Brendo.
Yeah, housing market definitely on watch from the Fed. Yeah, here we go. I'll show you guys. Here's Logan coming through at 11, and then we get Bostic again today at 12, and then at 3 o'clock, Bowman again speaking. So it's going to be an interesting day, to say the least, as far as the overall market is concerned. A lot of headlines to watch out for today, guys.
It's true. Get those Fed speakers on. Look, if they're going to move the market, then you got to pay attention to it. I mean, it was pretty crazy when you see when you see this kind of action. I was like, oh my goodness, that breakout in the afternoon. By the way, it wasn't just any breakout. I gotta let me shout out here because I think my line might still be in the chart. Yeah, look at where it took out in the afternoon on the Fed speak. The Dan Emmons line actually got breached, and we broke out from there. So kudos to that. I'm leaving it in there. I'm leaving 12,000. I'm leaving that the Dan Emmons pivot in just in case we get a dip. I think that's a pretty good place to dip by. It does mean you're keeping your ear to the ground in trades, and sometimes you have stop orders in there or whatever it might be, or take profits. Something gets said and nothing you can do about it. But you want to have your ear to the ground. Of course, we all have the benefit of Brendan for us to let us know anything that is going to be significant. But I think we're in a pretty good range. There is going to be some overhead resistance. It feels like, at least when I'm looking at the Qs. And there's a few stocks out there that are going to sit, and there's a level. Like I look at NVIDIA and I say 239. I know that's still valid. It's up there. Meta's pretty tight to that 177.5. So if we do get to the tops from last week on the Qs, on the NASDAQ, there are a few stocks out there that have some pretty good sell resistance levels that you can get to. But you have to get there first. Lots of dip buys this morning. At least that's what I'm kind of thinking. When you see a bunch of dip buying coming through in the morning yesterday, I just look for exactly the same thing until it tells you otherwise. But keep that ear to the ground. I don't think you'll have any of the speakers move the markets the way that it happened yesterday, because it's unlikely that would happen 2 days in a row, but you absolutely never know.
Yeah, look, it's Friday, so anything can happen on a Friday. The NASDAQ, again, you just talked about it there, but you're back above that 12,000. We talked about hitting that 12,000. Talked about that on Monday when we were all the way up here. So it's a nice move that we've made into there. We did win a little lower than I thought, man. 11,850 was a little bit lower. I thought we could bounce off 12,000, not go 150 handles lower. But that's fine. You're back up. Doesn't matter, right? Whatever happened yesterday, today, tomorrow, we're just looking to see what we could do in the next couple hours. So I'm looking at, I think we can go long. I want to go long as long as we're above 12,000. So if we can go above 12,000, then we're all good and stay there. So I like the Apple talk today. I want to go long here in this market. We're going to be ready to rock and roll. Crypto's going to be really exciting. I think that we should have shorted and bought puts. We talked about this yesterday with Arun on Coinbase. I still think that all this sort of risk, headline risk from SI and what that means for crypto. You saw Bitcoin and now Coinbase, Ethereum, everything down 4 to 5% today and going lower. So, the one thing that the crypto market needs is confidence and regulation, and you really don't have either one right now. So I don't see any green shoots here for Coinbase. So if that's going to be the case, I think this is a name that we could definitely look to short, any pops. We had some great Coinbase shorts the last, wasn't yesterday, it was the day before, and we wanted making $1.50 on them. It's pretty bunched up here on the daily chart, so we're just going to have to sort of play intraday here. I don't really see anything on the daily. Obviously, a break of 60 is monumental because of the price. But if you can get any kind of upside move in crypto, I think we fade all of those pops. And then, of course, SI is one that I'm looking to go long again. Yesterday, we had a huge couple longs on SI yesterday, man. I mean, they were just monstrous trades, and we were pretty patient with them as I'm trying to find them. Here it is right here. This was my chart from yesterday. We had SI long at 7, got it out at 840, some of it. Then we waited for the dip down to 6 again, and then got them out at 640, 650 there. So, we really played SI really great yesterday, waiting for some of these dips. But today I'm going to play a little bit of an opposite trade and try to see about breaking this 610 right there to the upside. If we don't get an upside move, then I'm not going to average into longs or anything like that. And then I don't really want to be short SI. I know that sounds crazy, but with 80% short float, I think we're going to wait on that call. But the short is still good. I mean, it was great all day yesterday. Just got to wait for pops. So just like Bed Bath & Beyond, which popped yesterday a little bit, Neil, as well.
It did.
Yeah, it was hovering around the high side of 165. I think, yesterday for a bit. Yeah, so a couple pops yesterday. There it is, up to 163, then up to 165. And again, you could have faded all these pops, right? So I think a lot of these meme names, AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond, SI, Carvana, you know, they've had their day in the sun for now. I still think it's back to shorting those names.
All right, let's bring in Michael Ma, CMT over at Trade Ideas for a discussion this morning on a little more insight anyways as to what happened yesterday. Great to see you, Michael. How's your week been?
So far, so good. A lot of shoveling this morning, but nice morning workout anyway.
Yeah, we're going to be in for that, it sounds like, tomorrow morning. As much as 35 centimeters I saw this morning we could get overnight tonight. So, yeah, it could be a spicy day tomorrow. Big day yesterday. We start off a little bit weak for the overall market, end up very, very positive on the day. Why is this important from a higher time frame, from a grander scale, as far as what this candle on the daily chart is telling us?
Yeah, it's interesting because the fun part of being a technician is when something unusual happens, right? You know, normally you get drifting up and down and you get moves within inside a normal ATR and things that make sense. And that's okay. And we analyze trend and stuff. But every now and then we get a candle that just really stands out. And I get to run some cool math on it and share it with you guys. So it was definitely a standout day. Whenever you have, this is what's called a bullish engulfing candle, but a candle that gaps down under the prior day's low and then rallies up through and breaks that high. Quite often it can be a turning point in sentiment. Quite often you get a lot of shorts that are trapped and some longs that miss the move and they're looking to get in. So you can have these kind of FOMO rallies. So this candle right here that I've highlighted was that CPI print back in October. Anyone who was trading that day remembered it because the CPI was horrible. We gapped down and then we just exploded to the upside, capturing all kinds of shorts. And that actually was the bottom of this move. And when that happened, I actually came to you guys with some statistics around it, kind of showing that there's a good chance that there was some continuation from that move. So the next chart I have here is actually yesterday's action. You can see it's muted in comparison. It's not nearly as crazy. However, it was still a gap down under support. You can see the support there from Friday's candle and last Wednesday's candle. And we rallied right through it. So there was some support there. There was some interest there. We gapped down. We rallied above it. So what I did is I went through and I grabbed a bunch of data for the SPY and I just ran a little test. And I said, okay, what happens when the SPY gaps down under the prior day's low, but then beats two of those days' highs? What occurs over the next 10 days? So this is going back about, I think, 12 years or 13 years. And what happens if you took this trade every time it occurred and you just bought the SPY and you held it for 10 days? And it has about a 71% chance that we will be higher by about 1.5% to 2% 10 days from now. Now 71% means that 30% of the time, roughly, you're going to be wrong. So nothing in trading is certain, but some good probability that over 10 days, we're going to be higher. And the next one here, I did the same thing for 6 months or 125-day hold, and still about a 2/3 of a shot that we are going to be higher based off of these crazy engulfing candles that happened. And if you go from October, which is when the last one occurred, to now, we are higher from that price. So the last one would have worked out as well. So as always, what I did is I went through Trade Ideas and I said, hey, what are some symbols? And I found three that actually match this kind of price action to give you some guys ideas of things that you may want to watch. So first one is just ticker BILL, BILL. You can see big sell-off in this one for a long time. Yesterday's candle gapped down and then closed well above, I think, 4 or 5 days worth of price action. So it could be a little reversal point. Basically, with these, you're playing the high of yesterday, and then your stop will basically go under the low of yesterday. So it makes it a pretty clean trade from a swing trading point of view. So that's like an 88 in, and then you're wrong at about 82. Next one here is BRKR. This one's actually holding a little bit stronger, so I like it a little bit better. And yesterday's candle engulfed, I think, 7 days of price action. So everybody who was short or sold in that 7 days is now wrong. And it's about 74, the high of that candle, and about 64 is the low of that candle. So again, just makes it a super clean swing trade if you're interested in these setups. And last but not least is KNX. Same kind of thing, held pulled back. We've got some support around $55 a share. Again, that massive reversal candle, and that's about 58, 55 on that one.
Michael, what's up? Good to see you again. Quick question for you. Obviously, I'm going to try to prick your brain
Sure.
with all this technical analysis speak that you've got here. So first, I want to know, the engulfing candle, does it need to be preceded by a certain trend? For example, does it have to be a downtrend or whatever for a reversal up in order for that engulfing candle to have weight? And how are you projecting the move back up? Is there a formula for that kind of reversal, for that kind of pattern, to kind of project the move upward to know where to take profits?
Yeah, so generally you do want to see some sort of reversal in the engulfing candle. What I always like to do when you're talking chart patterns and candlestick patterns is not to get caught up with them being mystical or crazy things, but just think about the psychology of it. So if the market's in a downtrend or your stock's in a downtrend and it's making, lower days, like all the examples I showed, and then all of a sudden it gaps down, you think, okay, this is going to be a continuation of the trend. And then it traps in those shorts and it just rallies higher. So everybody that's engulfed in that candle is now underwater. So it's a way to kind of visually see a potential incoming short squeeze over the last few days. So when and if that thing occurs, then yeah, you want some sort of a down move. It doesn't have to be a long downtrend, but you want at least, I think, the first couple days before to be down. Now, then when to project to the upside, I would just look at support and resistance. So the last chart, just because I have that up on my screen here, this KNX that I was looking at, it's got a high around $65 a share. So I would just target that. And if it can get near that price, that's where I would look to take profit. So just know that a candlestick pattern is good for maybe an entry or stop, but you always want to keep the entire chart in context when you're looking at these kind of things.
We always want to put the highest number of percent on our side, obviously, as you were showing there, as far as what the market typically does following something similar to this. Again, just so everyone's not getting too excited, we're in a spot with the overall market where people, could be potentially looking for a place to get long. So good luck, great insight. As always, Michael Noss is CMT over at Trade Ideas. Have a wonderful weekend. We will speak again next week.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, I like that look, and that's a great question by Sharif there. So I'm glad he sort of asked that. What's weird is I was just mentioning something to Sean about the Activision. And oddly enough, it had a bit of an engulfing candle yesterday. Complete coincidence. But that deal, they're supposed to get European approval any day now. And it still trades at literally $17, which checks notes. That's about 20% beneath the price. But, that European approval is supposed to come through. We'll see what happens. And they had a pretty massive sort of reversal. It's not the same sort of thing, and I get that. But I keep my eyes on this because I just feel like there is going to be a day, and very likely going to be a day is the way I should always phrase it, that this breaks out to the top side, whether it's the actual approval coming through or maybe some positive notes out of the U.S. regulators. And if it gets through 98.5, there's just a big breakout potential coming. It's just trading at such a discount that clearly not everyone believes this deal is going to happen, yet you keep hearing every analyst I read or every single little story I read on it, from Seeking Alpha or wherever it happens to be, says, oh yeah, pretty likely to go through. Why is the market not pricing that in? So I keep having my eye on this, and every single time I look at this, it just bounces really nicely off the previous support level. So if it breaks out at 78.5, I think there's going to be scalp trades on it. Anyway, it's just something I've been watching, and it did a monster move yesterday, kind of, again, engulfing the entirety of the range for the last almost half month there. So definitely worth watching. The market is trying to bounce higher here. We're only 0.5% to the upside, but C3, just one quick note, C3AI is pulling back. So I am here looking for the initial dip on C3AI, looking for just that pre-market low. If it can hold a low, great. If it fills in the gap, I like 22s for a bit of a long. This one has a decent short interest, so I won't look to see if it can rally off the open up that 17%. And again, not gigantic short, but I like the notion when you have positive catalyst, something breaking out, and it's got a short float there. You can see a little bit of a squeeze. So we're looking for the dip buy. I just missed it by a few cents, but I'm not going to move my bids up there. I want the risk to reward to be right.
All right. I was always looking at something. We talked about it a few times on the show here, and it's Michael Knotts has talked about it as well. We had Raheem talking about it. Not yesterday. Well, yesterday we were talking about miners. So yeah, gold. We talked about picking up some Barrick gold just yesterday or 2 days ago at $16. So now it's up to $16.50 and starting to continue to work. So I think if you're going to diversify anything, you don't have any gold. I picked some up down here at $16. Told you that. Well, that day that we did it down here, like I said, I was at the beginning of the week. We talked about it. Nice move back up to $16.50. Right now, it's a hold for me. I don't own any gold, so let's just hold that and see where it goes now. But I like that to diversify a little bit as the market is screaming now. Nice little move up to 0.53. Not screaming, but starting to go upside, which is nice. Off that 12,100. Days high right now in the pre-market on what I'm hoping for is going to be a long day. We put this sticky note out. And a half hour ago, everything's along and everything's up, obviously, from now. So let's wait to see if we get any pullbacks here into the market. A half hour until Friday comes, and then 7.5 hours, and then it will be gone. So we're going to have some good opportunities here today. I still feel like you want to be patient with this market. Up today, could easily fall back down. I'm looking for another test of 12,000.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. It's worth noting Meta with an upgrade, Apple with positive note. We'll talk about those coming up. A few others to digest at this point. CRM coming off earnings, Best Buy on here, Costco, Tesla as well. That's a very positive note in relation to the Chinese sales data, Zscaler downside, ChargePoint, Marvell, and Zoom, which we can talk about here as well, because that's a very interesting story, guys, if you missed it yesterday.
Well, I want to get to Salesforce here because obviously you had the big move to the upside, gapping to the upside, but really mostly like, I guess profit taking to come back down, for lack of a better term. 185 looks like a pretty big level. It pulled back, found bids at 185. We're sitting there right now at the open. This gets breached. Obviously, there's a pretty large gap to be filled. If it can bounce off there's maybe some scalp trades to be had. And they had a good quarter, but obviously ran into resistance at 195. So any kind of move to the upside on Salesforce, 195 is just standing out there saying, hey, look at me, short me. Just for a day trade anyways, and that 185, it plays in both directions. If it breaks that at the open and there's any kind of a down day, suddenly you're looking at a trend gap fill retracement play in CRM. But it's already held once and looks like it's trying to hold there twice. So you have a nice little $10 range that I think can be played. It just looks like you're testing support first instead of that resistance. I did get that C3AI, so I know we have the surge trader in there. I'm long C3AI 24.76 currently. Looking for that dip buy, stop underneath the pre-market low.
Okay, yeah, I was looking at that Dan Loeb move yesterday from third point for AMD, yesterday. Big move breaking through $80. I still like that $80 level. I actually wrote down on here, let's see if it can fall back a little bit into sort of where we got going yesterday, about that $79 mark. Looks like we'll probably have to take 79.50s long, something like that. But if anything's going to work today, I'm surprised AMD is down on the day. So that's something that's giving me pause for concern of why we're not writing down 80s or 79, something like that. You want to get into a name that has some sort of a catalyst behind it. That's a good one. Apparently it's just a passive stake. So, he's not looking to do anything different with the company or anything. So I'm not expecting like a CRM sort of, we're going to get 5 or 6 investors piling into this one. It's just a passive stake. He wants to put an investment into play. So I think right here, we bounced off 79.20. Let's try to look for some AMD dip buys here with a reason to dip buy, right? So we'll look for that. Let me just check out what NVIDIA is up today, because yesterday we talked about that 230 level coming into play, and yeah, today it's up against NVIDIA and against AMD. So, you can look at a 232, 230 bid as well here. That's actually 231 right there for NVIDIA. So yeah, there's going to be lots of opportunities today, like I said. So let's just keep thinking positively. What's oil doing right now? Down 1.7%. Wow, nice little sharp move down right there for oil. Actually, 77 down to 76. A quick dollar right there quickly. So something hit on that. But for right now, we're going to wait to see. It's good to go. Oil down, market up. That's what's supposed to happen. Let's see if we can hold it. Right now, the NASDAQ pumping. And that's what happened too. The ES just took down 4. So ES just took 4,000, which is creating a little bit of a bump up here, obviously, to the market. So there it is right there. There's 4,000. We take it, and we haven't retraced at all back down. So that could be a good level to watch out for, especially off the open. But nice move back to the upside. Maybe this is the day that we can sort of settle down and wind up something where we open. Like every day we seem to be back and forth, and then we have a late move. Let's just see if we can hold bids today.
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal reporting, guys, that the UAE is debating leaving OPEC. So that just came across there, causing that move in crude oil, now 2%, testing the lows from yesterday morning. So again, Wall Street Journal reporting that the UAE debating leaving OPEC. So big spike there on heavy volume as well for crude oil. Quickly, we have a minute here. I wanted to mention this Zoom story. We saw it on the downgrade side of the board today. Here it is, 1.18%. Trying to get back to the upside, though. 70, a bit of a sticking point for ZM. This came across late in the day yesterday. There was supposed to be a virtual event held on Zoom for Federal Reserve Governor Waller that ended up getting canceled because of a Zoom bomber once again. And I mean, this is only surprising to me simply because, like, this was a problem in COVID.
Yeah.
And for some reason, during COVID, if you remember, you know, the classrooms, when classes went virtual, they were getting interrupted by this type of thing. So how is this still an issue for Zoom?
It should not be a thing, Brendo. They're trying to blame it on the lack of muting. Apparently, there's a glitch in the system where if you don't mute all the users, it gives other users access. This should not be a problem, like you said. But hey, we find ourselves watching this on one of the more important meetings, the Fed meeting, something that a lot of people are watching closely.
Maybe they'll finally fix it because it is a little bit more important than classroom education, at least anyways, at this point, guys. I mean, we're sitting here, I remember, during COVID talking about this very thing.
Yeah, I do remember it. What's actually more interesting is the fact that this, so I wasn't really looking at Zoom, and then you sort of brought that one up, and didn't think it would be much of a story today. But look, it cleared the 50 period, and I had written down on my iPad, you know, 50 period on the daily was about 72, and look for retracements into 72. It didn't quite get there yesterday, but you have this now double, it's not really a double top, it's just the last couple of days resistance, sort of the late afternoon or the lunchtime resistance 71.5, and then again here yesterday at 71.5. So that would be a nice little sell zone. If the market can hold up and start bouncing to the up, or continue bouncing to the upside, carrying a few names with it, then Zoom sets up beneath that 50 period on the daily for like a 71.5 short into 72. So, you know, add that one to the list, and I like it. I don't think this story has many legs to it, although we can give it a chuckle, I suppose. That is ridiculous. It shouldn't still be happening. But yeah, if we get up there to 72, that becomes interesting on Zoom. So glad I at least looked at the chart.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about this discussion. I mean, you know what? There's always been hackers and scammers and all this kind of stuff. I mean, whatever. I think it's just par for the course when you have a technology like that. I am surprised, like you mentioned there, Brendan, that like they haven't figured something out. It does show like maybe a lack of, you know, security, obviously, and they just got to figure it out. I'm not going to short or go long on Zoom or anything like that because of this kind of a news. Really, I don't even want to look at the stock. It's not one that I normally trade. I would just say, hey, look, if Zoom can't figure it out, there's just so many other opportunities. You know, Google Meet, even Facebook has a client there, Microsoft. There's a whole bunch of Teams, you know, Slack. There's Discord. There's everything out there. Thanks, Brad, for that. Check out our Discord, by the way. Hit up Bears vs. Bulls. You can get that on the link as well. But you know what? It's par for the course, man. You're going to release something. Remember, like, Bitcoin was unhackable and all this kind of stuff. Oops, my Bitcoin just got stolen. Like, there's things like that that's just like, whatever. You just sort of play the game. And if you're going to do calls on Zoom, unfortunately, that's going to have to be part of the, you know, potential disaster scenario. But I think everybody that's on that call, you know, you realize that's what's happening, and it's just like, it just sucks. And yeah, they're gonna have to figure out their security. I wonder if it was a free version of Zoom. I mean, I don't know much about the story. So we'll just continue to, you know, hope that doesn't happen and hope that people don't get too offended by that. But hey, technology is what it is. Stuff like that's gonna happen.
You know, just the simple fact that why are people still default using Zoom? There's so many other options now that make so much more sense. But anyways, let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market as we head towards 9 o'clock and have a look at the futures heading towards, again, 9:45, 10 o'clock. We get this PMI data coming up this morning. We also get a steady stream, Arun, of more Fed speak coming through today.
Yeah, I saw that on the calendar. I'm like, oh no, not this kind of day where we have a 9:45 number, we have a 10 a.m. number, then we have Fed Logan, Fed Bostic, Fed Bowman all day throughout pretty much 11. What is this? 11:45, and then I think like 3 or something like that. Anyway, so essentially, what you've got to watch out for is like it's going to be like trading on a minefield, right? You're trading, and then all of a sudden something happens because someone said something, and then the next one comes up, and the next one comes up. So we'll mark some levels off. Hopefully, we can get some trades in before these guys start talking and start messing up the market in a way that is not helpful for us, at least if we're positioned in. So for now, the trend is continuing. This started yesterday around 1:30 with the last Fed comment. Now we're carrying this overnight. We went sideways overnight. Now we're extending to the upside. The last level I have up here is 40.15. Based on the way it's moving, it's an area I want to watch, but at the same time, the strength of this market is clearly to the upside. So I'm not going to put too much faith in that level holding up. So we're just going to let it go. Respect the strength, but keep that level marked off until it's broken. What I am looking for is this market to come back a little bit, maybe towards that mid-90s. This is where we hesitated just before we broke through 4,000 for the second time in the pre-market. So if we can get back under 4,000, fail a little bit, and catch a nice little bid around 95, 90, I might be able to work a trade in there using 65 as the bottom end level. So for now, I'm looking for longs on a dip. I don't want to chase this market at the same time. Keep in mind, 9:45 is coming up. You know, it's 9:45 and then 10 a.m. Those are going to be some volatile periods when this market's already shown you that it's willing to react to these numbers. So if it means waiting until 10 o'clock to kind of let everything settle in, then that may be the way to go. But the way the market is moving, I think for now at least, to respect the strength to the upside and see if you can work something between the numbers being released and the Fed start talking. That's the window where if there is easy money to be made, that's going to be the window to find the right trades. Once you get past that window, it's going to be like trading and then watching out for someone saying something. So I think it's just much easier to trade as soon as you get clarity on what the numbers are going to be. And then after that, it's just hope for the best, really.
Great stuff. Thanks, everyone. Have a great weekend. Let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open here. We are under 30 minutes to go. The rundown this morning, guys, brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk by many of our traders, including everyone you see on the show. Check it out. Link in the description down there. Trader TV 20 all weekend long. All the time anyways. We'll get you 20% off. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Let's get going. We're running a little behind here. Apple with a great look here, pre-market back to 148 after a nice move late in the day yesterday. Morgan Stanley analyst Eric Woodring, shout out to Eric, reiterating Apple as a top pick, adding $5 to his price target anyways for Apple.
Yeah, so I don't know anything about Eric, but I'll look at the technical analysis here. 147.5, sticking out like a sore thumb, Brendo. Look how many bounces and rejections we get off that 147.5. I'll be looking at that level today.
Eric thinks 20% from here to the upside, guys. Maybe more than that even.
Yeah.
You also have the 200, so you just said 147.5. The 200 period moving average is getting taken here today. Well, it already has been at 147. So I think that's it's a buy zone. Like that 50-cent range, if not even the dollar range, just smells like a buy zone to me. So I like that 50 period and I like that 200 period on the daily to give you some support and resistance levels, at least give you a direction and a directional bias. So once you're back above it, I mean, like, support to resistance to support is the way I see this one. So 147, it just stands out like an absolute sore thumb. Love that 200 period. It's been giving you all kinds of opportunities out there. Hopefully another one here today for Apple. Whether it goes 20% from here, everything depends on your time frame. If you're holding it long term forever, then what do you care? It's going up eventually. If you're swinging it, then hey, that maybe gives you some reason to think, that it's going to bust right through this resistance at 158 that's been sitting around there. And that's been a big one. I mean, 158's been pretty big for the last few months now.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's calling Apple to go back to all-time highs. I mean, I'd like to realize what the reason is for that right now. I don't feel like the market wants to go back to all-time highs, and if that doesn't happen, then I don't see why Apple would. 20% from here puts it at, that's another $30, right, on to 148. So That's 148 plus 30. You're at 178. All-time high is 183. So I feel like that's not going to be happening. But yeah, it's a good call. Investor Day is coming through. We'll see what happens. We saw Tesla get absolutely destroyed on Investor Day. So I don't know what Apple's going to talk about. We sort of know, kind of what their fleet is, what their products are looking at. Maybe do they talk about a car or something like that that could get this going? But again, if they're going to talk about a car, cars aren't, unless you're Tesla, you're not able to make money on any of these cars. So let's just wait to see what that Investor Day has. Maybe there's a sneaky play there somewhere that this Eric Woodring from Morgan Stanley seems to know about. But for me, this smells like an analyst trap. I wouldn't be surprised if Sir Eric changes his mind next week when this stock's at 156 and says, you know what, no, now we're going short. So they'll get long down here, they'll get out on this bump, and then someone else from Morgan Stanley or somebody will downgrade it, then you'll be right back down here, and all that they've done is take all your money. So let's just wait to see. I'm a huge Apple bull. It's one of my largest positions, but I don't like these kind of calls, like up 20%. I feel like it's clickbaity, so I'm just going to play off the levels. I think back down to 146 makes sense today. The market's rallying. Like when I wrote the stick, to put down 146, it was at 147 when I wrote the note. So, you're coming right into here. If I really thought the long was strong at 147, I could have taken it. And I didn't. So I'm going to wait to see if it drops back down below that 147 area, and then we'll wait for 146 and change on that one. Could be a little bit of a rug pull here early, but Apple's such a solid name. I like Apple, Google, Microsoft, and Meta. I like all the big tech names. I'm just not putting any new money to work yet, and I feel like this Eric guy just wants you to do that.
Shout out to Eric. Next Friday is going to be, make sure you're here with us next Friday. Non-farm payrolls in the morning, and then we get Apple's Investor Day. Starts at 12 o'clock Eastern, I believe, for Apple's Investor Day next Friday. Let's go on to C3 AI. This entire group is higher today. And when I mention the entire group, I mean SOUN, BBAI, I even saw BuzzFeed was higher this morning on this as well. So better than expected sales for C3 AI and a decent forecast as well.
Come to my screen proudly because this sticks out like a sore thumb to me. Minus 8.78 PE ratio on AI. I know we're not trading fundamentals here, but just something to keep in mind. I've got an alert here set up on my chart at 24.15. I'm looking for a 24 dip. If we do, I'm going to go long. Otherwise, I'm not going to chase this one, Brendo.
All right. As I mentioned, though, some of the little ones that went crazy when this all started, this AI hype all started, also higher here in the pre-market, guys. Is there a trade as far as AI is concerned?
Yeah, I want to dip buy. I'll double you up one there. You just forget about earnings. 9 times sales, right? Give a $2.4 billion valuation, and you got 270 million in sales. But this is what it looks like on the level 2 in terms of liquidity in the pre-market on the stock. And there's a heavy short interest. So I was in, and I still think this level could be valid in front of the dip buy prices. But holding it into the open, don't like it. Didn't like the fact that there was almost no liquidity. So if we hold this at the open, then I think you can get a bounce. But the other level I sort of talked about, this one I think is valid. And then the next level, if it does fill in the gap, would be back into the 22. So I think there's a large gap between 24 and 22 where you can have some bids. But if it's going to go, the short interest is still legitimate here. I want to say it was 20 to 22%, just depending on which source you had. So there's always that chance it can go again. Just did not like what I saw in terms of, A, it didn't hold the pre-market lows. B, there wasn't a lot of liquidity. So I want 930 to come in, see how much liquidity you have. If we're still holding this area, I just go back for the same long. Otherwise, I'm waiting till 22. This could be a breakout, but there's so many levels out there. If you look at what the stock has done recently, it's just all these peaks. Every single dollar has been resistance. 27, 28, then 29 on those spikes. That makes me prefer dip buying if you want the long as opposed to taking a breakout when it seems to resist every even dollar.
So you guys know I don't like trading earnings plays, so I didn't even look at AI. But yesterday we traded SI, and they had earnings, and I'm going to look at that again today. So you know, instead of AI, I'll look at SI, and I'm just looking at this break right here of 610. If we can break higher on this name, I mean, double checking here, I said it was 80%, unless it's come down, it was 78% yesterday, 71% right now. I guess it depends where you look, but 71%, 72%, same difference. If you have a 7 in your handle there, that's a pretty high number for short. But again, I just wait for that blowout. Yesterday we had this long, we got great fills up here at 840. Then we had this long again when it dipped back into $6 again and had that trade. We showed that earlier. So right now we're waiting to see about a dip down into 550. We'll wait to see if that happens. I don't even have a bid right there right now in case this just does come crashing in. I don't want to go long and just get run over, so I'm passing on that. I'm just going to wait to see if we can take out this 610 area, which is right here. I mean, it's 615, but if you just go down, I mean, you know, it's right in this pocket right there, just before the close yesterday at 3 o'clock. That was a level that we were bouncing off of before this move down. So that's a pretty dramatic 10% move from 610 down to 550 at the close, and we're just still hovering around those areas. So instead of bottom picking something, I'm going to try to get aggressive with SI and go long on a 610 break and see if we can't ring the register on this one again from yesterday. So I'm just going to try to stay in a pocket that we've been successful with. That's going to be Silvergate here today on a bunch of crypto nonsense happening over and over and over again. Bitcoin down 5%, and you know, more withdrawals being banned from SI. And you know, they talked about it yesterday that all your coins, if you're on Silvergate, we're going to go into receivership at Wells Fargo. So, I mean, there's lots of stuff happening right now. I don't like this name. I just like it for the blowout top probably right there at 610. So I've already got the long ready to go. If it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We'll wait for that. And then right here, just to double check, because I saw AI on here before, and there it is right there. It's a nice little buy and balance into the open for C3 AI. A lot of these names, a lot of the beat up names getting bids right now. Palantir's right there. What else did I see down here? I mean, WeWork, but I mean, it's, once you get into the 100,000, it's not much, sub 100. So Palantir, Pfizer, AI right now, the ones that would be on watch of things that we may or may not trade.
All right, let's go on to this China data for Tesla. Numbers coming out overnight from China's auto authority. 74,402 get sold in February, 32% year over year to the upside. 12.5 or 12.6% here from January to the upside as well. Nice numbers across the board. BYD, 191,664 vehicles, worth noting both EVs and hybrids included in that number, but still pretty impressive.
Very. They want to run their Shanghai factory pumping out 20,000 units per week. That's the goal. But it's not all blue skies and rainbows, Brendo. According to the latest weekly data, retail sales in China are still lagging the pace seen in the fourth quarter, suggesting that the boost from the discounted price that came in January may be waning just a little bit. So let's see. Yeah,
we were talking just before we came on there. I mean, some of these other companies with forecasts of, you know, 40, 50, 60,000 for the year, Tesla's making 20,000 a week, guys, over in Shanghai.
China.
Yeah, look, obviously it continues to be impressive. Just, again, I'm going to go with price action here because you start talking about fundamentals with Tesla and everyone's going to go to the valuation, which I understand it. Like, obviously, it's pretty expensive. But the gap fill, to me, is the play. You know, 93 double top yesterday-ish. I mean, you had some wicks above that. And then you had this gap off the 200 level. I know it got to like 98, 99, but really like 200 there. So if it's a long, I kind of inside the range here at 93 holding, I like it. I think it has room to go to 200. If it gets up there, I kind of feel like you're looking for a short opportunity at 200 today on Tesla. 93 breaks, and then afternoon support seemed like it was 89. I didn't get a chance to trade it, but it looked like it was pretty good at about 3 o'clock, and that 89 level had come into play before. So I'm going to go dip buy hunting in Tesla. There is one other, just because now I want to talk just a little bit about Rivian, because Rivian made a wipeout bottom at that 15 level yesterday. Now, obviously, that goes back to, there is your 15 quarter, so double bottom on the daily chart. Wipeout bottom, the higher lows 1550, so there's your support, and then potential for like a 1620 breakout here on Rivian. And when you see these stocks like capitulate the way that they did, the way that it did, make a big volume bottom, it holds a higher low, that sets it up to fill the gap upside on a 1620 break on Rivian. Sucks to have missed that 15. I thought that would have maybe happened on the first there, but it did now bounce off that 15 level, looking at that 1620 break.
So like we said on Tesla there on our sticky note, like, we write this thing when it's at 193. So I talked about it going down to 191. I'm going to change that target now to 192. So if you're looking at the sticky note, let's just put it down to 192 instead of 191. It's a nice move back up to the upside right here in the market. Yeah, I still have that stupid wick on there. So let's wait to see. I'm going to try to buy a little bit lower than this. We have the 50 period on the 1 minute chart at 193. So let's give it a little bit of love. We know Tesla can move. And then again, I just wish this was working a little bit better, but there's 191. This is why we liked it. It was a battle zone yesterday all afternoon at 191 before eventually breaking it into the close and only going up $1. So I kind of think that this could be a battle zone again. So let's wait to see if it comes back down into 191, 191.50. We'll take a 192 long, and then we'll work it back to 191.50, which is that top. If it breaks, it breaks. We haven't had much luck trading Tesla immediately off the open. So I'm going to sort of wait on it. But hey, we're here to make a little bit of money. Let's put some risk on. If Tesla comes back down into 192, let's take the long, and then we won't hold it for too long, but I like to take that just in case Tesla wants to bounce. Very impressed with those numbers. BYD also a big mover there today. Could be a big mover. It's BYD BYDD. There it is. Yeah, Y. There it is right there. BYDDY. Okay, good one. I knew as long as I put two D's in there, we'd be fine. But look at, there's two of them, so I got to find out the right one. So there it is, a nice move downside there, with the market. I mean, they're both going to look very, very similar, but you're at the 50 period here with BYDD. We don't trade them enough, especially on the pink sheets there, to watch out for levels. Like the spread right now is pretty huge. Let's just see what BYDDF looks like. Oh, that spread is even, yeah, so I think it's going to be Y is the one you're going to want. But look, they look the same. So do your research on what the difference between F and Y are. Probably something to do with voting rights or something. But anyways, spread not there. But this is another name that Tesla seems to be competing with in China. NIO was a good name yesterday for me. This was one of my top stocks yesterday, NIO, off of this buy right here. We were short right here twice. We were short at 875 the first time, brought it back, then we shorted again, brought it back, and then just got out on that rip up. And we didn't believe the move, so we didn't take it. So I'd watch out for NIO today to maybe pull back into this 875 range.
Nuclear agreement. Let's talk about crypto here. Big move down in the 24-hour period for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. This list of companies, as we mentioned, this growing list of companies that are not going to deal with Silvergate any further, continues to expand. Coinbase, Galaxy Digital, the two latest that popped up this morning. There was Paxar yesterday. It goes on and on and on and on. No one essentially going to touch this thing with a 10-foot pole, it sounds like.
And it's having bigger implications in the crypto market, guys. Yesterday, Bitcoin lost 5% within an hour. I'd like to tell you that it's been a while since that's happened, but the last time that did happen was 4 months ago. So, the Bitcoin bull rush, let's see how long that lasts. It's going to depend a lot on how fearful people are.
Yeah, the fallout only beginning, possibly, as far as Silvergate is concerned, but reminding a lot of people of the FTX mess.
If people pull money out of the bank is dead. It's not that complicated, and obviously, there's a gigantic short interest. I saw anywhere from 62 to 76%. All a distinction without a difference. Just call it 70% short interest. So I am looking to short the pops here. Obviously, you could have gone buy dips off support, short on any kind of a pop. The first one I'm looking at is about 665, 670 in here. So I want to be shorting the pop into that level. Just looking at the afternoon from yesterday. If it does roll over instantly, like there is this 6, and I would maybe think about giving that to 620 if it doesn't break out of these highs. But my first look is to have a bigger move to the upside and try to fade that one. So I'm kind of waiting with an offer here, just on the chance that we get a little bit and then want to add to it in front of that 670 level. I'm preferring to look for the short. If it breaks 670, then I'm trying to short it at $7. Well, probably closer to 750. I just want to be shorting pops on this name. They could be declaring bankruptcy. And that could be happening and on any time frame as far as I'm concerned. So I'd rather be shorting the pops. It feels like Bed Bath & Beyond to me as well.
Look, if we get to $7, man, we're going to be spinning that cash right now. We're going to go try to go long at 610 if it breaks it. Here's the sticky note. We talked about it. We crushed the long yesterday. Let's just stay with the same thing. You know, level for Friday's afternoon. We talked about this. Now 80% short. And I've changed the method of the sticky note. We have name, level, and then reason right now. And there's been a lot of positive comments on that. 15 comments, 14 retweets, 102 likes. So thank you so much for everybody here with the new sticky note. Wow, almost 9,000 tweets right now. We're heading to 40,000 followers. So I want to thank everybody for that as well. So here's the break level again on SI. We talked about why we like it. I've already done this work for you, and I think 611 right there. Just taking this level out, it's been the high, and let's just see if it takes it. If it does, I mean, it could be a short at that level as well. But if we take that, I think, you know, to take 5%, something like that, up here, 650, 660, that'd be absolutely fantastic. And then after that, we'll see a blow through 7. And then if we do get through 7, then you got to look at the 750 area. But if you're long $6, you can get to 750. I think you want to take that, especially in a company that's definitely not going upside. This is just a short squeeze play with only 5 minutes to go. Let's check out on the NASDAQ imbalances, which are just coming out right now. So you should get a little bit of a move in the NASDAQ, but didn't happen. So let's double check to see what's going on. Okay, Zila, we already know about that when we looked at that yesterday. That's a penny stock. AI still a bid. Open door, I guess. But I mean, some of these stocks are so low value. There's Tesla, okay. So one stock on here that's at least somewhat important there, Tesla, with an early bid of 130,000 shares. So that's a name that we could watch out for. You know, we're both looking long on Tesla. I'm looking at 192, but see what just happened? So that comes out a bid, boom, just booms up $1. Well, not $1, but booms up about 60 cents there. And now looking to take out the top of the day on that imbalance. So you're not going to see imbalances many other places than here. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe. And let's get this day started, man. It's only 4 minutes to go.
Start that. Sorry. Having a lively discussion.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Meta here. A nice note from Edgewater Research out on Meta this morning, which I just learned is the former Cleveland Research. So some might know them as that. Anyway, this came across this morning as well. Brazil's central bank greenlighting WhatsApp Pay. So you can now pay with WhatsApp, apparently, in Brazil, which is the first time I've heard of that. This note, though, suggesting that things are heading in the right direction from Edgewater.
Yeah, look, from a fundamental perspective, I guess, I'm looking at it, you guys know, I'm looking at the TikTok tailwind. Now we've got the codification into law giving President Biden the power to ban TikTok outright. So it's just one of these things where you're kind of building a house, and here's the next brick in the set.
A couple of minutes to go here, guys. What do we think of Meta today?
We're looking for longs on Meta today. It's super strong already in the pre-market, breaking out of that resistance. 170. I'll zoom it out in the 15-minute here so we can go do this pretty quickly. 177.5, 178 has been the bottom of the range for the last couple of weeks, and if it breaks that, you got 181.5. That's upside. So there's lots of room. Now, if we do have any kind of a dip at the open, I want the buying range in this 77.5 to 78 area. Take the first dip. As long as it's beneath, if it's beneath 181.5 and if it's above 177, there's still room for it to run. So I am looking for that dip on Meta. This feels like, you know, it looks like the strongest name already. I can't really see anything that looks much better than that. So I want to have this one out there. We didn't really talk, I guess we didn't talk chips. We kind of talked chips. Like, maybe we missed out. I don't know. We didn't really talk too much of the chips, but I just want to point out NVIDIA here, that 239 level could come into play today. It has not been able to breach that after that great gap up, and look, that's going to be resistance on NVIDIA. If it gets up there, I am looking for the shorts at 239 on NVIDIA. If it does get to the downside, okay, it broke out at 229. That was previous support that turned into resistance for an afternoon, and then immediately broke out the next day. So 229 for dip buys on NVIDIA. 239 will be short this one. Wasn't really shorting it at those tops enough before.
Okay, here comes the market. Here comes Tesla right back in right now with only 2 minutes to go. Tesla just made that top and then off of that imbalance locator, and then it came right back down. That you'll see that happen at 350 every time as well. Nice little bump up, then a big move back down in. So, yeah, I see what you're talking about there. I think it was Super SPAC, man. We didn't talk about Palantir or Pfizer. Well, I mean, Pfizer's going to bed, so we don't have to worry about that one. Palantir here at $8 could be something that's interesting. 500,000 shares. Trying to take out, I mean, we've already been low on Palantir, you know, down to $6. You're just trying to get that 50 period. Possible upside move here on PLTR with only a minute to go. I mean, it's a good move. This is a 3-minute chart. You're well above. I think you could probably play off $8. You know, I don't have a problem with PLTR. You know, just waiting for it to go. I mean, I think this 825 is a pretty nice level right there. Right there to take that out. So that's something to look at for sure on Palantir. So, you know, we'll do some work, but a bid down to $8 makes sense there as well if you do like a longer term play here for Palantir. Actually, I don't mind this right now. Into yesterday's close. Yeah, why not? Up 1.3%. Good look there. I'm going to take an 8 bid. I'm going to put it there right now and see if we can get some Palantir longs at 8 off of that. CRM is also another interesting name that we could watch out for today off of yesterday, Salesforce. We only have a little bit of time left, though. That 190 on Salesforce could be something. You're only at 188. I want to watch Tesla early. I feel like we got to get that bell going here. I still feel like the bell needs to have a Trader TV Live logo on behind it. So hopefully that can have that for the close, if not now. So here we go, man. We're ready to rock and roll. It's your Friday. It's time to get ready. Only 10 seconds, and then we see what this casino wants for us.
There you go. In 4, 3, 2, and 1. Fahad ringing it on National Employee Appreciation Day, apparently.
There's a day for everything.
There literally is a day for everything, and why
Nothing
not?
wrong with
Shout out to
employees.
appreciating. You got to appreciate them
Yep.
sometimes. So first thing I'm going to be looking for is there a pop on SI? Hit enter twice. Hit enter 3 times. It's trying to get through that 6. If it doesn't get through the pre-market highs, I would look to pop that fade first. Nvidia's already going to the upside. So yeah, maybe we don't get the dip by there, but Tesla at least is starting to come back in. Do not want to chase anything. Want to let everything sort of come to you here. And if we get that dip into Tesla, we are looking to buy said dip. Rivian, obviously no breakout at 16.20. It is also coming in for the dip. If it gets to 15.5, which would be pretty extreme, that's where I would want to pick Rivian up.
Yeah, a lot of names coming in right now. We'll take. I don't want to take this out yet on Palantir. We're waiting for a little bit higher. Let's wait for 810. There's that 8 bid what we talked about. You know, we could take a little piece out. We might as well. Look, okay, there we go. We got taken out. I was going to say we put an offer and we get taken out. But we'll go 1 for 1 right there. Thanks for bringing that to my attention there on Palantir. Take the 8 bid out a little bit there at 7. Now let's just wait to see what happens. There we go. Now we got SI. SI's breaking right there. So let's see how far we can go to the upside now on SI. That's that 610 area. We said we'd only hold it to 580. So that bottom is really looking like 570. So let's just see what happens on that one. We got to try to make a little bit on it. We'll get something out if it goes up into the 20s, and then again, you know, higher than that. But hey, this is the break we wanted. This is not a full position. This is an early one to see if we can start to go on this. But yeah, like I said, if we're going to get out back here at 575 break, 580 break, you know, that's worth the risk to me here, being long SI right now. I don't know how we got long at 608, but the 610 break.
It happened.
It did happen. Oh, there it is right there. Yeah. Good break. Yeah, up to 618. So let's go on this name. And by the way, Palantir right now, we rock it, baby, up to 610, 810, sorry. Let's see where we can go on that one.
Yeah, I might take the Silvergate if it does hold beneath that 620 much longer, but the dip, there we go. Just got the fill. Meta just came in for a bit of a dip. So takes 179. If you put a trend line in there, 178 starting to hold. I like this to 77, but the first dip is in. Tesla, I thought was going to be first, given the weakness that it had. It ends up not being true. You're getting a gap fill on C3 AI as well. So instead of reevaluate that level when it came back in. And it's right through that 24.5. So if it tries to bounce, reestablish this level, that's where I like to pick up the lump, but I want to see it bounce first, and then we'll work into it. Something smells really darn good. Silvergate now starting to get back up. So it turned at 620. That was going to be that level I had for an out. If it doesn't want to break it at the open, then the first pop and fade might only be risking 25 pennies.
All right. I mean, again, thank you so much for the love there on Palantir. I mean, we just got some out at 14s, 15s, 10s. That was 14 to be exact on that one. So a nice little move right there for Palantir to the upside, man. So that's going to be a good one. Let's just check in Tesla quickly again, because that's another name that we're looking at right here. That's down to 193 right now. That's just bounced off the 50 period out. Maybe we should have taken that. But the futures are coming back down right now. So remember I said let's just have a stable day. Doesn't seem like it wants to be too stable right now. But what's going on, Brendo?
Speaking of downside, Bumble getting hit here pretty hard. It moved aftermarket yesterday on this note. Blackstone and the company CEO both teaming up on a huge monster offering that apparently just got printed, because that was a monster opening print for BMBL down 7%.
Oh, Bumble.
What? Okay, well, Bumble's not a name that we usually watch. So I just got the next dip into Meta, so I end up with an average price not quite 177.50, off by 15 pennies, because I have 177.64. So I wanted the mids as my price. Needs to cover a 178 to get back to the upside and look any good. Obviously, at this point, getting some weakness in the market, and I couldn't get more Silvergate at all. Like I just couldn't get shares. Yeah, it's just. Whatever, it's just flushing, but I couldn't get anything. I did get something here at 592 for the short, and then tried getting more at 90, tried getting more at 85. The next pop, we'll take it, but this one is just going heavy to the downside. Already failed 6, down to 550. The next pop needs to be shorted. I don't know if they're going bankrupt, but it feels likely.
They are.
Everyone's sort of saying it's just a matter of time. So looking to short every single pop that we can get on that name. Nothing for Rivian, nothing for Tesla, nothing for NVIDIA yet.
No, nothing for anything. I mean, so we got out of our SI. We got back in there off 60. So let's wait to see if that 50 is the bottom now for these guys. So we'll take this back in a little bit more right now. We were looking at Apple to get back to the. Yeah, I mean, it didn't come in. It did come into 147. A lot of these names are coming in, but they're just kind of bouncing off some of these levels right now and not getting as far down as sort of I hope they would. Tesla as well. That got to 193. We're waiting for 192. So we almost got filled there, 193.20, a little bit of a push down for that one. Let's check out on AMD as well. That one, okay, 79.40. We're looking at 79 longs there for AMD. We're at 79.25. That we went to 34, unbelievable. That's okay though. As this market goes, we're here to trade it. So let's just watch out for that. Oh, that's crazy that was the bottom there. I think I'm going to try an AMD long right now. Small one at 60. We'll test it here at 65. But yeah, definitely trying to buy some of these dips now in AMD. But yeah, cautious of it. If we take 79, we'll get out. It is a downside move. Look, against the market, right? Hard to be long against the market, especially this early. So let's just try it. But we're out at 79. We want 79.25. If 79 breaks, we're going to get out on AMD. So we'll take a small trade now just to be in the name, and then let's see where it goes after that.
Yeah, we just rang register. As we go to the upside on Meta, it cleared 178, but only barely. So it got back above that 78 level. We had the half as our average price. And if it gets back up to the top, we'll definitely take that. For now, it looks like it's trying to trend down, so lower highs. If it bounces 77 again, I want to add on that bounce as long as it holds that support. So Silvergate couldn't get it at 6. So this time, on the way back up, actually picks them up in the 70s. Blended price will end up being at like 74 because we did take some out at 550. I just want to continue to short the pops. Obviously, it's put in a bit of a bottom at that 550, but that $6 level was also heavily rejected. NVIDIA, I thought we'd get some NVIDIA down there on that dip, but not much of a dip at all. So NVIDIA just clearly chilling in the middle, and I missed Tesla by not much. Not much, but it did get down there, but I ended up missing it. So 93 holds, but I'm not going to chase it up here. I like that 93 level. I'll just get out in front of it a little bit more next time. And just one more for you guys, because I know you guys are, well, I knew I was talking about this. Potential at the open for Nordstrom's breaking out. Nordstrom's has no liquidity, so yes, it broke at the open, the pre-market highs, but trust me when I tell you, it's still done less than 1 million shares, and there was no liquidity up there. So good breakout, but that's not really as tradable as the Macy's one.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Rob, for this coffee. I like it. All right, so AMD again. Let's go spin it, man. We're doing it again here. Different co-hosts, same results. SI, nice move to the upside on SI right now. 25 cents in the money on that one. We already took 20 cents out, so we've already lost. But you know, we buy the dips. I mean, we're trying it again here on SI. Palantir right now as well trying to work. But let's go AMD. Let's see if we can. I mean, right now we're 35 cents in the money. We're going to take this out. There it is. We just got a 95 again. So let's bang it off for that one. AMD, a nice long. Palantir, a nice long. We already got the high. Let's see if it wants to continue to work. But so far, so good. As there's another out on AMD. Remember, weak against the market. We just made it back to VWAP. Let's see if it can go next out right there at 80.20. We have to look at our positions and make sure that we make, a consistent call. Not always the right call, but let's just be consistent on where we're going to get things out, what we're looking for, and the names that we're looking at, and let's just trade them. So great call on Meta. I mean, unfortunately, I love that name as well. Another name I like is Apple, and we should have got that off the bottom, but again, we did not get that on that bottom. So it's very, very tricky for me to trade off the open, especially with serious size. So I'm trying to like be patient and wait for what we're doing here. But Palantir, a nice move upside as well. We got to take something out on that one, and then we'll just continue our dance. But Brendan's got something.
ERU ugly today, 36% downside, just popped up on volume here, back towards day lows right now. The FDA passing on emergency use for their COVID-19 pill.
Yuckity yuck. I looked at that chart and it was not a good looking one. So, yuck, not that great. But Apple did miss that one. But unfortunately, sometimes you put the bids, you don't get them. Meta is now holding above 178, kind of trending back into the upside. I want to get something here, 178 half. Take the buck on the next scalp trade, and see if we can't hold it. Continue to buy the dip is going to be the play as well. But this is not the only name in town that is certainly looking a little bit strong, off the bottoms at least. AMD didn't quite touch that 78 level, but wow, that is a pretty hefty wick bottom at 79.5. And reversal that this just put in. So if this carries through 81, I mean, this looks pretty gorgeous for a breakout trade at the 81 level. We always seem to miss the chips, so forgot to mention this, but 81 monster level. This has to clear 81, and then there's plenty of room to the upside. I always seem to talk about NVIDIA and Intel.
Yeah, I mean, we're in AMD, so we've already got that one 30, 40 cents in the money now on that name. What else do we want to look at? Is there any names you guys want to look at here? Snowflake, let's look at CRM because we want to look at a name from yesterday's report and just see where we're going. So CRM right now, 188 again. So this was a level that was key yesterday. We had, oh man, bad wick again. This long from yesterday, we never took down 190. So I'm thinking about that for a long there on CRM if we could take that. Realistically, there's dip buy opportunities everywhere in the market. You're just trying to find them. But if CRM could get down again, maybe to 187, it's a nice little move to the upside. That could be something that we take long, or I take long anyways. Snowflake was another name from yesterday that we didn't trade much, but did fall down and getting strength again today. So Snowflake's move yesterday, see, big move to the downside. We bounce off that 130. We talked about 130 yesterday. We never got there. We got to 131, and there's $10 back into the money right now, right back to almost as if yesterday's downside didn't even happen as it clears everything out. You still got to get back here before you talk about the earnings. But 140, a key level here coming up for Snowflake as well. So lots of stock moving around, guys, here today. Like we thought, it's Friday. Expect some movement. But honestly, the market, Neil, it's...
The market's not doing
the market
much.
Opened here, and we're right here again.
No, the market's not doing
so market sleepy time here for the market.
That's why you got to trade the names that are in play, and you know Silvergate is going to be in play. Like any 70% short interest, and people say going concern, it's going to move. So how many times is it going to give you shorts in front of 6, dipping down to 550? Right, like that's almost 10% of a range. It's not quite, but it's pretty darn close. Back into the downside, a little more aggressive this time, taking some shares out when it crosses 570, but just got some out in the 560 range as this one continues to head back into the downside. Brendo.
Chinese ADR group here. Billy to the upside off earnings. Better than expected quarterly report from them. Smaller loss. Worth noting, JD.com comes next week. That's going to do it as far as this season is concerned. But wow. No red candles yet for Billy.
Okay.
Last time I checked, no red candles is good. A few red candles, well, one red candle here. We've just got 550 on SI, but Meta. So I want to be happier about that. But Meta, yeah, I just took another leg out, and it's still holding. It's holding VWAP, which doesn't matter this early, but 178.50 has proved to be a little bit of resistance. So I did just take another leg out, and the second I got that fill, I'm like, okay, you know what? Put an offer out in front of 178.50. You get the fill, and it's like, if this breaks the top, I'm going to regret taking the same out as before. Now, the decision point should have been breaking down below VWAP or 177.5 or this 179. Now we'll see how far this one wants to be able to carry here. Meta $1.50 in the money. And looking at Tesla still, that 193, this is, it's I got to take it well in front of that 193 next time. If I want to get it, I got to just step in front of that level. And there's Rivian. So Rivian makes the breakout at 1620. Wow, a second ago I thought it was going to be the dip buy on Rivian. because it was coming down into that 1550. Next thing you know, you're taking the 1620 break. That's how this market does it, but this one's on the move. Bit of a dead cat bounce really here for Rivian because they got destroyed the other day. Now we scalp them out. 1650 would be the next level. Dip buys at least back to 1610, holding that break out of the even as well. So Rivian definitely on one. Unable to get anything going in Tesla because I couldn't find any fills, but Rivian at least exploding to the upside.
Yeah, we just took, Palantir again, and big thank you to everybody in the chat, man. Thank you so much for that one, because that's a money move right there for Palantir off $8. I mean, I wasn't even looking at that. We talked about it off of the imbalance locator, and there goes Palantir, man. A huge move, actually, considering 8 to 820 for me. You know, when you have those shares, thank you so much, Brad. That'd be awesome if we could continue doing that. I put that in the chat. Thank you so much, Brad. 1 minute until we get that number coming through. So we're going to see what's going on right now. 9:45, then 10 o'clock. Thanks, Brendo, for that. It matters because, like, you know, when I'm positioned up here, like, I want to be aware that we could get an instant move coming up very, very soon. So 9:45, here we go. We'll flip over to Brendan in about 30 seconds to get that. Yeah, so I'm long into Google. Google really started to go again here today. I like the long as long as we're above 90, but we're way above it now. So we're just going to play again off 70. And then if we dip back in, I just want to be long until we break something like this 92.30, 92.20 area, something like that. So let's stay long, Google. We already turned the bear into a bull, so we're thinking pretty bullish here today. Let's see if this market can hold where we are. 10 seconds, Brendan.
All right, first one's going to be the S&P Services PMI coming up at 10, then the ISM Services PMI. Typically, this is the one that's more closely watched, but here we go. 50.5 expected. It comes out 50.6 again on that S&P Services PMI. Another one to come in 15 minutes, guys.
All right, so that's perfect. Thank you so much there. And look at that bump up. I hope you're long. Meta obviously is cooking as well right now. There it is right there, 92.80. We just took a 99 out there. So nice move initially for Google. Let's just continue to watch that. Hopefully we can get some more cash on this play and even a better average price. So if Google comes down, that's actually what I'd prefer right now because we already got a piece out. So if it comes down in, let's reload this name as everything right now working for us. SI, the only loser we have, man, as that's good call by Neil on the short there, as that continues to go downside. So we're just going to continue to watch out everything. Palantir, man, I'm just going to keep taking, like, when an $8 stock hits, man, I have a lot of, like, you could put on some shares. So let's just continue to watch out for that here with Palantir. Great move back up, man. Who knows how far this name can go. Let's get another 23 out. Good call here on Palantir. Just scale it all the way up, man, as the market's really rallying. Google's trying to go as well right now.
Yeah, whenever we see a move like that on a number, on an economic number into a resistance level, I'm like, take profit because you're going to probably get a chance to be able to dip. 179.85 is the current high on Meta. So I'm going to take it. 180. If you get 177 into 180, then look for the next move down. If it rejects 180, I think we're looking right back in at VWAP. So if I can end up getting a better price, or, well, sorry, not get a better price, but get a re-entry point at a solid price, I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'll be right here for that 178 and a dip buy, but I'm ringing that register every single time when you get that on a number. Rivian also carried through to 1640 there. Probably I should have waited for 1650. I said I would, then the number came through, and it's like, okay, we'll take the next spike up. I still want to buy the dip. I think both these can trend for the rest of the day. Where did Silvergate, my bid go? I thought I just missed it. Oh, it's still coming down. Okay, so I have my next bid in front of the quarters. It is still flushing. After it broke 550, I just figured floodgates open up. $5 sounds like an obvious place where you can catch a bounce. I do want to short the next pop. I just have absolutely no idea where the next pop is going to be or if there is going to be one. It's very clearly going to be short sell restricted, so you do need an uptick to go short. So I need it to come back up and give me some fills here so we can get back in on this trend. Nothing doing in NVIDIA and Tesla. It's like you come in and think, okay, well, these two are going to be the one. Don't get Tesla off the bid. I've moved it up a little bit to be more aggressive if it comes back in. And NVIDIA, I'd say likewise. Yeah, NVIDIA's going to have to make a really serious move for me to trade that one today. This is all about Meta, and now that Meta's starting to actually make a bit of a top here, it either breaks 180, and I'm looking for breakouts, which I don't like in this range, or we're going to get that next little bit of a dip buy. And I got to be on that dip if we're going to get back in.
Yeah, when she dips, you dip, we dip. Right now, you know what? We just got the opposite play there for AMD. AMD's doing the other thing. It's ripping up and then dipping back down. But I feel like the strength is definitely not here in AMD. I mean, I don't have to tell you that. You know, you can quite clearly see it with the market now at highs. AMD struggling to get out of its range. So I feel like getting out of this one every time we go back up to the upside is going to be a smart play. So we're just going to keep on doing that. And it's a good thing that we switched over to something that was stronger, right? And that stronger name right now is this. It is Google, as it just continues to rock to the upside as well right now. So that was a good take for us on Google. It's a good take for us on Palantir. SI is just cranking to the downside, like right now. It's an okay trade for us. I mean, obviously we never want to lose on a trade, but this one again, we'll lose about half of what we made or a little bit less than half of what we made yesterday on this trade. We were trying to go long. It was really that one that happened. Went to 620 and didn't get going after that. Whenever you see topping tails or bottoming tails like that, it's never a good sign. But we stayed in it. Obviously, the wrong move on that one. AMD, no, I don't want this until we get down to 79. Let's let this one fall back in. We need something with a little bit more strength and oomph in it with this market starting to go. Alibaba's trying to go as well, maybe off of a bottom here. But again, like 89, you kind of missed that down here. Still a red name, so not really one that I want to trade. We're going to have to do a better job of finding some better names here.
Yeah, I knew I missed another thing here. C3AI did end up holding that higher low. So bounce 24, right back at that 24.50 was a consolidation area. This is, when you get a level like that in the pre-market, there's no liquidity. It's just the price area. When it opens up and sets up off that level, it's so much different. But, you're trading different things. SI was just a little more important at that time, I would say, and so was Meta. But a good hold there of that bottom on C3AI. Now it's starting to break out, which puts in, like if you look at and kind of draw yourself a bit of an early trend line, probably puts 25 as the next dip support. But I want to see it coming back into the downside. I see you, Andy Snow, making some moves. We'll go to Brendan and then come back and talk about that name as well.
A solar-related name here, making a move, ARRY, this morning up on a couple of analysts' notes to the upside. Some new deals being made in the Mexico area, it looks like. For this one, guys, ARRY, just absolutely ripping, straight higher, again, a solar name.
Yeah, so just quickly on Snowflake there, very clean breakout of the afternoon high at 138. Just watching out for, and this is pre-market levels don't necessarily matter as much, but it is 145. And if you go to aftermarket as well, after we reported, some consolidation at 145. I'd expect some resistance there. If we do dip back in, I think 140 makes a little bit of sense if you want to continue trend up, because this looks like it's a bit of a trend up. We just bounced north of 4,000. The NASDAQ as well, kind of holding the breakout. So I want to be looking to buy some dips in here. Meta first, but looking for some Rivian on the dip. I think Snowflake makes sense if it gets back down to 140. CRM clearly didn't fill 135. Otherwise, I'd have a position in that. And as we go on, I might have to step up and bounce a little bit higher on something like a Meta. For now, I'm waiting for this pullback to matriculate down towards VWAP and then, sort of get something between 178 and 178.50.
Don't be all fancy with that matriculate crap. Wow,
you like
Neil.
that, Sharif?
Wow, Neil.
What's up now, Sharif? Word of the day is going to be mine, bro.
Wow.
I'm stealing everything from you. If Sharif does, I'm just going to steal it.
Yeah,
just
you literally are taxing everything from that.
Flat bottom break.
Well, that was yours. That was yours.
Well, that's mine.
Yeah, that was yours. No, just playing around. Good word of the day right there. I like that, matriculate. Okay, so again, we are,
I don't even properly know what it means, bro.
Yeah, I don't think either one of us knows what it means. So good use on that one. But okay, so we're getting out, and honestly, man, I'm gonna rethink about this AMD. I'm canceling everything on AMD right now, and I'm just gonna flat bottom break out of this one right now and get out before we have that flat bottom break. So I'm gonna get out. We'll ring the registers. Good successful stock on AMD. I mean, we're not going to sit here and say we lost in it, because we didn't. It was a great trade. We're in there early, just in the chance that it wanted to go. But it's not acting like the market, unfortunately. So we take our shot at that, we pass, and we just move on. Another name here, Google. Like,
oh my God.
I wonder if this is what Friday wants to be here today. Just like a whole bunch of nothing. Nice move up in the market for sure. Probably other names going, and I just don't have them. But like right now, Google's just struggling right here.
Intel's breaking.
Intel was great yesterday as well. What are you looking at? Meta. Okay, Meta. Nice move up for Meta. That's the professor. And Tesla also taking it out now as well. So there's where the strength is, guys, in all these names.
Well, I mean, Intel's breaking out. Like that's. I guess it's again where I'm just not nearly bullish enough on the bottom that just got made on Intel. Look, it's Meta that I want next. Rivian's now through 60. Got through 1660. That one's cruising. I want that dip into the quarters if we get it. I didn't necessarily want to chase Meta up here, but if it does hold this range, 179.5 would be pretty valid. Nothing really to do with SI because it's a hold till the next pop. There really hasn't been one. Brendo, what's up, bud?
We talked about that move in oil on that UAE note. They're now saying the media's report that the UAE is considering leaving OPEC is, quote unquote, far from the truth. So here's oil right back to where it was.
All right, so oil is crazy. Bad call on AMD. Like, I get out and it rips up. We only had 20% left, so that's a sucky trade right there because look at that move, guys. Right back up to the upside on AMD as if it didn't even, matter about what it was doing before. Nice move up for AMD. Bad by me, man. I thought that stock was heading to the downside. What the hell is going on? AMD right now, just huge move up. This is...
What is
that? We were waiting for that, and we don't have it, so it doesn't really matter, but that's... Oh, that sucks because whatever. I'm happy to add the move, but sad that we got out of that last piece there because, hey, that's a big move right now there for Advanced Micro. Was not expecting that, but hey, good on you guys if you held it. We'll just go, good idea. But like we talked about with the Rune yesterday, if you don't execute properly, then you don't get some of the wins. But we executed fine. AMD's a top stock. It's just, left it on that one. You know what else is breaking out right now again as well? Win. Win was my call for all of last year. We talked about this live on the show, $50, $60. Now it's at $114. Shout out to my guy Nelson there from Miami. That was a great call. He was asking me when I was there what names I liked moving forward. And I was like, Win. And Win right now working. Look at this move, man. $80 from this first of the year all the way up to $115 right now. That name continues to work. Oh, man, that AMD, I'm debating shorting that play. Even Google right now, you know what? Let's take another piece out. What we're trying to do is just... obviously we're trying to make money, but, get some of these names out as we're popping around. I don't have the right names to the long side, so as this move's starting to come back up, let's just make that money on, now goes Google. Let's make that money on Google. Let's make that money on AMD when it's there.
Yeah, and another one making a big move here, Roblox, breaking out in a big way through that $40 level. So if you can't tell, Roblox has room. It's got room to the upside. I'm just kind of pulling back so you can see. Last time it was above 40. You do have above 40.5, a monster sort of gap fill on that one day, going back into the middle of February, where it was like a $4 move to the downside. So Roblox can carry, even if it were to dip. I think it's got some serious carry here. So looking at maybe VWAP or something, if it settles down in that range, fair enough. SI is about to get to $5. I think there's going to be a bit at 5. I have no idea. We'll see when it gets down to there. But that's the next obvious level on SI. Silvergate $5 is pretty solid. Meta just does not want to dip doesn't want to dip for me to buy it, I should say. It just continues to scream above that 180 level. I'm going to go for the 179.50 stop and then just try and get long money fills, hopefully north of or south of that 180. Or maybe he just wants to continue breaking out. And another breakout still going is Rivian. Just no dips to be had to get in. One last one for you. NVIDIA, I know you said AMD was going. NVIDIA is rejecting the top over and over again as well. 235, it can't get through this. So not as strong as Intel today and finding resistance. The market's screaming and NVIDIA can't even hold green right now. If the market turns, NVIDIA might just be a short off 235. I hate to say that. It doesn't. Based on what I thought when I sat down, I didn't think I'd be saying that.
Look, we have all the right names, man. We talked about it long. We talked about long today. Every single name on this thing, long, and it's like we hit this nail on the head. We talked about it going longer. We talked about that 12,000, and there it is, man. Nice longs coming through today for sure. And if you are long, you're banking out right now. So good trade on that. Just keep holding them, I would say. It sucks to not be longer on these names. We should still be in AMD, but let's go over to Brendan quickly.
ChargePoint, guys, nice bounce back after a big gap to the downside after earnings yesterday were a bit of a disappointment. The forecast a problem, Q4 revenue missing. So this thing got crushed after the close, but almost right back to where we started, just 4%. It was down way more than that for CHPT.
Oh, there it is. And,
Apple, too.
So there's finally Intel is actually trying to pull back here. So you're going to get a bit of an idea when it gets back to this double top at 26.25. If it starts consolidating there, then Intel just turns into a bit of a trend trade. So let's be patient. I think this could be it right now. If it does want to hold that quarter, I would want to start in here. Every 5 cents usually is where I like to get Intel. So this 30 level, the second we break away from it, I'll probably try to grab some 31s. It just feels like it's a little bit of a long, and if it breaks down beneath like 26.15, you kind of know you're wrong. So I like knowing where I'm wrong first, and I keep seeing people talk about NIO. I haven't really looked at NIO today, but yeah, still at $9. Oh, it's on one today. I mean, everything is going to the upside, so that's not really saying a heck of a lot. But this has much more room to go. It needs to get to at least $10 for a bigger level breakout. Support to resistance. This is a big level at 9.15. I prefer Rivian today, so I'm going to be buying my dips in Rivian as opposed to chasing NIO there, guys. I just like Rivian breaking the 16.20. The huge gap to be filled. It's in a new price area. And as long as it's in a new price area where it's breaking away from it, that's where I like to join that trend. So I'm trying to get something on a dip because there's about 250,000 shares sitting at 16.55. I think that can bring us down at least 20 cents to get a dip buy.
All right, so we just shorted, not Google, this is AMD, what am I talking about? We just shorted AMD here. Like we talked about that little run up for them. I thought it was relatively weak today. Seems like it wants to be relatively weak, but hey, whatever it wants to do doesn't mean that that's actually what it's going to do. So let's wait to see here about AMD. We did take that short. I want to play the short. I mean, it's not, like I said, it's not rocket science what I'm trying to do here. I want to take this short into that top tick right there of 80.45. If it takes that out again, then we're wrong. Let's just see if this name is the one that will pull back. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to or not, but this is worth the risk for me right now on AMD. We'll take another short right now at 35 if it comes in. We're at 35, so hopefully we get that filled, and then out at 45 for what would be about a 15-cent hit if it doesn't work out. You got to take some risks here, and I don't mind this risk, so let's wait to see what happens. We do have a number coming out right now. Let's go to Brendan.
Hey guys, a few seconds here, 5 seconds. We'll get this U.S. ISM Services PMI. 54.5 expected, comes out higher, 55.1. So 2 in a row there to the upside on that ISM number for the overall market. A few other things moving around as far as individual names are concerned. We talked about a whole bunch of them in the pre-market, including Tesla, including some of the AI-related names. C3 AI still on a pretty good move, but overall market trying to hold current levels. Guys, back to you.
All right, there it is right there, man. Yes, sir. As our day is now lifted and elevated on that number alone right there. We got those 35 fills on AMD, and we just bank city them, like Tim Duncan, man. The bank is open right there on AMD to the short side. It's not a huge move, but hey, man, it's a good one. We make everything back on AMD, and we laughing, man, now on this one. Good trade there for me on AMD as that continues to print out for us right now. So let's wait to see. I got to adjust my stop order now. Could still blast to the upside. That's why we take it out. We're out of more than half of that last play as the market looks like it wants to get back to the upside. I'm just fixing the stop order to make sure that we have the right amount of shares out there. We'll take some more outs on the dip, but that's a good trade for me right there on advanced micro devices off of that top. Let's not think that this number is saving us though. It is getting a little aggressive now. Let's just keep taking some out. We're pretty light on it here.
Yeah, I just got, on that number, I just found the Coinbase was at that 64. I'm like, okay, I'll just put an offer in. The number comes in, get boom, right into position instantly. 64 is a double top from yesterday. I think 67 is a bigger level. I am not going to hesitate if it breaks this to get out and then just wait for it to get to 67 because I know I like shorts on Coinbase, or I might have just said Silvergate. Sorry, guys. So 64 on Coin is my out. If it gets to 63, that's one leg out. If it gets to VWAP, I would take another leg out. And where is Meta will not dip, even on that number, which I thought was bringing things in at first, at least on a moment. We're actually looking like we were getting a dip. It just holds again. It does not give me 179.5, but the new position for me was finding a bit of a short in Coinbase. Wow. Let's see if it works. Silvergate just broke $5, man. There's just no short to be had on a pop. So thankfully, I just got Coinbase because if you're looking for shorts in crypto, SI just it's just crapping all over itself. I'll tell you this right now.
Wow.
It's easier to have this is a weird thing to say. It's easier to have conviction short something if, like, back in the day you were long and you bag held a piece of it, so you just kind of have a little bit of a hate for the stock. And that's Silvergate for me in some ways, because I didn't have that for a while. Finally gave it up, but this is now dying. I should have just tried to take that 5 break. Coinbase is flushing. SI is flushing. Oh, Rivian's holding up pretty nicely. And of course, Meta's holding up just fine.
We're doing the money dance right now, man. If I had, this is the problem, man. I don't hold on to anything. This is the #1 stock here today now. How fast did that change? AMD right there, huge trade for me right there, shorting that 25 level there. We got a 35, and now, wow, here we go, man. Again, I'm always going to look back and be like, why did we get out? But hey, I was not expecting this, but I was expecting a downside move. So we still got 25% of this trade on, so all good. Let's let this pull back a little bit more now. But that's the money dance right there for AMD. Palantir, we're real light on Palantir now, guys. We got 30s, 35s. That's an out right now for Palantir. And then Google came right back in. I've canceled all of my bids. I don't have any more bids out anywhere, but I mean, I feel like I got to take something out right now. Hey, let's take 60 cents right now on AMD. So that's a good fill. We'll take that. Now we'll just try to hold the rest in for a move here. And the rest of the day, maybe we continue to move down, but there it is right there. Shorting a name that we thought was weak. It's Advanced Micro Devices, and like we said, man, now the #1 stock here. And I wasn't even like looking at that until that, well, we were looking at the top, until we realized it was relatively weak. When the market was blasting and this name wasn't, I was like, what was up with that candle? Let's short that resistance up there and then bang it to the downside. We just took another piece out into past support. This is what we're doing. Good trade there. I hope you guys had that on AMD, but that was a good one, man. Yeah, nice move downside there. The 10-year yield now, over 4% right here. So that's, yeah, the market's starting to go. And I just wanted, before I go to Brendan, DXY making a move up, but now coming back in a little bit off that number. So that's another thing that I'm looking at, the dollar. What's up, Brendo?
Price change for Meta on their Quest headsets here, just coming through. Quest Pro going to $999, Quest 2, 256 gig going to $429. That coming through on an Instagram post from Mr. Zuckerberg. So still a nice day for Meta.
Shout out to Brian Thompson in the chat there. He shorted NVIDIA. I thought NVIDIA could be a short, but then Coinbase just looked a little bit better because I was trying to get Silvergate and Coinbase was sitting right at resistance. But NVIDIA, I'm sure, is just as good. I'm going to get to Tesla in a quick second, but this just bounced off 62. So it goes a quick buck, maybe a little bit more and change. Let's not forget, this broke out at 61.5. Pre-market level, double, now actually held support at the open at 61.5. So I'm going to get out of that one if in case it goes down there. But now you're getting a dip chance. Tesla, if it's going to come into 193, this should be it. So you had a bit of a breakout. If it's going to test that 193 again, I think we're going to get it here. Meta, we're still looking for the dip buy in Meta. Been very, very patient. I'm going to cancel my bid because this was more valid when it was breaking out the first time. Now it can be anywhere between 178, 178.5. I'm just going to allow this one to come back into me. As far as SI goes, I mean, just hold on to it. This is absolutely dumping at this particular point. So be patient with the dip buys. Thankfully, was able to grab a short in something that happened to be Coinbase. Was the first thing that made sense. And NVIDIA, 229 is where I like the long in NVIDIA. So as the market starts coming back in, that's simply the afternoon breakout price. It was the resistance from the day before. So this is the next big level here that I want to see to that downside in NVIDIA. We'll see if it gets there. I'm not saying it has to go there, but I'm not actually trying to buy it until it gets to 29s.
Yes, for sure. Look, guys, I don't... You know, I mean, honestly, it's one good trade. We don't need to do anything else. I mean, we are going to continue to go. We just got a 63 out there on AMD. We're getting lighter and lighter in this trade, so let's go back and look for some more trades. We've canceled all of our bids, but that doesn't mean that that's a right move. The S&P just wicked down there. Sorry, the NQ just wicked down to 12,130 and then bounced off that level. So that's why we took another piece out. But Google did the same thing there. And I'm debating getting longer here in Google. We're light on everything, so we can just make more money here back in on the long. So hopefully we could do that one more time right there. 92.50 or though for Google is kind of like that support area where you don't mind going long on this name. But again, 92.50 back in for Google. I feel like the short is the right play. So realistically, until then, I don't know. I don't know about going long. If anything, I may just get out of Google. But, we got out a little too early for just 20 cents. Let's see if it makes a move back upside. It's a good thing we are much, much lighter now on AMD, as we have we have about 5% now on AMD. So we got some good fills back down into there. So let's go. We just got too much out at 80. So, holding a little bit for that dream. But AMD is still pretty good, man. Yeah, I know what you were talking about there. Rivian, good name to the upside as well. Look at Microsoft up 1% today, more than the market. 253. Remember we said we'd short Microsoft as long as we were below 250. I didn't even look at this stock today. Microsoft Blast City as well, guys.
So I'm now out. I finally rang the register on SI. But you might have briefly saw that I was long for a second. I actually keystroke reversed long. I did not. If I ever make a keystroke error, I'm just going to get the heck out of Dodge as fast as possible. I'm chuckling because it was an instant, it was probably a really good point to get out. And I think obviously so, because it's now taking the $5 level. Look, I was going to trail this one anyways, and then just saw the bid building up. So I said, why wait till $5? I just wanted to get out in the 90s when I could. I want to short a pop here, but let's see how far it goes. 535 makes sense. VWAP makes some sense there. If we get it, we get it. If we don't, I don't care. If it doesn't get to your price, you're not forced to trade it. Meta does not want to dip with the rest of this market, man. I'm not sure. I was completely convinced that last move down was really going to carry Meta to be able to get something at least down into VWAP at 79, if not in the 178s. The NASDAQ retraces all the way to its breakout and further. And Meta just doesn't even want to get past that 179.5. So this is clearly relatively strong. I just don't want to be chasing. It doesn't feel like you shouldn't be able to get a better price. So I'm going to continue to be patient with it. Coinbase, this one still looks pretty solid. Getting now beneath that VWAP, I still like 61.5. I think we got the right short. Now that it's beneath VWAP, I think it extends into 61.5, and then we're able to get that one out. Rivian, the dead cat bounce is on, and I'm still looking for the dip. I think that'll be VWAP as well, about 1630. I'm canceling the rest of my 1620s on that breakout and see how far this can go. This is a pure gap fill play as far as I'm concerned, so I want to leave it at that. Big gap to be filled for Rivian after what happened. So I'm looking for places to add to this. If it ends up being a top break, then it's a top break. But this is the time of the day, usually, where I'm looking for that next dip.
Okay. Yeah, just quickly here. I was thinking about SI off that 480, but it's got to get back down there. I mean, I didn't notice that it was basically, this is the first kind of level that we sort of did. Yeah, we sort of did this little barcode action, I feel like, right there. So, let's just wait to see. That's probably a smack short again on that. So here it comes right back in one more time. So yeah, watch out, man. That looks to me to be close enough to a short again if it does break that. But yeah, looking for some more trades. Let's check out Coinbase quickly here. I don't know if we haven't had to pay for shorts on this name, so hopefully we don't again there for Coinbase. But again, a nice move up to $63 and now coming back in and just bouncing. Oh, I wish I wasn't so negative all the time on the crypto space, but this is a good long again, it looks like. Bouncing off 61.85 again, that bottom. That's 61.85 there, but you could take it against that bottom right now. It's just a matter of what do you think about the space? What are we thinking about these futures? As again, we're sort of right back to where we were. We are higher than where we were off the open because we opened up down here at 12,130. But yeah, right now this position looking, I don't know. I don't mind this Coinbase long if it's something that you guys like. Oh, look, you know what else is relatively strong today too? Amazon up 2%. Wow, more than Microsoft, more than everybody else. Amazon really climbing now. That gave you a great dip buy again into VWAP. There's just so many trades that you could have over and over again here. And Amazon would have been one of those, man. Just look for relative strength and try to take those longs. But yeah, missed that. I didn't miss it, but Amazon anyways, strong today. We'll look to maybe pick up some dip buys if that does come through. Looks like it wants to take 94 right now. Wow, Amazon, good for you, 94. Yeah, maybe, you know what? We're going to go to Brendan in a second, but that could be a level right there, 94. Even to short it, we wick topped 94.13. All right, yeah, more to come here on Amazon. This one's got my interest. What's up, Brendan?
They did come out and say they were going to halt or pause construction of their second headquarters in Virginia for Amazon, but minor story. This one moving as well. Pan W just popped up on Volume Palo Alto. A few people reporting that as of tonight, we could hear that this is getting added to the S&P 500. So just a heads up on Pan W. Not really moving though.
Oh yeah, man, it's just another reason to love that stock. But so Meta did break out. Forget it, well, I like the dip buy, but sometimes the breakout's what ends up happening. Broke out 180.35 is kind of an odd price, right in front of the 50s. I don't necessarily love chasing that move, but on the dip, I'll try to take 180s on the way back in. So anything in front of 180, just getting poised to be able to grab that. I did also just, okay, there's Rivian. Did also just throw in an order to take a breakout in Rivian through 1665 as well. So if this one takes out the top, I'll try to take that break. It just has more of a gap, I think, that upside for it to be able to go. And then just going back over to one last one for you guys. I mentioned Roblox because you guys were talking about Roblox for a little bit of a VWAP, maybe dip buy. Well, the only thing that would look really strong that came into VWAP is Roblox. Dips here, catches it at 1460 now, a little bit of a higher low. So this one sets up. I always like that bounce. First consolidation, I like that setup for long or short. Like give that first consolidation level, kind of stop out underneath that support level. And if it holds, I think you can get back into the high of the day. If it doesn't, I know where I'm wrong.
All right, I'm just looking at Tesla right now for a possible long as well, but I'd like to see this dip back into 195. I mean, you're just kind of barcoding a little bit right now. It's a stronger stock than the market. You know, you guys can see that. And we talked about relative strength versus relative weakness. So let's just wait to see here what we can do with Tesla. I mean, it has to dip by. So we are bidding there. And then we're bidding again at 194, like right into here, 194.70. I actually got to make sure that I have that bid out right now on Tesla, 194.70. We'll put that, yeah, okay, well, it's not even close to there yet, but we'll put a bid out there if it does come in. But there goes Tesla, man, still working back up to the upside. All right, so AMD came all the way back. I told you we had 5%. That's what we have. Are we going to reload this name? I don't know. I mean, we can give it one more shot here because it's all the way back up. We can put something on just to see if we like this trade. But AMD, again, let me just zoom back out a little bit. It's making that move right back up, that 80.66 in the pre-market. I mean, we were wondering why it was weak. Let's just test it one more time there right now. Small amount of shares, nowhere near what we had there, like literally nowhere near. 25% of our last position. If it can come down, great, but we're not giving anything back. Well, we'll give something back, but not that much. If it does take out this 65 to the top, I definitely don't like this one as much as we did before. So we'll have to watch out for AMD right now, trying to take that top of 80.66. One more small average in, maybe right now, small, and then we're just going to put our stop in if it takes that out. It's really strong, and I tell you, you don't want to step in front of AMD. That's for sure. Pretty much, look at this, pretty much ever. So here we go, AMD right now, running it to the upside. We only talked about longs. We liked it with Dan Loeb and everything. So let's try it. Here it goes. Let's try it now. It's breaking the top. We should have gone long at the bottom there, but hey, it's my number one stock today, and I hope it's yours as well. It's been a big trade here for AMD.
Yeah, this one's now.
But now it's gone.
The market is so strong here. We just reloaded on Rivian, but it was breaking out the high of the day. So took some at that 67 break. It's already getting to 1680 here. I think 17 is the next level up. We'll come to my chart for a quick second. I think 17 is going to be the next level upside. Obviously, that's an even dollar level. If we get there, we're going to take another leg out on this. So Rivian, the story for me was just simply if you're beaten badly up and you have a breakout price, there's a double top from yesterday's trade. You can go back the previous day. It's obvious, 1620, 1620, 1620 over and over again. And now we're sort of breaking the next consolidation up. Even if you take 17, there's still room to 1750. Absolute tear this one's been on. So I liked it for a long. Definitely was able to get back into it. Did not get back into Meta. Meta's now 181.50. So this is. Okay, let's go to the 15-minute, because 181.50 was that next level up where I thought there'd be resistance here. So this to 182 is where I would have thought I'd be looking for shorts on Meta. and the short doesn't feel all that right, but it is setting up for a little bit of a short shot. So I'm going to try and get 181.5 into the current high, 181.73 here. That was the level I thought I'd be looking for the shorts. It just got there a heck of a lot faster than I anticipated.
80.20. Okay, so after getting blown out on the upside there for AMD, you know, I was thinking about it, and it's like, yeah, if I like this Dan Loeb story and everything, Third Point Capital, let's just go long on the name and hold it back to 80. And if it breaks 80 right now on this play, yeah, at that point we'll give everything back. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. So let's just wait to see. We're above the 50. We're above the 200. I like AMD. We talked about why we like this name, but at the same time, it was relatively weak today. And I just hope that, you know, and this is the problem why I think a lot of this, like, you know, when you get told, oh, I have a passive stake in this name, it's like, where does he have it? Like, if he has this name, Third Point Capital I'm talking about down here with Dan Loeb, if they have it at $77 or a little bit lower, like, they could be selling now. It's just a passive stake. Yep. You know, so that's part of the thing that's bugging me a little bit here when I get to see that kind of stuff. It's kind of like why I call BS on that Morgan Stanley upgrade of Apple today. You know, of course, like, Apple's running, the market's running. It's a great move. Apple up 3%. Congratulations, Morgan Stanley. You probably bought that yesterday at 146, 147 and dump it to retail up here at 150. So we'll wait to see what happens. Hopefully that's not the case, and we're being a little pessimistic on that. But I like Apple right here at 150, man. I mean, we talked about all the longs today. Everything long. They only had longs on the sticky note. So that's what we are looking for. Let's try to stick with that. We're long right now, AMD. It's the most recent name that we've dug into. Google right now blasting to the upside as well. Maybe we just take this out. This is 50 cents in the money, or it was at 93.40. Let's put an offer here at 93.30, get this out, and then just move on from Google. But right now, my focus is really on AMD.
Yeah, you gotta keep your focus on the names that are moving, the names that make sense, the names that you have the read on. That's what it's going to be all about here. So I know we kind of go over the same names over and over again, but that's just how it is. You know, it's not to say Neo's not making moves. I mean, Rivian's kind of making the same move to the upside. I just preferred Rivian. They're both really great if you have this breakout. So it's not throwing shade at any other names out there. If Neo gets to $10, however, like I just tried it. Oh, there we go. I just got Meta. So I was just about to complain about not getting the turn on Meta. Well, I might not like it now that we got it. But if Neo gets to $10, I think there's going to be some resistance up there. So I'm not necessarily chasing this. I already have some Rivian to the long side. But I just got into Meta. It spiked up that 181.50 on the 15-minute that I was just sort of showing here. That's right there. That's kind of the last resistance point in sand. If we break, I just like that setup every single time. You get to a key price area with this kind of like a wick top, and I want to sort of short off that high. So I just got 37s. I'll try to add one time. Stop out at the high of the day. Same setup I would take on a parabolic mover. It just happens that this one is on Meta today, up that 4%. Brendo, what you got for us, bud?
Ford has been providing a few updates here this morning, guys. They said they're going to increase production of their popular electric gas hybrid vehicles in response to stronger demand. And then they also said they're going to launch all new versions of 4 significant vehicles coming before the end of this year. So a nice day here, 4% for Ford.
Yeah, Ford's strong today.
Yeah, shout out to Momo. Momo's been asking me about Ford the whole time. I do like Ford. I mean, you know, but what are you going to do about it when it starts to move and you don't have it already? We had Palantir earlier, but yeah, Ford again, you know, up another 4%. We really like that off that 1150 level. It continues to work today again. So I don't know. It's gone. I mean, what are we supposed to look at here on a daily chart for Ford? I mean, it's like I just said, you're kind of stuck right now. Back up to 14, I think, maybe is a good short there for Ford. But hey, taking the 50 period, this is a good position for me. I'm long this name and been long it for a while. So we were able to get something out last time as it was bumping up. Remember, we got out like $17, $18, $20 like that on Ford. We didn't get out at the very top, but still, Ford nicely working here to the upside as the market's still up 1.1%. Ford 3 times, man. Great trade. Great look there on Ford. We're long AMD, and I'm still looking at Amazon, man. It just keeps on blasting through levels. Remember we said maybe it takes 94? It did that pretty easily. So instead of me going into AMD, we should have just taken another shot there on Amazon. But AMD is still trying to work, man. We're long at 80.60. It's at 80.50 right now. Hopefully that can get back up to the upside with AMD. But all right, let's go over to the Brendan and start recapping some stuff.
Hey guys, lots moving so far today in small cap land. Let's jump right into a few things you need to know. CYTO, top of the list so far today. Nice gap anyway. It's been doing nothing but fading that gap since the open here. They had a press release on a trial for a nasal spray that they were working on that was positive. That was really all I found. But downside right now, coming back to $4 for CYTO. AI, obviously earnings this morning or after the close yesterday, but all of these, AI, BBAI, there's a few of them, SOUN, BuzzFeed as well, all moving on C3AI's earnings. So a nice look for that entire AI group today. RVMD is this down here. They had a $300 million offering. That's really the only piece of news today that I could find anyways, but gap down yesterday, ripping back to the upside so far today for RVMD. Yeah, another positive note coming through for AI, guys. All about the AI stocks so far. Back over to you.
Sure.
Well, it would make sense that the first hit I take since the open would be when I flip from long meta to short meta, because obviously the stock's just so super strong. Never got the dip buy on this one, but also have to fail on the notion of even shorting this today. Although I'm sure at some point there'll be a successful short trade. That certainly wasn't it. You could have had it the first time and scalped it, but now you're just clearing out through that 182. My goodness, like this one, we're going to see like 5%. There's a monster gap that could get filled here on Meta, and I just feel like I'm going to have to find a place to rejoin that trend. I did pick up Roblox, which is now starting to go, but I never got more shares in there. So I thought it would dip down to VWAP one more time. Clearly, this does not want to do that. Market is strong. I might just have to get some more shares here in the 80s, but this could be headed toward the high of the day again. I want to get one out in front of the high and then let it break. Like this already put in one $2 move. If it breaks the top, I think you can go at least another $1 there off of VWAP bounce. So Roblox long, Rivian long. Why am I not just Meta long as well? So I'll be mad at myself for that one, getting out of this one way too early. But the long is certainly not wrong here. The only short, Coinbase, that's a different story. And then Silvergate, I'm actually thinking about getting back into it. So I got out of my Silvergate here, accidental long. It's actually rejecting $5, but look what's happening at 5.10. You now have a kind of forever seller at the $5.10 level. If it doesn't break this, it's another short, but this could easily give VWAP if it finally breaks this 5.10 that's been holding for a half an hour now on Silvergate.
All right, so we'll ring the register there. We'll try to get some out more on Palantir. AMD, we averaged a little bit down here at 36, only giving us an average price of 60, but we're right back to flat now on AMD. So, hey man, if some of these tech names want to go upside, let's hope that AMD can sort of join this party because yeah, I'm getting a little impatient right now with this trade. So hopefully it can go, man. I'm sitting at 70 to get a piece out, like 10%. If it can go back up, I still think we could test. I mean, the high is only 70, so that's kind of where we're sitting to get a piece out, and I don't really want to get it out for flat. I still think we can go back up to the upside right now on this name. So here we go, 65, all right, 66. Hopefully now it starts to climb upside a little bit, as our net is doing completely fine on everything today. It's just a matter of let's get more money if we can. Let's make some more winning trades. So that's a good one here for AMD, a nice average in. Let's take a piece out, which we just did right there at 65, and now I'm going to wait. I have a 69 offer, so hopefully it can come back and blast through 69. Let's just take a look quickly at Tesla as well to see what that's doing. I want to make sure that everybody definitely hits the
Hola, like and subscribe today.
All right, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Thanks for Katrine right there. Not the hurricane, the girl. So that's a nice little move right there to the upside for AMD. A couple outs there. We just touched out at the high. Was that the high of the day for AMD? Yes, it was. We just took out 875 right there. So let's see if AMD continues to rock and roll. This is a name that we have. So hola, everybody. Please hit that like button. AMD right now. We're adding to it, man. Hopefully this can continue to make that move upside. We didn't get the ultimate reload down there. We were waiting for 80.15s, but if it comes in again, we'll take it. So right now, AMD, let's try to do a little bit better and hold on to a little bit longer here on Advanced Micro.
Yeah, so I talked about this forever seller at like 10 on Silvergate, so I'm short in front of it. If it breaks, that's kind of an obvious and easy out to be able to take. If it gets above here, it's probably going to VWAP, so I love the risk to reward here. You risk about 5 to 6 cents, and if it flushes for the rest of the day, you're back into the the weakest name in the market, or at least one of the weakest names in the market. Zila might actually be weaker. Not Zila, the other one. You know the one I'm thinking about. It's Zila and...
Which one? I mean, SI is the most. I mean, that's down 11%.
Not Z-Scale. I'm
Z-Scale
thinking
is down
Fahad's
11% as
Fahad's
well.
name.
Zila? Oh, Veru?
Veru is the other one.
I haven't even looked at Veru.
Veru got crushed. Okay, it's only down 38% today, and it's not even going any further. So never mind. In actual trend, Silvergate is certainly weaker. Coinbase, I keep looking for that retracement to give me the same short in front of 64 on Coinbase, and it just doesn't want to get there. So lower high on Coin. I don't want to. The market's strong, so I kind of thought I would get the fills up here on Coinbase, closer to 64. That has not happened. A little bit unfortunate because I wanted to grab more short there. Meta just continues to absolutely print. I'm telling you, that stock is super strong. Intel rejected. So bear with me for a second because Intel, it's got a wick high through 26.25. So yesterday's top, there's your wick. Does not hold support there. Lower high at that same level. If you show me any kind of a short setup on Intel, I'm probably going to take it. So with all that being said, here comes me looking for the short on Intel. Off the high of the day, if I can get this, like 26.25, it just makes sense to me. If the market flushes, to me that's a false break through yesterday's top. And when I see that setup, I'm going to want to have it. Forget about the fact that it happens to be Intel here. Roblox just gave me more shares. So I was looking to catch more on the dip of Roblox, just got it. Now I can be a little more aggressive on the north side of 41. We'll get some out if it pops above 41s, and then high of the day, and then see if this one can break out. So Roblox continuing to look relatively strong. I'll let you guys know if I get that fill in Intel. Coinbase probably not going to be able to reload. And I guess Tesla might just be a breakout. I mean, if it's not going to...
I'm trying to buy that name as well.
If it's not going to dip anywhere near where we want it, cancel that, don't need that offer. There goes Silvergate. Silvergate just broke out, by the way, so that one just went to the upside. Finally, for the first time, actually, maybe this is just a breakout at some point through 197 clean on Tesla. Got through there, went 11 pennies, and then reversed. Can't seem to dip down far enough, so it might just end up being that breakout trade. We'll see.
What was that, Tesla? Yeah, that was a tough trade yesterday a little bit. Yeah, they had that investor day, as you remember, and there wasn't much about it, man. They didn't release a new model. There was some talk about the truck, but nothing overly sexy about that. So I think that that's probably part of what's getting hit right now. Meta, yeah. You know a name, Neil, that you always talk about, but you don't trade too often?
Intel?
Pinterest.
It's been a while since I liked that one. Oh, here comes
No, I just mean to trade it a little bit. I guess, you know what? You look at it at earnings, so I guess you're right about that
Only
one.
during earnings
yeah,
do I
in
care about
Etsy and Pinterest. I always thinking about that because Meta's so strong. Like, let's look at some
Snapchat?
That was my next call right there. Let's look at maybe some Snapchat here into some strength. It just seems like Meta, like up 5%, Snapchat up 2%. I like Snapchat. I think that, with their PE and things like that, they could probably get this thing turned around. And they're still really low on the daily chart right now for Snapchat. But as you go there, that was the other name, SI. I was waiting for some breakouts as well on that.
It just broke that channel.
Yeah, it just broke that channel.
I missed the short above.
I mean, look, this is what we're doing here. NQ's just hit a Fibonacci level. Okay, thanks, Donnie, for that one. We'll definitely have a look at that. But Tesla, man, still working. Oh, it's just like Meta. I'm waiting for dip buys, but every single move is not a dip buy. Well, it's dipping, and I guess we just have to respect this 50 period, man. I mean, that's what's been good all day, and I guess I'm just not aggressive enough. I was waiting lower at 195. My bids are right there right now, 195, but that's not happening at all. Now we're breaking 197 with some decent size, with some decent size there on Tesla. It is up. Side. Wow. Man, these names, man. I can't believe AMD's not doing anything. Let's check out on NVIDIA. Is that also doing nothing? Yeah, so it's all about these other names. EV names, AI space today. Should have thought about that on AI's report. I don't know why I'm trading chips today.
Yeah, it sort of is what it is. I missed a chance on SI. There's just a couple of things very, very quickly here. Tesla broke that high. The first move up went to the quarters, and then it was just already stacked offers. So this might have gone a little bit too far, too fast. I don't like the initial look that it was like 25 cents above. There was just refreshers on this already. So I'm going to try and relieve some pressure here. Just get a little something out here. Because if it's going to trend to the upside, I want to have less shares on and then look for the dip. Because you can always buy the dip on a trend and not have to buy the absolute top. I just got to reload in Coinbase, so probably the right time to go to Brendan and talk a little bit about crypto.
Still under pressure, guys, right across the board. We are bouncing a little bit for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. I'll show you in a sec here, but pretty ugly day coming off this headline over the past couple of days. 3 in a row, in fact, for SI downside after they raised going concern worries in their earnings report earlier in the week. So since then, we've had just a steady stream of crypto-related firms saying they're not going to deal with Silvergate as far as transactions or withdrawals or deposits are concerned. So, yeah, a bit of a bounce off 21.9 there for BTC. We're back above 22,300 trying to hold now as far as these lows over here coming into play are concerned. For Bitcoin, Ethereum, same story, trying to bounce off significant support here, 1520, 1550 coming into play once again today after a big move down on the 24-hour period. Still 4% to the downside for BTC, 22,367, 3.5 right now for Ethereum, catching more of a bounce, but red numbers top to bottom. You can see even Doge down 5% on the day, 3% down here for Matic as well. So not a good way to end the week for crypto markets, guys. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, no. I mean, that story writes itself, man. I mean, we talked about that yesterday, about there being some risk through other exchanges and through the Bitcoin itself with SI. You have Binance in trouble, FTX in trouble, now Silvergate in trouble. I mean,
trouble's not even the word.
Yeah, I mean, FTX story over on that one. But it's like, yeah, all these names just keep on floating through. And unless you get some kind of confidence, it's very, very tough. All right, I mean, look at this.
Now Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla and Apple. Apple right now has already broke through 150. Wasn't a strong break, but it was a break. And a great call again by Morgan Stanley, you know, creating this nice little upside move. So there it goes, man. Apple breaking 150 and trying to get higher right now. That could be a short. I mean, I'm long right now on AMD. This Apple could be a short at 150 as well. But I don't want to short anything when the market's blasting up 1.32%. I mean, look, guys, if you're like me, we were bearish or bullish all day. Everything on here is a long. It's just we got to get the right prices. Google, we hit long. Wow, that's fantastic. 92.80, that's a huge move up. I just got to hold. Like, we got out of Palantir, huge move. Like this one, $8 all the way to $8.35 and out now. You know, that's my number. Well, my number one stock actually is Palantir right now. I was going to say it's AMD, but position pending, this is an L right now on AMD. Not our net isn't an L, but if this continues to go down and breaks 80, then it's an L for us here on Palantir. So, sorry, on AMD. We're looking to get longer, not until the teens, but AMD is falling back in a little bit there. Oh, maybe we should have just took more at 25 there. We took a little bit at that same level, 35. Let's wait a little bit longer and see if we can't get something downside here. A little bit off of 80. If 80 breaks, then, you know, that's enough. And we'll get out of AMD. But we do know it has that pop opportunity. I liked it because Dan Loeb in third point, but it looks like today they may be cashing out. This move is a nice upside one here for AMD, but it's not holding. So 80 breaks, we're gone. Maybe it's just Microsoft on these pullbacks right now, but the market's still pretty strong.
Yeah, the market's obviously pretty strong. Coinbase is going to be down 2.5%, a little bit deceiving. Sometimes you want to look at a stock and have not just the percentage from the previous close, but the percentage from the open so that you can know that it's been going to the upside primarily. But I did talk about a reload as we went to Brendan for the crypto segment. It did this capitulation. You couldn't get shares back up to 64. It just never went there. So first leg down, consolidated right here at the half, grabbed another entry back into that 62 level. Now I'm going to be looking for 61 on Coinbase. And then I'll show you what happened in Silvergate. And this is a problem with a short sell restricted stock. Is you need an uptick. It's New York exchange, Neil. You need an uptick to be able to get the short. So I shorted it off that 10. It broke out. We got slippage on the stop. Immediately I'm like, okay, let's offer VWAP there. Save myself 15 pennies or so. But you don't actually get those fills unless you're just sitting there to get taken out. So I am now sitting at 530 to get taken out. It was the same thing when Bed Bath & Beyond was giving you this trade. You kind of need to throw those orders out there either ridiculously fast like an algo or just already be sitting there to be able to short the pop because it comes back down so very quickly, unfortunately. I did just grab Intel short it'll look random here, but if I zoom out, this makes a heck of a lot more sense. Fail breakout through yesterday's high, lower consolidation, short to the low of the day, which is 26 even. Going to get some out on the way to it, and then rinse and repeat if we get that opportunity. So back to the well with Intel and shorts. Still have Rivian and Tesla long. Rivian in its particular case, I was able to add on a breakout, the secondary break at 1665. I just tried to grab a few more shares here at that same price area. It didn't give it to me. It looks like 70 is now holding for support. So I might just grab something in the low 70s to be able to add to this position. I think it's a great trend upside. I wouldn't be shocked if Rivian saw 10% today. If the market goes 2, Rivian's got a massive gap to be filled, so 10 makes some sense to me. If it cannot get through this high, matter of fact, let's do it first. I was just thinking, if it double tops here, get something out off the high, and then buy the dip or take the 17 break. Lots of ways that you can ring the register on a trend to the upside. But at this time of day, being a little more aggressive with the scalp trade makes sense.
All right, so we just got our last fill right there on AMD. I think you're right, man. You might want to scalp some of these out as we go. So we're sitting here on AMD waiting for some sort of a scalp position, but, you know, we're in it and we're just waiting for 80. So, you know, we're long at 39, so that's a 40-cent hit if it breaks. You know, so we got to try to make 40 cents on this. I think there's some possibility, but at the same time, I'm not opposed to scalping some out if we get back to 50 right now, and then take just as per usual, man. If we could take like that 10 cents or so on this trade, then we'll do that. But for right now, there's AMD reloaded off the 200, basically off of VWAP, which is what we're holding out for right now on Advanced Micro. We talked about Apple. I would have shorted it. See, this is the thing. Like, if I'm not, if for AMD to work, the market needs to go back to the upside. So I'm not at the right level, you know, mentally right now to short Apple, because I'm thinking that, you know, this is just a temporary pullback. We went all the way to 12.2. Let's sort of see what happens now. If we want to come back to the 50 period here on the NASDAQ, which we tend to always do, you know, it got extended out just like this. Look at that extension, pull back. Here's an extension again, you know, could pull back in for the NASDAQ. So, you know, one extension, boom, two extensions could come back in right now. So yeah, I am a little bit nervous about some of these longs. I just thought we had the right prices on AMD, but hey man, here it comes right into $80 again. So it doesn't look like this name wants to go up. And if there's some sort of a rally in the chip names, it's gonna have to start with the rally crier themselves. NVIDIA, that's right now just flat and barcoding. So yeah, it doesn't look like there's too much action here in any of these names for the chips. So I kind of, unfortunately, am looking at some more downside pressure here for Tesla, for AMD. It looks like we'll get out. I'm still waiting for 195 on Tesla. Checks back on that. But yeah, it looks like AMD. Unfortunately, guys, this looks like a 40-cent hit. We dug into it. That sucks. We'll give back what we made on AMD right here alone. But just wrong name, man. Google's working to the upside. Palantir's still strong. It's AMD that's dipped and not really ripped. So, you know, we took it. We were short initially off our big win right there. And then now we're trying the long again, which doesn't appear to be right. So watch out for that. Amazon also pulled back off 95 as well.
Yeah, you know what's well, I don't want to say super weak, but very weak. And thank you for pointing this one out in the chat. Radley saying, why is BABA red? Don't know. I can't tell you why his stock is going down, but I can tell you it is going down. And if it breaks, if it can break this low, it's got more room to fall. Now, if it gets back to $90, that's a pretty decent level for Alibaba. But look at this. My favorite. This is like one of my favorite setups in the world. That's why I keep talking about it. The flat bottom break on 87, like this, that's the real level. Yeah, I could take out 88.5 and support at 87, but look at how weak the stock has been. Like, pull up a chart of Pinduoduo, and it's a very, very different name. Underneath that 200 period at 93, consolidating lower. The next leg down is an 87 break. So that could be happening at some point. Probably catches a bit off 87 first, but that's one I'm going to be lined up ready for that 87 break. Come on, Silvergate. So this is... I'm going to cancel this offer. See how it went up the first time? I missed that short. Now it's kind of going to 528 here. I'll take like a small leg in, because if it fills like 28, 29, 30, it's probably going to go to 40 or 45. So I want to take a little bit and then try to get more above VWAP. I do want to short that little bit of a pop if we can get it. Just Coinbase, I'm still holding on to that short. We took one leg out in front of here, like 62s. And if it breaks this channel to the downside, then I'm looking for that 61. So been able to get Coinbase, whereas jumping back into Silvergate's been a little bit more tricky, but you can expect that when a stock is SSR. Shorts on now, with the exception of Rivian and Tesla, and even those are starting to pull back. So there's Rivian, was able to get some out in front of that 85, another leg out, and now it looks like it could be threatening to pull back into VWAP. If it breaks this channel, I will wait for 1640 to get back in again. But I'm going to stop out here, take a tight stop in case we're dipping all the way into VWAP. Do not want to give all that back.
No, we're holding on by a thread here as the market just pulled back to 12,200 right now. So I don't know, man. This is definitely a slippery slope, needless to say, here for this market right now, as it's just testing patience. We took another long at 80. we're going to get out when it breaks. So it's going to give it a couple more pennies to the downside there. Not a good trade at all for AMD. The only good trade, was getting out of that long there and then reshorting it on that pop up. But we're average price is 30, man. So hopefully, the disaster doesn't continue there for AMD and we can catch some longs off that. But let's forget about it. Well, not forget about it. It's in. But maybe we can get a little bit of a bounce up here from that name. And then we'll just look for some more trades, man. Maybe Meta pulls back, maybe Tesla pulls back, or we got to look for some shorts. But I still think that we have a chance right now to bounce off 12,200. I almost think the bounce level is a little bit lower down here at 90. That was the previous top, then supported a little bit. But yeah, here we go. See, even as the market ticks up a little bit, AMD goes 10 cents, then just falls 10 cents immediately. So yeah, weak name here on Advanced Micro. All right, Brendan, let's go back over to you at the big desk. I almost said big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, so far so good. Nice green board to show you here for the S&P 500, 0.8 right now, 0.75 or 0.79, I should say. To the upside though, which is the key here. A few individual names though offsetting to the downside right now. Costco, one of those standing out, 3.25% after a miss on their forecast. Specifically, overall earnings were decent. HRL was an earnings name as well. It's a Lumen there, 2% to the downside, continuing its recent trend lower. However, a ton of strength coming from financials, consumer discretionary, tech, and healthcare today. COO, nice move, 6% there off a report. ALGN, 3.8% in the hardware equipment makers for healthcare stocks. Leading the way so far, that's Broadcom. They reported for solar extending gains from this week. Remember, all-time highs earlier in the week for FSLR. Software names also having a nice day. Microsoft, haven't seen Microsoft up here on this board for a while. 1.5%. That's Apple, 2.7% in the hardware names leading the way. So a good day right across the board for tech. I mentioned a couple of headlines coming through for Ford there, 3.9%, GM being dragged along 3.5%. So overall, good to see green to end the week so far for the S&P. Guys, back to you.
I mean, so far, like it's holding up pretty nicely, at least. And this little bit of a dip will get put to the test. Obviously, the market's still up 1%. Yeah. No dip on Meta, by the way. But give me a break. I was just about to get filled on Tesla. I look up to check Meta, look back down, and it's like all of a sudden I'm not getting 196.5 on Tesla. I don't want to chase that one too far there, but looking to get that dip by. Unfortunately, well, maybe fortunately, because when you get wicked out like this, which I just did in Rivian on a trend, that just always tells me, hey man, there's something here, and that 60 level is kind of it. So I want to jump back in, give it a little bit more room. I still think it's a strong trend to the upside. This will be long number 4 in Rivian, but I want to carry this just a little bit further. Give myself some room to add it in front of VWAP, and then if the trend continues, I think we definitely have one. SI is kind of doing that thing. I said that first fill, it's likely to kind of break VWAP and then give the fills above. So I did take a leg in and then just kind of threw an offer out there above VWAP to try to get picked up. Didn't actually get everything. So if it gets to like 545, I think you have to start thinking this could be making a bit of a dead cat bounce, or not a bit of a dead cat bounce, continuing one if it gets to about 545, 550. The real money shorts were up at $6, obviously. Down 6%, but remember, gigantic short interest on this name. So it can always be squeezing back to the upside. Have yourself an out. That 45 makes sense to me. If I can get Tesla, great, but Meta's the one to get back into the long of. That stock is insane. It doesn't even dip more than 50, 60 cents at a time. So I got to find a way into that one. For now, it's Silvergate at this 45 I got to be concerned with.
Yeah, good levels there, man. I mean, I was looking for the same kind of a dip buy opportunity in Tesla. But right now, man, I mean, if you haven't noticed, most of my concern is with AMD right now, as it's just kind of dancing around. And I don't really like what it's doing here at 80, but we just should have been more patient. Because if we sort of talked about this coming down to 80 here again, but, that's a decent move, and we did start our averaging a little bit early there on AMD. But again, like I can't predict exactly the levels, obviously, that are going to bounce off there, but we do like this 80. Okay, it's right back up to 30 now. I'm going to take something out here if I can at 23. There it is. Just to Well, our average price was 29. So, we'll take a 6-cent hit. It's a lot better than what it could have been there if we continued to break. So now let's put some offers a little. Yeah, shoot. I mean, we still may get taken out on the other side of this if it breaks through 80. I mean, that was really close, man, to us getting stopped out there. So, let's just continue with that sort of talk here and just watch out with AMD now. There it is. It's a good thing we got out at that 50 period as it just came back right there. But yeah, looks like it does want to dip down. There it goes. Yeah, it's weak, guys. So AMD right now just really can't find itself, and it just keeps on going to the downside. Good job getting out of, we only got out of 20%. Hopefully it can get upside a little bit so we can get out the rest. But right now, AMD, a nice downside move, and not much I can do about it. Hopefully it rips back up, and we'll just sit here and wait for it. But AMD right now, downside.
Yeah, and speaking of downside, Intel, for whatever reason, it just kind of bounces just beneath VWAP and can't go anywhere. So it's going to break this. If it breaks this channel to the downside, I only want to take a little bit out and then wait for the next move. But if it breaks it up, suddenly this stock is it's on just an absolute tear if it does it. So it is back above that previous yesterday's high, let's call it, because that's what it is, and it can be definitely going to the upside. So I am looking for that short, but that's a very specific setup. If it's above 30s, it's not valid anymore. Like, it just has to hold this. You can call it head and shoulders. I don't care what the pattern is, but it has to hold that or it's no good. I just finally got a little bit more Silvergate. My stop is in place. So if this can also be a bit of a jailbreak, but if it flushes to the low of the day, I just want to have the opportunity to grab it. Coinbase, we got a leg out. Now it's coming back up. I think the next short is probably a little tighter to that 63 area, so I will reload this at 63. Acknowledging this, let's just quickly draw that for you. Got a bit of a trend line here. So if it's above and holding above like 63.25, I think it's breaking the trend to the upside, which it hasn't really done yet. Meta's ridiculous, and Tesla, maybe I don't get that fill off 196.50. Like, I was putting it in, I looked up for 2 seconds, and it was back up at the high of the day. So all I'm holding is the last third of the breakout that I had, as opposed to catching that dip buy, which I was trying to do. Sometimes you get to fill, sometimes you don't. If it gets to 198, I'll probably take that one out, look for another entry.
So I just took a couple more outs there. We're not super light on this trade, but we are getting lighter as we took another out as this came right back up to 23 again for AMD. So I'm just, and I apologize that I'm focusing on this, but this is the biggest concern going for me right now on AMD, and I don't really want to get into anything else until I get this resolved. So we can look at some more names though. The one name that I was looking at, again, I like the long, but not if this market's going to fade out again. Here is Microsoft. So I kind of like that Microsoft spot there, bouncing off right now 254.25. But like I said, I'd like to see AMD go before I say, okay, I'm convinced on some of these longs, because I'm not. So that's one level there for Microsoft. I think you could be a little happier going long Microsoft. It's up 1.5%. It's better than the market today. Did Apple take 150? It's right there right now. So that could be something of concern here again. All right, now AMD's starting to work again for us. Not again, finally starting to work, I should say, here for us. So let's see if AMD wants to go. It's in the money now, but remember what our average price was 29s. So every out that we've had so far, and we're out now of exactly 20%, has been for a loser. So we've taken out 9-cent hits here on AMD. Sucks to do that, but let's see if this market wants to rally. Maybe some chip names can catch a bid now. And again, I'm just on this trade. It's basically a morning breaker or maker for me. We won't be flat if AMD, we'll be flat on a net wise if AMD cranks lower. But for right now, I'm holding out hope that this can go one more time. Again, it's just bouncing around. Like, we're sacrificing basically our whole AMD day here on one trade. So I don't know. It looks weak. I'm talking myself out of this, but it's held 80. So as long as that continues to work, let's do that. But there's the futures pulling back a little bit. I'm going to get out one more piece here, or a little piece anyways, at 16, and hope that we can hold 80. But it's looking more and more like we're not going to.
Yeah, and that trend line that I had in Coin, like, it just took it out. Actually, accidental long, obviously, in Coinbase. Just if you don't want to be long, just get out of it, which I just did. But it has broken the trend. It very, very briefly broke the trend. If it gets above and starts rejecting, it needs to reject 63, and then I'm going to join it back underneath. It has to get underneath. I just got Intel more like every single time Intel, it goes right to like 26.25, kind of stops, and then bounces at 26.17. And it makes absolutely no sense to me, but that's kind of what it's doing. So I took a bid at 18 because it wasn't filling 17 before, which does mean I don't need the 17 bid. And the next ones will be down at the 26 even range. So Intel is kind of holding. If it flushes, it feels a little bit better. Now Tesla's starting to come back in.
Is it? Okay.
So, I didn't get Tesla the first time it did this. Now I'm probably gonna get it here at that 196.5. I mean, I'll say that, and then it's gonna bounce away from this level again. But if I get the fill, it can't hold 196. It's probably headed to VWAP, which is another $1 down. Don't want to hold it past that. I think I like the Intel short. Silvergate has kind of just been a short till it's not. Somehow Rivian and Tesla seem to be the longs that I like the most. And I know C3AI is moving, but you have the stocks that you're in, and it's like that's what you're going to focus on. Obviously, my original entry point in the pre-market in C3AI was very valid at the open, but once I missed it, I just wasn't chasing C3AI. If anything, I think there's going to be a pretty darn good short opportunity on this. Every dollar beyond 27 is a potential resistance spot, so whether that's 28 or 29. It's at the point now where I'm kind of looking for the opportunity to go short this as we go to Brendan for Money Talks.
Hey guys, been a very volatile week for the U.S. dollar. Back and forth we go. We're stuck in the middle, however, of the current daily range. If you zoom out to a daily chart, this is kind of what it looks like. We tested higher this week, we tested lower, and then back to the upside. Now we're kind of stuck in the middle. Still down on the day, but only just 0.16. Even with that ISM PMI data this morning coming in higher than expected, we did bounce as a result off early morning lows. So muted action really as far as everything else is concerned. The euro slightly lower, Canadian dollar slightly higher, or slightly lower as well. 0.2 to the upside was actually slightly higher. Initially 73.3 for the CAD. Pound, however, is holding on to 0.3% of a gain. Trying to get back to that 120 level. It broke to the downside earlier in the week, but it's one of those days, about 2% either way, or 0.2%, I should say, either way for all of these versus the dollar with muted action. 4.5, meanwhile, still for BTC and Ethereum, the biggest movers of the day in crypto land. Back over to you guys.
Pulling back right now.
I was just saying, I'm frustrated, man. It's like every single stock, we were long Google, and we can't still be long. It doesn't matter. It's a good trade for us, but that's still calling that long there at 92.85. It's working the rest of the day, so it's a nice move upside right here. And it's just it's frustrating because I look at it and I say okay, I thought AMD actually had better catalysts with Dan Loeb in Third Point, but here it is breaking back downside again. You just saw me take a few out, so we have still 2/3 or a little bit more than 2/3 of this position still on as we're getting ready for a breaking spot. There's the break now. We are not holding 12,200, so it's a good thing that we got out as we're getting very close to getting out of everything now on this name. And I guess as the futures go downside, man, we have to look for some downside plays now. But again, Apple's still at 150, right? So, that's going to be, here we go. We're going to get out of AMD very, very soon. There it is. On that break back down, we are now out of AMD. Oops, that's not a good idea. We'll flush ourselves down the toilet on that one. So we're still net positive today, like we said, but there goes AMD to the downside, just flushing through. So not a great trade there, averaging into it the whole way. Our average price was 29. We got some out, but there's the drop back down below 80, and AMD breaks, and Apple, everything's starting to fall down. We sort of sensed that there was a short there, but just in that wrong name and just got caught on it. So AMD downside move, man. Congratulations if you got out of it earlier, or if you're short, good call. I still should be, Apple at 150 was a call there too. We should have been short that one. But let's watch out for Tesla now on a dip buy.
Well, Tesla, so I had the higher end dip buy on the upper trend on Tesla, but the second I get it, the market is breaking trend, so it doesn't even last very long. It doesn't bounce off that trend, so I guess VWAP, we'll have to see if it can hold 195 in VWAP. All I got's Intel right now to the south side. Obviously, it's going to make the next leg down, but the frustration will be not actually getting anything else on that short. Now, Coin reestablishes, at least, so it's still got a bit of a downward trend. Get beneath VWAP, and maybe I'll jump back into that one, but I don't want to be chasing moves at this point. Rivian's managed to hold support. I said I thought C3AI was going to be a short at some point. I just didn't think it was going to be necessarily this fast. So it rejected 27. I thought maybe break 27. Rejected 27. This could be the first obvious even dollar, 26, gave you that. And then 27 is kind of putting the same move on here. So I think, I don't mind going for that short. It just has to come back, creep up closer to this 75 range. Relative risk has to be there for me. That'll be the 75s. Just trying to grab another short in here that is not Intel, because this market does look like it wants to pull back pretty deeply. If we get a chance on Meta, it's me looking up, because I want to keep my eye on that chart. I haven't rejoined the long on Meta, and if this actually extends, Meta for sure at VWAP is an obvious one. Let's just get there first.
All right, so we did take a little bit of Tesla here. So let's see if Tesla wants to work now to the long side. We took a 196 long there. I am waiting for 195.50 to come into play where VWAP is, but let's just take this now and see if it wants to continue its march a little bit higher. If I can scalp this one out, probably we will do that. Upside here at 197.50. Hopefully that will come in and we'll be able to take an out on that. But there it is. We just got another fill. We're waiting for 195. If that breaks on Tesla, then we can get out. But for right now, we'll take another piece in and around this spot right there, and then maybe average it back a little bit at 195. But either way, we're starting to dip down a little bit. So let's just be careful with this long. We're now long Tesla at 196 flat. Well, 196.04 right there. So let's wait to see any kind of a bump up for this one, like 196.70, 196.50. Maybe we will take a piece out on Tesla. So hopefully this one can bounce back a little bit, as we'll go back into a name that, hey, if we're wrong, at least I'm in a name that's pretty strong, and not much I can do other than try to play some dips. And I feel like we might have one against 195 right there. So let's see what Tesla wants to do here.
Yeah, speaking of dip prices, CRM is at that 185. Thanks for mentioning in the chat there, guys. I'm bidding 185.25. It's hard to see on my 15-minute, but I can show you. I was bidding at the open. I put in my 185.25. That's when I wanted to get it. There was a double bottom from yesterday where it bounced. It bounced like 32, so I just missed it. When that happens to you, I don't want that fill anymore, because if it holds the low, it can hold it right here. So I'll just grab it a little bit higher, not much, but like a little bit higher. If this breaks, the gap fill potential is obviously pretty tremendous. So beneath 185, this is worthy of a reverse. Let's be honest about it. But I'll give it a chance to bounce off this level one time. If it can't do it, I think there's a short to be had. I don't think it fills in a $20 gap. I think that's ridiculous. But it could at least give you like $5 into 180. So if we don't hold 185 here on CRM, then I'll have lost on a long and be looking to initiate a short position. I'm close to getting Tesla off VWAP. It hasn't happened just yet, but Coin just did the over-under I was kind of looking for. So that trend, I'm not going to draw it again, but you guys can see it. It finally did the over-under at 63. That kind of gives me a shorting opportunity. Kind of it gets back down to the 75 range. I can try to go short that name to add to the Intel. But CRM, just be careful. Have an out. I'm not really holding that through that. I don't like even dollar stop, but I won't hold it more than like 10 cents past that 185 on Salesforce. Just too much risk beneath that 85 level.
Yeah, I like that Salesforce trade off 188, 190, but that's gone now. Back into that downside. Everything's falling down. You broke through the 50 period. We're starting to go back down here a little bit. So if anything, we got to look for some trades that have either pulled back a little bit or what. As you're just dancing around here, some of the 50 periods. Let's try to go long one more time right now on AMD and just see if that works. We have that bottom of 70. Oh, now there's someone chasing it. So yeah, now that we're below, this is not. That guy's chasing it at 80 right there. You could see. So that bottom is still 79.60. Maybe we get some relief off there. There was a guy, I guess not chasing it. It stopped at 80, but it showed up like 85. Some downside pressure there. There it is. It just got taken out. You saw that go to 76. So maybe that seller's gone. I doubt it. We'll see if it comes back. But right now, AMD, we're long here at 82. That bottom is somewhere around there. But again, still trying to catch these bottoms is not the right play for AMD. So, we'll wait to see if this one works. And if it doesn't, man, maybe just a break of I mean, what's that? That wick is 70, so yeah, a little bit in trouble. It's better to go long on stronger names, right? So here we go with Tesla. We have this name. Let's see if it continues to work. But this is a nice one. Here we go. See, like, it's not that hard, man. I mean, I can take the amount of shares in Tesla that I take in AMD. It doesn't even matter to me, but I'm lighter in Tesla than I am in AMD, which is kind of sucky. But if we can get a 196.50, we'll take 50 cents on a piece of it and then hold for that 197.50 right there. If VWAP's going to be 50 cents lower, let's see if we can't take 50 cents. It's right back to the 50 period. Oh man, it just touched that. All right, hopefully we can get it out there with Tesla next time it comes up into the 50s. That's a trade I'm looking for.
So I'm in the CRM. I had to step a little bit out in front of that 185. I don't like it, but I did miss that fill. So if it comes back and gives me another shot right in front of the low of the day, I'll take it. 85 is going to be a hard stop area. Give it a few pennies beneath that, but not too much, let's be honest. It's already 11 o'clock, man, and this is a wild market. It's trying to hold the highs if it can.
Already 11?
Obviously, there's 2% to the upside if it can go, but there's some big-time pullbacks coming in. So make sure you have your stop levels here. You don't want to overtrade during lunch, but there's going to be some activity during this lunch hour. And we're sending you to the professor, and he looks like the professor for real today, and the scalp demon himself. Go get him, boys.
Look at those. Oh, baby. Oh, my goodness. Guys, we got Fed speakers after Fed speaker after Fed speaker today.
Yeah.
So if you thought, the midday show was going to be a little slow, nuh-uh. Fed Bostic, 11:45, and then Bowman will be on the closing show at 3. What's up, guys? This is the midday show. I'm Sharif. That's Luca. And, yeah, let's get it started. Wow. A lot of market movement on the way up. Michael Noss kind of like prefacing this whole day with that engulfing candle, essentially saying the day was going to be bullish. And, oh, boy, did we have a bullish day, Luca.
Oh boy, yes we did. And today was for myself battling AI, which I'm on this name right now. I am short this name. If you want to look at my screen real quick, I battled this, man. And if you guys were trading this name, just a heads up, I'm short 26.58. If we break back above 26.60 right now, which we probably could, I think my stop will trigger it. Okay, yeah, there we go. So I'm out of that trade. No problem with that one. This one's just a battle, man. I couldn't even tell you. I'm like playing the tape, essentially favoring the long in front of 24. Earnings up 25%. I want to play like the bottom range. So catching the long, scalping my way around, holding it up, scaling myself out, trying to add in and over here, and then taking off like what I added there, no problem. Taking it long, explodes to the north side, explodes. I punch long, it explodes. I go, okay, I'm holding this. And then this flush, I try to add because it looks like it might be holding. And then we just flush down. Thank God I cover the full position because this went 26 to 25 in the blink of an eye. I could not even process what happened there. And then basically fighting for the long. This area was kind of chopping around, so it was just kind of like getting paper cut over there. Not too bad. And then, I was obviously, you could see I was really, really battling the short here. These are essentially break evens. Like I get the short, it goes, 20 cents, 30 cents in the money. I have the size. I'm holding the full size because it showed me this candle once. I figured maybe we could get it again. And so I figure if I get $1.50, I'm gonna walk away and be very happy on this Friday. But yeah, man, it just was chopping around. So break even paper cuts is what it is. Finally get the short 1, 2, 3 slam all the way down and then back up. So this is the common theme. It's definitely very, very stressful. The AI on AI right now is a Terminator, and it's clearing out both sides. It's killing everybody. I think, stick to your main levels. Don't get chopped up in the middle. Again, being a type of market maker, day trade the world, I can, throw out these orders very quickly and essentially take these asymmetrical risks at certain levels. Now, I do get chopped up a lot, and I'm down on the name. Basically only traded 8i today. And it's okay with me because I think the potential is there, the range is there, and then if it's going to give me the move, even if I get chopped, and then if this gave me the move, it's like I'm way, way ahead. So the risk to return makes sense. Yeah, man, Nas Industry, AI is a cold killer. It's a cold-blooded killer, killing everyone. At this point, I'm not really too sure what the serious levels on it is. I just feel like the tape is very, very thin. It does not feel like we were saying that it's a 100 mil float. I think it was, which to be honest, it doesn't feel like a 100 mil float. Like, yeah, it's like a 90 mil float, like the short interest is there, but it just doesn't, you look at the tape, man, this thing does not look like a 100 mil float, it looks like a 1 mil float. So yeah, I would say don't treat it like a 100 mil float. Your size is your risk. This thing can definitely whip against you very quickly. Hasn't shown that it wants to halt today yet. And if you're looking at the book and you see programmed buying and offering, those orders don't get filled right away for the morning for what I'm seeing. So all these things can change. Not sure if I'm going to look. I mean, 27 hasn't broken yet, so we'll see where that one wants to go. But for now, yeah, holding trend. And I'm sure, a lot of large caps moving today too. For myself, one main focus. But yeah, going into the afternoon, I'm sure I'll find some levels and go from there.
Yeah, all right, guys. So 2 positions. Been dancing with the same 2 all morning. ChargePoint and AI. You heard Luca give you his assessment of AI. I kind of had that red to green move. I had earmarked 24 as a level on the 15 in the pre-market. So I like that price action going into yesterday. So I'm like, okay. I put an alert out on my platform for that 24 alert. It came down into 2403. I didn't get the fill there because I didn't have a resting order there. That's on me. But in any event, I took the third candle. I think the third candle, which was the smallest of the red candles, after the 9:30 bell, and I rode that up a little bit. So that was a nice little move. Now I'm long again. I'm looking for continuation here. Like, look, we have an ascending channel to the high side, a rising wedge. I don't even really know if it's a wedge. It looks like, it's just a channel, to be fair. So I'm building up in this position, looking for a continuation. A break of 26 probably gets me out of this trade. I think that if we were to make a newer low here, that would be, signaling, at least an intermediate term, an intraday intermediate term trend change. So I wouldn't want to be holding, especially since where I got in. But so long as we hold the channel, I'm good to go for the long on this one, maybe even taking opportunities to average in at the lower end of the channel. The other trade that I have, now I got caught up on ChargePoint. I'll tell you the truth. This one was an earnings loser. However, it is still riding a tailwind from the, I think it was an announcement, when they made Tesla liberalize all their charging stations, and then there's going to be all this money coming into that industry. Obviously, ChargePoint stands to benefit from that. I think that was like 2-3 weeks ago now. So this has got that tailwind. It's been doing good as of late as a result of that. It bears looking at the daily chart here for that. Let's bring that in real quick. Yeah, you'll see, we're getting off the bottom there at 8s, even making our way all the way up to the 200 period moving average, but a clear rejection of the 200 here on that. Anyway, make a long story short, it comes out earnings loser. It goes red. It goes like 8 or 9% red on the day, and I'm like, okay, great. This is a green to red move, opposite of the red to green move that I had on AI. This is perfect. I'm taking this short. Wait for that big move up. I get to about 10. I see a top that was made at 1043. So then I get in on the first red candle to make a new low. Pops back up in and around that same area, 1043. I get short there again, and then it just breaks the top there. It's just higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. I'm like, nope, I have no part in this. I'm out of this one. And then I get in again. The close on this bad boy on ChargePoint was, I'll tell you in 1 second here, 1127. I'm like, perfect. It's going to make its way back to green, and then we're going to find resistance at yesterday's close. That'll definitely be a level. I get in at 1127. It kind of gives me a bear trap right there, taking me into low 11s. So I'm like 20 pennies in the money. I'm adding to the position. Nope. Boom. Goes right back up. Makes a little bit of what I'm seeing maybe now as head and shoulders. So I want all the smoke on this one. Let's see what this one brings. I'm ready to fight with it. We're below yesterday's close, and we're still negative on the day, even though we're definitely off the low lows, which were 990, at least after the market. So those are my 2 positions. Sadly, they're both red at the moment, but let's work our way in. Let's get some good cost basis, and we'll see what's up. Lay's records, the Hayes records. I called you Lay's, my bad. I loathe this chop. Went 30% up on SPY. Puts to 8%. I know, I hear you. I mean, like, obviously, we're in a choppy market, Luca.
Oh, yeah, man. Chop, but definitely good trades to be had. You just got to be very patient and wait for it. I think Tesla's going to offer something today, maybe. Again, didn't trade it today, so let's look at it to see if there's any levels. I want to say that yesterday, yesterday there was range. Like there was range yesterday. We had from 187 up to 194 and then sort of back down almost all the way back to the lows. But let's see here because it did dip off that 193. And so 193, so I remember my levels from yesterday. I just want to pull this up very quickly. So 193 into 195 was my area of resistance, and it sort of didn't even get to 194 yesterday. And then today we have the dip into the previous resistance zone and actually bouncing off 193. And so now it's kind of choppy now. Like it is looking a little choppy, but yeah, holding VWAP for the time being. I wonder if this thing can get back to 198.200. I kind of want to say 198.50 into 200. That's kind of been the common theme, 1.5 points into the 200 level to show if it wants to like reject off that area. Tesla is now flushing into VWAP, and I don't really have a good read on the market today. I mean, I came into today, I saw we're at 4,000. I just figured, okay, the long can't be wrong. It is holding VWAP, but at the same time, I wonder what we get in the afternoon. I don't really want to short right now. I would have much rather, like yesterday when I play the short on SPY, and I know you guys, some guys love when I trade SPY, but when I play like the SPY, I need to be like really convicted in a specific area, because if it's just like a like a generalized area or an area that I don't have much conviction in, then I feel like first I'm not going to hold my trades, and second I feel like I'm just going to like lose my trade. So yeah, I would say I'm going to wait for the market to see if it wants to do something, maybe come back down into the 405 VWAP area, maybe into the 4K. It bounced the first time, it bounced the second time. I just feel like if we do sell off into that area, I could probably find like another bounce play in and around that area. So I might use something else as a proxy if I find a better level on one of the large caps that I'm watching. But yeah, for the time being, I'm just going to chill and maybe wait for that setup. I'm basically continuously, I mean, you guys could say what you want and make fun of me here. I'm continuously shorting AI, but my size is getting smaller and smaller. And the reason I say that is because this thing, it flushed and it held. It flushed and it held. It flushed and it held, and this one was like a worse flush. Now we're kind of breaking the 50 period, so yeah, maybe we do go down. Maybe I'll add to this, volume is dropping. And so it's like volume is kind of high over here and we're getting the action. Now it's really, really chopping around, and then maybe, I think we might get a flush and maybe a VWAP test. I wouldn't even be surprised if we get back to 25, like 25, 24 areas, like that kind of demand zone. This is like the first sort of really, really clean demand zone down below VWAP. And then the next one I would say is 2440 into 24. And so yeah, let's see if we can get into VWAP first and then go down from there. But yeah, if we continue to chop around, I mean, yeah, I'm getting lighter and lighter on the size. So I'm not really like, I'm like, it's just like, it is what it is going into the afternoon. Maybe the fade will be good as I get lighter. That's kind of the way the market sometimes plays it. So yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that one and see where it wants to go. I know somebody in the chat was saying NVIDIA, be careful of the dump. Talking about NVIDIA, so let's quickly pull up NVIDIA over here just to see where it is. I feel like we blew through 230 yesterday, and I was talking about the 228 into the 230 area, but we got that news that came through. Then we got the activist buyer of AMD, and NVIDIA continued to the upside with the rest of the market. Now it's actually back into the upper echelons of the range. So if we do, for whatever reason, get to 230, I want that 230 bounce play on NVIDIA. So, I mean, I don't know if we get there. We're sort of like in this range. It's kind of resisting 234. I know Neil was mentioning 235. So I would say resistance zone 234 into 235. For the rest of the day, I'm watching that. And then, yeah, 31 into 230 like area. If we could dip and pop back, that would be pretty awesome there. So yeah, I'll watch that one.
All right, guys, printing on charge point, got a fill right into 11 there. Now I'm sitting, where am I sitting at? 94s or now. There we go. We get the fill through that 11 break. Now we're at 96s, looking for, I think, 94s I'm sitting at here, 94s or 90. Yeah, we're at 95s now, but there that goes. So I'm knocking on the door of renewed buying, obviously, right in front of my level. The bots are listening, I know it. 94s. Come on, give me 94s. We're sitting here with a lot of size. 5-time normal position, guys. Going into this short head and shoulders development here. That's the whole point of this setup. Look at that. I mean, like, if I don't get into this, what kind of technician am I? I mean, like, I should be. There we go. We get the fill. We're going to spend that money. All right, so that's a good short there on CHPT. Pumped with that one. Let that one ride. In a big boy in this one, but I scalped a little bit out here. So we're good to go. Now, where do we find support? You gotta assume that 1085 level is going to be an interesting area here. Look at that peak over here before we eventually break it out. So I'm looking for 1085 possible hold on this one. Maybe I'll even scalp some more out here, but we'll see. We'll see. Still holding this AI long, averaging in at the 50 period. It looks like we got a bit of a bounce. I got a really nice print there in the 30s. Now bouncing into the 60s. So am I positive on this yet? No, I'm not. I'm still negative. My ACB is 69s. I don't mind having that ACB. Okay, I'll take that. We'll hopefully ride that into maybe like a 27 test or whatever. I'm sitting here at 2680s. So 2690s, excuse me, for fill. So I want a breakout of that channel if we do get a big move up there. We'll see. Maybe I'll take a little bit out before that now that I have a better ECB. Sean saying Tesla is moving at the moment. I'm seeing a test of possibly 197 coming in. It was a VWAP hold. Looks like it was a VWAP hold here on the 3-minute chart. There it is. That 195.70 holds quite nicely. So does that 50 period. Nice when there's confluence there. Now it looks like we're 196 3/4, so looking maybe for a 197 test there. Let's see what she does. Still holding AI. Let that one develop. Meta still pumping. Holy cow. Charge point now retracing back partially into 11. Now this is an inflection point. You want to see a rejection of 11 at these levels, right? You want to see the head and shoulders really start to form, really show its, the intention of the downward trend. And you don't really want to see a kind of like a fake out head and shoulders here. I mean, that's what you're looking for to show that, this isn't the one. So I want the 11 rejection, but, it doesn't have to be to the exact penny. It has to be a general area. So let's give this one room. I have 07 ACB on that one. So keep our eye on that one, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I'm looking at Meta for the first time. I know you were talking about it this morning, saying, going nuts. Meta, look at this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, Meta steamrolling to the upside, holding that 50 period all the way up. And, yeah, nice move up. I guess that 170 level that we were referring to on the daily, I was referencing it yesterday. We traded it the day before that, and it just didn't come back into play, guys. If you are a day trader and you find a level, but you're also a swing trader, and you say, well, man, 170 is just so good for so long, maybe that's a small sign. Obviously, on the day trading side of things, you might go long and it might go down 50 cents, and you say, okay, let me reevaluate this one. But it's showing you something that 170 is holding. Obviously, coming in large February 1st with the move up there, and then dipping down into the 170, and now looking like maybe I feel like we could potentially see a multi-day run. It's Friday. The market's
going up.
That's what I want
to hear, Luca.
You're long.
Now, of course, I'm long 133s.
133s.
Yeah, my guy. Yes.
Let's go. Yeah, man. I feel like the high of this upper end range is going to be interesting, but it's. I wouldn't be surprised if we're at 200, like at some point in the near future. Obviously, Meta very strong move up. Just keep in mind, man. Last year was a terrible year for stocks. So it's easily, these names bounced all the way back up, like easily, right? Things aren't going to go down forever. They're not going to go up forever. So yeah, factor that one in. And Comp SRX saying, Sharif, keep the composure. It's tough, man. When you're making money, things are good, man. Things are good. What's going on? Yeah. Chill vibes. Hopefully you're having a great day, enjoying the show. And saying, can you check SI for me? Sure, I'll have a look here. So I didn't trade baby. SI today, but I know it was obviously 23 million shares traded. Definitely interesting. Giving the pop over 6. A little bit of a whatever you want to call star pattern there on the 1 minute, and flushing down into that 5 level, now very robotically, making its way up to the upside here. So not really too sure what to think about this one, but I would say use, based on technicals, I would say obviously yesterday was like an extreme down day with the kind of news coming out there. And yeah, okay, let's see here. If I wanted to just give kind of broader levels, I would say 6 there to there. So 680 into 7, and then 615 into 6. That's kind of my generalized levels. So it did test the first one and go back down. I think this is like a looser level that I would say. Like this one right here, like 580, but it's more like 580 into 620 is like a range. And then 6 is like the hard level that you probably you're gonna get some stops there. But it's moving very, very robotically and just kind of like popping popping, popping. So I would, you know, I don't see a trade on it right now. I'm not really going to trade this thing, but maybe 5, it wants to hold 5, and then maybe reject 6 again the same way that it did in the morning. If this thing does get over like 620, so high of day, then yeah, you have kind of room to pop like 660, 680 area. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm not really too sure if that's going to happen. Maybe we just sort of drift up into this area, and then we drift back down into VWAP. That would be my general guess on that one today. So yeah, we'll see. And Vice saying, is there a Fed talk today? Oh,
Yeah,
baby.
oh yeah. So here we go, guys. Bostic, 11:45. Bowman, 3 p.m. And then aftermarket Barkin. So if you want to trade those aftermarket futures, 4:45 may be an interesting time for you. We'll talk about that and a bit more when we get back from Volume Leaders with Brendo at the big desk.
Hey guys, busy morning shaping up here as we wrap up the week. I'll give you a look at what is doing the most volume right now as far as individual names are concerned. 10,306 U.S. listings on this board. 6,500 positive territory, 2,659 downside, about 1,100 little change so far. Currently, 168 new highs versus just 60 new lows being made. 288 million right now for Zila. A couple days in a row, that's been top of the list or thereabouts. Anyways, for XELA, 72 million. Then for OBSV, a little penny stock as well, 9 cents. TQs on here, SQs as well. Typical Tesla. All week, this has been near the top of this board. Has Tesla up 2.8% right now. TRKA, HubC, AI to the upside today in a big way. SOXL as well. CYTO having a nice day, up 52%. Decent volume there as well, guys, for that. Altamira Therapeutics, 19 million shares so far. Back over to you.
Thank you for that, Brendo. All right, basically looking here at AI as I'm looking for my first profit target at 80. We're at the $3 level, excuse me. So we should find, you know, I mean, I want to say we kind of pause in and around this area, and 80 again, like, you know, it's a general area of selling around there. So I'll wait to get printed there if I get printed at all. And then my next level above that is going to be at 90s, and then we're definitely going to take some in front of the whole dollar should it make its way up there at 27. Bit range bound. My best entry is definitely that dip off the 50 period. Have a look here for the better part of the morning. I want to say starting around 10 o'clock, it's really respected the 50 period when it's retraced in to earlier levels. So the 50 period is probably where I should have sized in the most. Sadly, you know, I was looking for the continuation here, but the 50 period was absolutely money here, as well as here, and then back where I got it as well. Let's look for some continuation through 80. We're getting some accumulation buying at between 60 and 70. The buyers are overwhelming the sellers, I feel, a little bit here, but we'll see. Now, this is the one that's troubling me, charge point. Now, this is coming to an interesting area. If it breaks this level here, this 11.16, 11.17 level, I got to cut this trade. This is obviously a failed head and shoulders. Despite the fact that I was able to scalp some nicely here, I'm still holding the majority of my position. I only scalped out 20%. I'm holding 80%. So if this gets out here, it'll be a loser. Thankfully, though, I'm in at 11.07s, and so my out will be 11.17. So that is exactly 10 pennies as a result of me getting a good price here, and that doesn't always happen. Looks like we're finding some resistance at this level, but we'll need to get continuation below 11 if this is going to be a head and shoulders. It's already basically looking like a really, really deformed head and shoulders here, so I don't know what's going on. We'll play the levels maybe rather than the patterns at the moment. I think that the price action is very specific as to what is support and resistance here on charge point. So 11.17 retracement to the high side. I'm Gonzino. Otherwise, I'm looking for this one for an 11 break, which you already did, and then a continuation. We want to see at least a 50% retracement from where the breakout point is. I want to say the breakout point is $10. So if we're taking an 11, well, yeah, an 11 break, definitely we want to see that 1050 be tested. If not 1050, if I'm being ambitious, too ambitious on that 1050, I want to say VWAP, where VWAP, so a VWAP retracement, which is currently at 1067 or so. So in and around that general area, obviously I'll be scalping as that goes on. PECT, I don't know how to say this. Morning Big Bully. Apparently I'm bullying you.
No.
Do you feel that way?
No, not at all.
I don't feel that way at all either.
No.
Yeah, I'm getting this guy Spros and treats.
No,
And there's
no.
more treats today, Luca.
Yeah. Don't.
More peanut
no,
butter
man.
treats.
Things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go. Okay, I love those, man. Those are awesome. Yeah, guys, I'm short AMD. Basically at the 80 level. I'm just wondering, waiting to see if this wants to flush. I think it's going to give ample amount of opportunity
baby.
to kind of recycle in the area before it makes a decision. I'm also watching. I know Sharif is long AI.
Oh, I'm
nice
printing.
average on that one.
Yeah.
We're seeing sort of buyers step in at 26.75. I wonder if this 27 breaks and goes. I kind of want to take a 27 break, but the fact that this thing makes highs and then flushes kind of scares me away. So I feel like the way that I might structure this is either give it another minute, get into a long, or take the break. But if I do that, it has to just be less size by default because it's susceptible for like the over-under flush. I don't want to get caught in that with punching the highs there. So and volume is just not really like what it could be, right? So yeah, I'm not really too sure what to think. I was also looking at Apple here, wondering if this is going to hold the general level that it's giving right now. So the 40s. Apple up 2.4% on the day. Maybe it wants to run for a little bit of a VWAP bounce. I kind of want to bid closer to VWAP, but I do want to try a little bit of a long here. So yeah, you know what? Let's do it. I'm going to get long right here if I can. Okay, there we go. Yeah. And let's just see if this wants to bounce back. I feel like if we break another 10 cents lower, then we're actually going to be going to VWAP. So if that's the case, I might either let it go or just build into the long. So let me just pull Apple up here on the screen. So essentially it's bouncing, now breaking, but again, up 2.4%, nice rally in the morning. 150 is giving a little bit of resistance over there, but then I feel like we want to go back to 150. And, it's Friday, maybe there's some options at 150. Just looking at the daily on Apple, it hasn't really been at 150. Or like it's been there, but it hasn't been there for like the past, few days or so or week. So I just feel like, you'll probably get some calls there. And, don't quote me. You might as well check. I did not. But I just feel like this wants to go back to 150 eventually. So I'm eyeing the top of this range for the cover. And again, if we do go lower, I'll either continue to add to it or I'll get out of it and then re-add it around VWAP for the bounce play. But again, I'm not going to use VWAP as a hard level. I'm going to actually use 49s because we wicked down into 49s. We didn't break it this time. We broke above it. We wicked down. We didn't break it. And then we went back up. So if we do go into VWAP, I feel like we could break it quickly. But if we break 49s, maybe we want to flush another 20 cents there. So yeah, I'll be watching this one very closely. Short AMD, that one seems to be working. I have bids out. And Apple, yeah, building the long to start. And we're going to watch AI as well to see where that one wants to go.
Yeah, okay, I'm holding AI still. There does seem to be a clear level of resistance at this 80 level, despite the fact that it broke it on its ascent up a few 1-minute candles ago. Right now, we're finding some renewed selling coming in at 80. I'm waiting at 90 for that. With respect to Charge Point, took some out at 11 again as it came back down to 11. So I do like that lower high. Higher high, lower high, lower high. More of this, please. But we want to see a lower low. Where's a lower low at? 1093. Yes. So it'll be 1092. We got to break this trough here. 1092. Let's continue on the way down. Definitely renewed buying at 11. I mean, it's acting like a stock that's up 20% as opposed to a stock that's down 2.25% because of the way it got off that bottom. It didn't retrace at all off the bell. It just skyrocketed, retraced the entire decline that it made after its earnings play yesterday. So it's trading in a different way than its percentage up on the day would indicate. So again, looking at the 11 break, we're finding renewed buying. We break it here. There we go. Below now 10. We're printing 98s here on the bid. I'm waiting at 95s. There we go. 97s now on the bid. 96 is showing up. I'm waiting at 95 to get another print. And then we want to see continually lower lows. This is a good trade. Let's hold her until she runs there. I don't get a print yet on AI. I'm still waiting for that 80 bit to print. It looks good though. I mean, I still feel we're keeping the higher lows here. There we go through 80s, 85s. Let's look for that continuation here. We're getting a pop on the market. We're reclaiming 40-20, it looks like, and we're moving a little bit. So there we go, 84s now, 85s coming in on the bid, 87s. Do we see 90 in the cards here, Luca? 88
I think we're breaking
coming
27,
in.
man. That's my opinion.
That's what he's looking
I'm
for,
long,
that
I'm long
27
now.
break. He's long. All right, I'm looking for that 90 print. I mean, I don't have everything to take out at 90. Obviously, we're finding some resistance to be expected. It's choppy, it's choppy, it's choppy. But that's just the way these stocks work. I mean, welcome to the real world, I guess. Back to charge point, we're retracing back into 11. I feel like I'm shorting a stock, again, like that's up 20% rather than down to 2%. It's so strong on the way up. There's renewed buying at all these levels. And in case you're wondering why this one's having relative strength, if you're just joining us, again, it's really riding that tailwind from the Inflation Reduction Act, which has all sorts of money for charging networks and charging stations, so long as they abided by, you know, that new federal regulations about opening up their charging stations to other cars, this and that, and that usually mostly applied to Tesla. But anyway, it's riding that tailwind despite the fact it had disappointing earnings yesterday, and that is that play, and that's why it's on my radar. We get the fill at 90, Mr. Luca. We're going to spin the money on that one now, up 26.5%. AI pump into the high side, baby. I'm still holding a full position, which does not please me. I'm taking some out here. There we go. I get a little bit out there as we retrace back below 90. There we go. Now we're seeing some 94 prints. Pump with that one. Let that one ride. I'm also seeing Stressla on my screen here pumping. 197.76 is the high. We're at 197.50s. We're $0.25 away from the highs on Stressla. It's up 3 1/3%, probably be 0.5% in a minute. We're also 2 points away from the high on the futures, guys. 40.23 on the March ES contract. We're at 422.5. So here it comes, baby. Mr. Luca, we're talking about that 27 coming into play real quick over here on AI.
Oh, yeah.
We're a few pennies away. I'm very excited. I'm going to have another little out here. On the other side of that 27, I'm going to sit at 05s.
Now, the real question is, do we break 27 and go into an uphalt? Because I think it was 26 that had that potential, and then it just didn't do it, and then we had that nasty reversal. So the fact that it got caught on the way down gives me the vibe that, 27, it's like, okay, let's see what happens here. But again, sticking to my guns, I'm already long, 26.73. And I'm going to add to this for a potential scalp long through. But again, heads up on this, the Terminator in full effect. Very, very dangerous, clearing out both sides. I just feel like the trend is up right now, and maybe, this thing feels like it's stopping out everybody, but we're eventually going to go back to the daily high, which was above 29. I think it was maybe around 30, 31. So again, the fact that the flow feels kind of thinner than it should be, shorts are kind of potentially getting squeezed. All these things coming into play makes me want to take the long, but at the same time, I'm still cognizant of the fact that even though program buying comes in, so I basically took a long in front of the 70s, which I think we're seeing some, programmed buying hit the bids. It's not really getting filled. And then at 26.90, we see that same type of order setup hitting the offer, and yeah, it just gets filled right away. So all things considered, I kind of like the long, which is why I want to add to it. But yeah, we're going to go to Big B at the big desk for the European close.
Here we go.
Hey guys, wrapping up the week here for European markets, for the most part looking like a positive end of the week anyways for all of these. Just waiting for a few more to come through here, but 1%, 1.7%, 1% there, including the CAC 40 in France. So 1.3% for the Euro Stocks index overall, right across the board. Nice look as we get a little bit of follow through anyways for European markets following North America to the upside to end the week, guys.
Money, 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 money.
There we go. Okay. So we got the 27 break. We take out a lot there. Now we have 44 average. It's flushing in, but thankfully we get a good average as a result of the scalps back into the 80s. To be expected. Now it's just how much am I going to let this go against me? We knew it was going to, typically, there's a rejection immediately after a key level break. 27 clearly being the level here. But oftentimes, especially when the stock is very strong, you have a retracement right back into that 27. So it's just, the weaker hands get shaken out in that descent, and it's not even really the weaker hand. You may be just risk managing, and then planning to get back in should it ascend. Here we go. Looking back, oh, there we go, right back down. So back into the 90s, into the low 80s, a lot of movement here to be expected, but I'm holding a little piece. I want to see if we break above 27 and we continue. I mean, it may shake you out, but it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one here. We got the rejection off 27 that we wanted. Is that it? Is that it for now, or is there going to be more of a rejection? And now are we kind of consolidate, maybe retrace right back into 27? We're seeing 90 prints again, so a bit of a tricky one. But I want to hold. How much do I have left? Okay, so I have 30% of this position left. 70% is out. I have 45s as my average. There we go. Now 90 comes back in again, but renewed selling at 90. Which was an earlier level. I guess let's just let this one be. It's probably not really going to help me to stare at it much here. The one that I really need to concern myself with, again, is this CHPT. I have a good entry at 07s. Now it's back to 06s, but I have to give it to 11s. And the reason is because that's the higher high. If it breaks above 1111, that's the higher high. That's my cue to get out. So far, we have lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. I don't get out until I see the break of that trend, and that trend comes at the expense of the size that I have now at 1111. So that's my look on CHPT, looking for a continued break of 11. So far, a lot of renewed buying at 11, despite the fact, we break below it a few pennies, maybe even 10 pennies almost. But a lot of buying coming in there at 11. Back to AI, we're back in the high 80s here and hanging out maybe at the 90s. I want to hold the rest of this 30% into the break of 27. That's my play on this one, guys. What are you looking at, Luca?
Yeah, guys, I'm long Apple again. So essentially getting long at the bottom there, saying I want to add into it, right? Goes to the top, take it out, watching AI, comes back down, back above into the range. So flush down, like interesting, right? Like flush down, but then quickly back up. So I'm taking the same long, and I'm seeing can we go back up to the upside there? Just to give different alternative in terms of how to trade. Like different kind of perspective of what I was doing. So I tried the 27 long, right? Stick to the plan. So long, taking the break. But again, cognizant of the fact that if we do like an over-under, I'm aware of this, and we could easily just be back at the bottom, right? So I'm not holding like this at the top when it like moves 20 cents down, 30 cents down, and then potentially gives like another nasty flush lower. So basically add was like, okay, do we go into a halt or do we not? And yeah, not really. So a little paper cut there. Not a big deal, but yeah, this one not really too sure. I think at this point now I'm gonna chill and just like wait to see if there's any like very sort of obvious setup on it. Maybe wait for another flush is kind of what I'm telling myself. So it's done it so many times, so like wait for that to see. But yeah, we'll see if that one wants to come to fruition. I do want to go back to AMD on this because this thing, it's got the short. Flush down, covered basically 79.80s, just ahead of like the low of this general area. AMD, the long was just really good yesterday, and now it's just struggling over the 80-10. And so I feel like 80-10 to 80-20, even though it wasn't like really a level, today, it's obviously been through it multiple times, it's kind of respecting this level now, which sort of lines up with maybe there's no VWAP buyers, and every time we kind of go up, they're either done or people are trying to sell VWAP because of the move from yesterday. So yeah, let's watch that one and see where that one wants to go. As Apple gives this nice pop into the 50 period here, not too shabby, not too shabby. Let's see if I can remember to have my offers out to get some fills there. And yeah, looking to short AMD. If we can, maybe I'll start one soon. I don't want to get it here just because this looked like we might have gone down, but now I see we're sort of chopping and holding. So yeah, I'm going to watch this very closely, but I like the shorts for now at least. I like the shorts above VWAP and the covers down below with the opportunity to actually dip down into like 79, 70-ish area. Yeah, we'll see if that one comes to fruition. And then just going back to Meta, we're very far from it, but if we get back into a VWAP area, I want that VWAP bounce there.
Alrighty. All right. Yeah, a Fed speaker. Someone was asking in the chat what Fed speaker. It is Bostic. I think it's Raphael Bostic. Fact check me on that, chat. 11:45, slated to speak. Not sure on what platform. Probably can find it easily on YouTube. So have a look there. And then if you want to watch and then keep us apprised of what's being said, maybe anything juicy, tag me or Luca in the chat there. So we'll talk about it. this is it, I think, for me on charge point as we're now hitting 11.11s. I've got my outs at 11.12. So if some 12 prints come in, I'm seeing some 12 prints come in here, but very small amounts, not like 5 shares. Wow, okay. 5 share, 1 share, 1 share, 5 share. So not sure if we're going to make a new high. If we make a new high, I'm out. So that's what that is on that. But there is some selling. I don't want to get out of this position. But I mean, if it's bad, it's bad. What can I say, right? All right, we'll see what this one does. Let's have a look back at AI. It looks like we're still kind of, you know, within that trend. We're still in the 80s here on AI. We haven't given up hope to blow through that 27 and to kind of get that trend continuing. 27.10 technically the high on that, with a couple of outs by myself here over that 27 area, but still holding 30% of the position. I definitely want to let this one run. Back to charge point, because I need to manage this trade because I could get out at any minute here. I'm seeing really weird amounts coming in at that 12 level, like for 1 share and 5 shares coming in at 12. Not sure what that's about, but looks like 12 is being defended. I guess, you know, maybe algos are looking at the same thing I'm looking at, which is that higher high, defending that position. I don't want to add any more at this level. I don't think it's warranted there. We got to flush back into 8s and 7s. I don't think it's warranted for me. I took a 5-time normal than usual position at 11.07s because, you know, it is such a slow mover and much more predictable. So I'm able to risk manage a lot easier on this one. So I wouldn't typically take a 5-time position on like a Tesla position. That wouldn't happen. Not yet anyway for me. So this one I'm able to manage risk a bit more. Let's see if it continues. I mean, it's kind of a slower trade, boring trade, but it is a technical trade, right? We're working off exact levels here that are holding, at least for the moment. And if they don't, then we know exactly where we're getting out. There we go. AI popping above 27 again. Where am I sitting here? I'm sitting at 15s. 15s, I'm sitting at 15s. Now we're holding above 27. Is this just a quick hit it and quit it type, you know, pop above 27, or are we gonna continue here? We're getting 12, we're getting 13 prints. It'd be nice if I could get like a 15 print here, but not to be. It looks like it actually crossed. But the area of illiquidity, I guess, this is an obvious area of illiquidity as it is the high of day. Technically, the high of day is 18s, and I had my thing at 15s, and I didn't get the print. That disappoints me. But, hey, these are live markets, baby, and anything can happen. We're holding 27 for now. Is 27 now former area of resistance, current area of support? Do we hold this level, or are we gonna do the dance above it and below it until, you know, we're far enough away from it that we don't retrace? So, hey, in the money on this one quite nicely with 44s. I'm long 45s. It says here on the board, okay, 45s, not 44s. So that is good news. Another piece of good news is that charge point rejected off that 11.11. This makes me want to hold this more for the simple reason that it really is respecting these random levels. They're not random. I'm reading them on the chart, but, you know, random to somebody else on the chart. So I'm going to hold this one. I really want to wait for a break of 12. We are setting up for a flat bottom break, but keep in mind, we are above VWAP. So that, you know, the I should always be the long side. And yeah, maybe I should be de-risking a little bit here, to be honest with you, because of the amount of times that 11 has come into play. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to de-risk at 03s. I'm going to take a little bit, another out here. I'm still holding quite a sizable position, so a bit tricky. There we go. We get the fill on AI. It blows through there. Now we're holding 5% of the position left. Let's let this one ride. 27 is in the distant memory. We're now 27.20. That's the high, Luca.
Sharif, where do you get those glasses from?
Costco.
Are those prescription?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so yeah, because everyone's asking, like, guys, what glasses are those? So
Costco, baby. They are.
Costco, those are.
They are Robert Graham's, and they say knowledge, wisdom, and truth. And
I
I'll
can-
wear anything that says knowledge, wisdom, and truth.
I can confirm that they are prescription. I can see
You
it.
can see
I
them,
can see
yeah.
through the lens.
No, I'm
Someone's
not
like,
that
I'm starting to think Sharif's glasses are not prescription.
They
and
are,
I'm like, oh
they
no, they
are.
are. Mine are not. Mine are blue light glasses for like $5 on Amazon. So everyone keeps
There you
asking
go.
me, saying like, oh, those glasses are fire. Where'd you get them? Are those Gucci? I go, Gucci. No, no, no. These are not Gucci glasses. I tell you that much. No, no. I like low quality stuff, so I could destroy it and then just buy it again and not worry too much. Although I do have nice sunglasses.
Can I say something
I just
to
don't
that?
like wearing them.
I don't mean to contradict you, but this is a perfect time to say this because I've been holding this saying in for a while. One of my dad's really wise old friends said to me one time, he's like, I'm not a rich man to be buying inexpensive stuff. Does that make any sense to you?
I guess you could take the,
Or low quality, yeah.
so people say buy it once, buy it right.
There you go.
Right? So buy it
guess
once,
that's
buy it
his
right.
philosophy, yeah.
It makes sense. Buy once, cry once. Do the right thing. Buy it
Look at
once.
this guy dropping more knowledge.
Yeah,
and
man.
I'm the one trying to bring it out the point. You have all the sayings.
Yeah, man. Buy once, cry once. And I'm
Okay.
sure a lot of people in the chat agree with that. So you just, like for myself, it's like know when to do that, right? So for example,
Very true.
if, and I'm just trying to think, like if you're buying like a suit and you're going to buy like one suit, like just make sure you buy like, spend the money, spend, $2,000, whatever, get the suit, tailor it to yourself. You have a nice fresh suit.
Yeah.
But
But other stuff, not so much.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I
for
hear you.
example,
I hear you on
glasses that you could just quickly like I'm a trader, right? I might take these off and throw them, even though I don't, right? I just
Yeah.
like yeah, man. It's just know when to do it. That's for myself. That's what I tell myself. But yeah, I like that, John. It's very expensive to be cheap. So just know.
That's what he was trying to say, my dad's friend. Exactly what he was trying to say.
So exactly.
Yeah.
So just know when and where to like spend the money. At least that's what I say. So for example, when it comes to food, like I'll not cheap out on food.
No.
Because you need good quality
That's
food.
long-term stuff.
That's
Yeah,
long-term stuff,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
You might as well just spend the money, eat well, right? But like just if you need to save money, if you absolutely have to, don't save by buying McDonald's. And it's not even that cheap anyways.
You're going to be paying for it later.
You're paying for it later,
bill will
man.
come
So
due.
yeah, exactly. It's that's yeah, man. Mark Wagner saying buy Italian suits. Just buy like suits that are made well. I'll leave it at that. Buy suits that are made well. And for myself, there's the Costco T-shirts. I don't know if you know the rough dress.
I love them.
Before they were like $6.
Okay.
Now I think they went up a little bit.
Well, yeah, everything.
Yeah, but it was like 5 in a pack, and that's it. Give me
love those,
like
bro.
20 of these packs. Brad will vouch for me. He knows. He's
I
like,
love Costco,
Luca, this
man.
man only wears white shirts. Guys, I have a white shirt on. Underneath right now, I go, okay, I can't wear a white shirt all the time. If I'm coming on YouTube over here, like people are gonna be like, oh, does this guy ever
Do they
change
make
his
black
clothes?
of those ones?
They make black.
There
The
you
black
go.
are good
There
too.
you go. Yeah.
I just like the white. It's like nice and fresh. Wear it with a
course.
nice watch. That's kind of my style. But yeah, buy it once, buy it right. Stick to that one.
Yep.
And yeah, exactly. Buy your own potatoes. Make your own fries. Make those,
go.
those nice, fried fries. Anyways, I don't know where I'm going with this, guys. Apple is going to the upside. I offed it because I thought we were gonna get flush, and I'm just kind of want to just be flat for the time being because I'm watching. I thought like the way that it's dipping, right? It's dipping and popping. I thought we were actually gonna get a dip, and I'm like, hey, you know what? Let me off it because we're gonna go down. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm like, let me off it because we're gonna go down, and then I'll like really add over here like into the level. But then it's going back up, and I'm just like, it was like lighter size anyway, so I'm not really too concerned with it. But I just feel like, yeah, if Apple does get a little bit closer to VWAP, that's gonna be like a pretty. I think it could be a pretty sick VWAP bounce there. So I'm gonna kind of chill there and wait to see if we get the flush on that one. And yeah, if we don't get it and we just go to 150, I'm thinking like let's break the high a day and then short into like a 150-50-ish for like a move back lower. But that one will be for sure less size because obviously Apple's up on the day, so I don't want to get too excited. AMD gave the flush down. I was not short. I was waiting for a pop. We didn't get that, and it just kind of flushed into the high 70s, or sorry, the low 70s. Now bouncing back there. So yeah, AMD, I still like that level. I'm going to continue to watch that one. Let's pull up NVIDIA here. Because these speakers are speaking, I just want to be very cautious of the orders that I have out when I'm multitasking.
No question about that.
So, in this case, I might say that I want the dip buy at NVIDIA at 230, but I don't actually have the order out. I don't want the order out because, God forbid, somebody comes around and says something, and I'm not even paying attention, and then I just get smoked for no reason. So,
Who needs that?
again, if you guys are wondering when people are speaking, at what point in time, I'll just pull this up for you very quickly. I know Sharif, mentioned it, but let me just kind of give you guys the visualization here for what's going down here in the market. So where are we? We are at 1150 right now. So this Bostic just spoke, or is speaking right now, I should say. And then next would be 1, and then 3. So I feel like, okay, so 1, so I don't have to worry. This is like a whole other, so I don't have to worry about this until the end of the day. But yeah, 3 and then 4:15, power hour. Obviously, Neil and Sean will be trading it and will be updating you with Brendo there. But yeah, 1 o'clock, we're getting Baker Hughes rig count, so watch out for that one. And I'm not really too sure when Bostic is going to be done speaking. Maybe you guys, if you're watching on the side, can let me know. Yeah, AI just going to the upside.
AI is going.
Look at this.
We're almost $1 in the money on AI, guys. We're long 42s. Okay, so we are $1. Wow, this is going. C3AI, we're going to spin that money. There we go, baby. Wow, what a move up for C3A. Now up 28.5%. Do we cover here? Why not? Let's cover. There's $1 in the money. Oh, I didn't hit it. There we go. We get that last triangle on the top. Where did I get there? I got 41s or 42s, something in that area. But there it's continuing to go. So this was a nice trade. It was knocking on the door at 27. You know, we got shaken out just a little bit. We had that initial 27 test, you'll recall. Took some out, retraced. And we said, yes, watch, there's a rejection. But typically these go back in the direction of the original trend. And lo and behold, does it ever. Now, almost 50 pennies removed from that 27 break. So pumped about that. Now let's go back and nurse the trade. That is annoying me. Every time we get back down into 11s, I'm de-risking, guys, because 11 has really presented itself as a legitimate area of support. And if that's the case, I don't want the smoke. So I've been de-risking. And so if it does end up breaking at 11, I'll definitely have a lot less than I would have, and therefore less profit. But such is the case when this is the price action. And in fact, I'm going to de-risk a little bit more there now. You know, getting some out because Charge Point looks like it really wants to hold that $11 area, and I don't want any parabolic tape teleportation taking me through. Yeah, that 1107 short that I have. So, I mean, I'm barely getting anything here, guys. The fact of the matter is, if I wasn't sized up so heavily on this, it would not be even worth talking about because the notional range between my entry and my profits are quite limited. So, that's the case. And so let's see what else is going on. Now that we're out of the AI trade, I have to have something else to fixate on. So, what are we going to look at here? We're looking at some of these big cappers. Let's bring in the big cap chart. The charts, I mean, and have a look. I mean, Meta is absolutely strong on the day, 5 1/3%, 184.20 high. What a move on Meta. Definitely the most bullish of the names. It's coming off a couple of catalysts there. Got an upgrade. I don't know. It had some sort of merchant WhatsApp news from Brazil that, you know, some sort of, you know, it's a catalyst. But, you know, the main thing is here, guys, is the recent tailwind here that we've been getting. I call it the TikTok tailwind. And, you know, talked about it in the morning show, how Congress has now enacted legislation to enable Joe Biden to outright ban TikTok. Whether or not he exercises that power is a whole different story. But, you know, in this tit-for-tat exchange that China and the U.S. are having right now, it's not out of the realm of possibility, especially in light of the fact that now we're hearing about China wanting to arm Russia. But that's beyond our purview. Just wanted to mention that quickly. Now let's look at some of these big cappers. I mean, you know how I trade. I'm not going to trade Meta at these levels. I'm not going to take a high of day break. That's just not how I go. Tesla is absolutely pumping though, Luca. 198.17. Yep. It just made a new high.
Market making a high.
There you go.
Yeah, Tesla, wow, into this 198.50 region. So again, just to kind of show my own levels. And I will remind you guys, trade your own book. You know, do yourself a favor, learn how to trade for yourselves. Don't follow trades. I know some people are like, oh, why would I follow someone's trades who wears glasses like that? And I'm like, man,
is that like really a thing?
Well, no,
is that like, what goes into your decision-making process when you decide whether or not to follow someone?
I literally saw the comment, like one of the comments come through, and I just started laughing because I'm just like, man, whatever it takes for you not to follow trades, like, you know, like just like learn how to trade for yourself.
That's a hell of a reason.
You know, obviously the whole purpose of Trader TV is like education, entertainment. Not here to say like, yeah, like follow my specific trades and I'm gonna print money. Like, no, you guys see, I take trades, I make money, I lose money, I scalp around a lot. yeah, it'd be quite difficult to follow my trades. I mean, I'll sit here and call levels. I feel like that's maybe like a value add. Like these are my levels. Maybe you have something different. And I like when people throw in the chat saying like, oh, for example, Picky Eater, lots of taking profit at 198. So even if I'm not looking at Tesla and I just glance at the chat and somebody's throwing out something, I'm like, oh, sick. Okay, I'll look at that one and kind of give my opinion on it. So yeah, it's just kind of. Yeah, I like how euthanasia is like I'll follow Sharif's workout routine. I think we could all do ourselves justice by following Sharif's workout routine.
I'm going to do like a little
over
micro
there.
segment. We're going to show
we
exercises
get to that
every day later.
Yeah, we get to that later.
Yeah.
But anyway, so going into Tesla, you know, it is up, but it's down from the previous day. I do want to sort of play off the 200 level, but I'm kind of waiting. Like I'm going to be very, very patient with this, because I feel like we could get into this region and then the real, like the better short is closer to like 199.50 for like a little bit of a scalp retracement down. I don't have conviction for Tesla to actually go back down to like 196, 195 and below VWAP for this potential idea that I'm creating for myself. We're just gonna see where that one wants to go. And yeah, Sean's still long from 195.68. So I feel like I wanna just be like, yeah, where are you covering that? Because then it's like that's where like the covers are happening. So then I know he's like, hey, why would I tell you? Yeah, he's covering 200? At 400. Okay, so if this thing gets to 400, then man, Sean might have like a great weekend. It might not be in next week, but yeah, no, it's we'll see where that one wants to go. But again, even though this is the beginning of my range, I want to be very, very patient. So sometimes I would justify to myself getting a short at the beginning of the range, but right now I want to be patient. I want it to get into that range. I want it to show me that it gets closer to 200, and then that is like my level for like a try short there. So yeah, we'll keep that one on deck and watch that. And yeah, we'll go from there, guys. Feel free to throw other names in the chat.
It's already been an hour?
Really?
Holy, just time's flown
by. You know what it is?
I did not feel that hour go by at all.
The first hour, I find, is still like very, very active.
Yeah.
So it's like we're talking and multitasking and like having a great time, and like we're looking and I'm like locked in. I'm like, what about this? What about that? And then like if something happens in the afternoon, obviously like tradable events, like yesterday's kind of move was kind of crazy, and I really regret not going long AMD, but that's my own fault there. Guys, GNS. Somebody talking about GNS here.
Yeah, saying that the entire morning.
This one was like a mover from like this is the daily. So this is the start of like the move. It was below $1. It had that start of the move, and look how it holds right off of the general vicinity of the top of that first kind of move up. So I don't know, I can't remember, or I don't even know what the news was on the specific day, but notice how it moves up on that day, gaps up, does a run up, sells off, bounces right around the area. So if positive news, if genuine buyers, maybe the buyers are still in and around this area, or maybe shorts say, well, this is my target because this is where the move started. So for whatever reason, it kind of turned off that 220 area, and just like, that's it. Buy programs, volumes coming in out of nowhere. Now this thing's going back to the upside. I don't know. I want to short. Is this free shorts here? Let me just do a quick check. No, not free shorts. Okay,
unlikely.
So, yeah, I'm gonna. It's not. It doesn't. I don't feel like it's done. I really don't feel like the move is done on this one. But I'm definitely gonna watch the 4 level. Like we're 40 cents away. And it's not. I don't really see like a super clean 4 level.
No.
For my own kind of setup, but yeah, maybe if this thing gets to like 420, I'll consider paying for shorts. I don't want to long it because we're just at the highs, and I just feel like buying the dips is. I mean, it's it's giving like sharp pops, then holding, sharp pop, hold again. It's doing like that same setup. So even right now, it's like this feels like that sharp pop. Do we then go back down and then hold the 350 and then continue to do it all the way up? So yeah, congratulations if you're long from the bottom, and best of luck to any longs or shorts that get involved in trade this. I'm going to be kind of patient with it and see if it can get to like 420. Yeah, guys, feel free to let me know in the chat if this thing goes nuts and is at like 455, because I might probably won't miss it because I'll see a lot of people talking about it. But yeah, I want to definitely keep that one on check there.
All right, guys, I'm trading charge point like a buyout at this point here because 07's short, and now we're just scalping at anything below 11s, right? So last couple of outs here, I've been at 98. We've seen some decent 98 print skier coming in on the tape. Again, here we go. We're holding below 11, and I'm de-risking here. I want to eventually get down to a full position and then just hold that full position for the flush, because I've accrued, a decent profit here on it as a result of this,
all these scalpings at the 11 and the below $11 after that initial entry. Wow, how long have I been holding this? I've been holding this for an hour. Yeah, so, you know, $11 has been defended for an hour. And there we go. We got some 96 prints there. I'll take some out a little bit right there at 97s, missed 96s. That's fine. Still holding over 100% position, trying to de-risk into 100 again. And then that'll give me a bit more comfort, and I can hold it again. Sean's out another piece of Tesla there as it makes a newer high on the day. 198.57 is the high now on Tesla, off an excellent VWAP dip buy at 196. What a long that was. Tesla holding VWAP quite nicely on that dip. But now it bears looking at GNS. So now we gotta look at GNS here. Here's a 3-minute chart. Luca showed you the daily there. It was a really convoluted move down where you couldn't really identify specific levels. So 4 was like, you know, an iffy level, and I totally agree with that. It's the whole dollar level. We have to respect it. But in terms of any, you know, prolonged price action at that level that shows you, oh no, this is a key level I need to be concerned with, nuh-uh, right? Not for this one. So this one, to me, is a little risky. Now, Luca was telling you he's going to look for shorts after a certain level. I'm going to look for shorts as well. I'm going to do it for a different reason, though. I want to see, can anybody guess? A VWAP break, consolidate, and another leg down. That's what I'll be looking for. You know, a big move up, and then the eventual retracement if it comes below VWAP, and then a nice consolidation period, and then at which point I'll try to build my position in. I'll try to figure out what the range of that consolidation area is, try to get some shorts at the higher range there if possible, and then you look for that eventual bottom break that we talk about. So if it doesn't materialize, it doesn't materialize. I don't take the trade. And simple as that. And then you obviously have to deal with your FOMO, and that's kind of like on you to learn with the psychology aspect that clearly comes with this job. So yeah, that's the plan on GNS. Definitely not something that you can just brush aside. It's a fantastic little play here. But I'm trying to take a little bit more out here at, oh wow, there goes the 11 again. 11 being defended so well on charge point. Even when it goes like 4 or 5 pennies, it's immediately bought up. And just like that, look at all that buying. And now we're at 11.02. It took us like 15 minutes to drop below there. Wow. So this one showing a lot of strength, coming right back closer to my entry area now, 11.04. Do I just shake it out of this one, or do I just cut this one loose and find something better to focus my energy on? I think that's exactly what I'll do here. I've made money on it. I'm holding now sub 100 position. It's back at 11. That's it for me on this trade. Let's focus the mental capital on something a bit better. We're profitable on it. No complaints there, but now let's focus on something a bit better. AI. Still doing its thing. Now it's decisively taken that 27.5. 27.54 is the high. So this one, yeah, somebody in the chat says AI is the stock that never sleeps. Yeah, it's like the New York of stocks, right? Like it's pumping up there, baby. It's been riding that catalyst, what, like 3 weeks now? The AI catalyst. Everybody and their mother's been kind of trying to imply AI you know, usage or development or whatever. This is the original OG right here. It's been doing this for a while with you know, its friend Google and these other players. So what else is the chat up to here? The life of Carlos. Oh, that's funny. Okay, what are you up to, Luca? You got yeah, guys.
on
AMD over VWAP again here. So let's see where this one wants to go. Short AMD, seeing if this can get back to the bottomish end of that range there. We're gonna watch this one and try to be patient with it and see where it wants to go. It sort of did it the first time. It kind of did the over and then flushed back down. Kind of back up now. Yeah, sure. I'll take a. Thank you. And yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go. I'm not gonna. I mean, the market's moving up, so maybe it's not. You know. We'll see where it goes. And I want to go back to Apple again here because Apple is approaching that 150, and it sort of like flew into the 150 level, and only went 149.97, and then quickly like reversing off that level and flushing. So. Yeah, Apple 150 in play. AMD kind of over VWAP 80. I just feel like. For one, it wants to print 80, and for two, maybe it wants to actually get back down and flush into like the low 80s again. So yeah, we'll see if that wants to come to fruition again there. And then yeah, Sean was mentioning he's covering a little bit of Tesla. So I do have an order, a very small order, like reminder order, I think, to short this thing. So if we get closer to 200, you'll see that I'm getting short Tesla, but that's a short that if I get wicked into the short and then back down, I'm okay to like roll with that trade, but it's kind of more of like a reminder to then watch around 200 and see what does it look like, what does it feel like, and what's it going to do next there. Didn't look at Amazon today, so I want to pull up Amazon to see if this thing's doing anything. Up 2%, everything kind of up on the day, but yeah, some longs look like a little bit better, like a little better than others. The Amazon long doesn't look as good I mean, it already gave the VWAP bounce, and it was not really like a nice strong move up. It was like kind of slow, and now it's just kind of channeling, not really breaking. I would say intraday levels, this level's pretty interesting. So it actually like exploded, went sideways, and then kind of flushed back and then rejected. So wide area, but this is like top end of the range over here. And then, yeah, I wonder if we actually like get back below VWAP on that one. It'll be dependent on where this market wants to go. I do think there are better shorts to be had though for today and better levels to play off. So might just end up staying away from Amazon for now. I do have CDIO on my list. So I just want to do this very quickly. Down 6% today, but let's just do this very quickly because this thing's kind of funny, making me laugh here. Yeah, the 8. So I remember the 750. Was it 750 that I mapped from the other day? I don't remember the specific. I mean, where were we at? This was like going into the close. It actually went higher there. So yeah, the level, I think it was like 750, and this is just using 50-cent increments. So I'm being very like basic in my levels, and like that's okay for me. But this was in the pre-market here too, so that's not really super relative. I would say this high there. So yeah, these levels are interesting. Definitely a resistance zone. Right now, it's inching its way back up. Can it get all the way back up to 8 the way that it was? But we're see how it gave those kind of wick-off tops in the towards the end of the day. I just feel like this upper echelon, so 8 to like 840-ish, is like the real, like, it doesn't want to spend any time there. So it actually goes over 750 and, you know, does some volume there. But, you know, over 8, it's like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Cannot even hold above that level. So I would definitely watch the 8 level more closely. And then again, if this thing breaks, like it did one of those classic, shows you that maybe this is a support, dips, the short looks good, comes back above, and then holds that general level. So this is that level of kind of support and bamboozlement right over here. And yeah, man, this is like sort of like stop out and then no real volume comes in. So I guess people aren't selling this and shorts don't want to short it. You know, whatever's happening is happening, but essentially watch the high of the move. So like over 850 into 9. You know, this thing still hasn't given a first sort of red day feel. It's just green, 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 green. So I think, I don't know if traders are watching for first red day. Maybe not today. Yesterday had the potential, but, you know, kind of reversed off that. So yeah, just watch that. Watch those levels. Watch the 8 level. Probably not going to short it. You know, tape is super thin. Spread is like 20 cents. 3.5 million shares traded right now, so kind of lighter, but definitely worth the look because this thing is just not failing there.
And CDIO is pumping too, guys. I don't know why. Maybe in sympathy with GNS as GNS just skyrocketed there. There goes 4. Come back with the Spro in my hand and a couple of protein bites, and all of a sudden GNS is like at new levels here, breaking through that 350 quite decisively. Several consecutive bull flags in a row here. I mean, where's the top? Your guess is as good as mine. Right now, it looks to be 4. Good call on that, Luca, for now. It looks like 4, you know, rejected. First red candle in a while to develop here, but, you know, same plan with me. Not touching this until, you know, there's a clear break of VWAP to the south side and we have got consolidation. If it doesn't happen, then sucks, because I won't get in it. CDIO, here's what I was talking about there. Consolidation, consolidation, consolidation. Then boom, all of a sudden the volume comes in, really reflected. Let me move that up so you guys can see the volume spike. Yeah, look at that. Equal and greater than the volume at the 9:30 bell. So lots of volume coming in right here. CDIO, I'll keep my eye on that one. It's a multi-day runner. It's down technically 4.5% on the day, but there we go. Now we're above VWAP, and we could easily retrace green. This is the daily. Have a look at that on CDIO. Initially getting that news early in February 6th, and then, you know, you get a multi-day runner. Look at that big topping tail candle. Goes up to 330, consolidate, retrace, retrace. New news, boom, to the high side there off that $1 quarter. Getting all the way up to that 8 3/4. We did, I think, the first of the month, actually. So a few days back, a couple of days back. So nice little play on CDIO. I'll keep that on the side chart here, and that was on it from yesterday. So I'll put GNS instead of Polestar, and that way we'll keep an eye on what that little bugger GNS is up to, Luca. Ah, he's still in that. Okay, he's eating. He's busy.
Sorry,
Of course, it's fine. It's the protein snacks. They're very chewy, peanut buttery. It takes a lot of effort to get those ones down.
Sharif, you can't bring me this this fire protein bar and then not expect me to take a bite, guys.
Hey.
Sharif makes these, you know, obviously we talk about them, nice and healthy. Fire, amazing, amazing. Okay, I'm gonna save it for later. Covered my AMD short. This thing is not like, it's too. It should have failed. It should have failed. It didn't. It's giving like the wick off bottoms and then popping and then popping. So I'm like, okay, you know what? Let me just take the small little win. Let me just small little win on that one. And yeah, reevaluate it, see if it wants to like go higher and dance around. It's just like the thing that worries me, and this is like, I'm going for such a like small, like, you know, kind of shorting it, waiting to see if it wants to go down. And then it like, I cover a little bit and it rips like all the way to 4s. So, and now, go figure, now this thing's actually going lower. But, I mean, how are you supposed to, like, know that, right? So I use that as a small tell, and I'll just, like, find another trade there. So, yeah, maybe the AMD short is now going to actually, like, go to where I want it to go, but it's going without me. That's trading, man. Digital warfare, these bots are pretty savage, so they will just, you know, they sense, oh, you're covering a little bit? Yeah, let's make it more difficult for you there. Guys, Oxy up 1.26% today. Kind of happy that I didn't watch this because this thing I would have lost money on this. I wanted that 60-50 short. It's now drifting to the upside, so I'm not gonna like trade that, even though it's kind of through the level. Tesla going up here.
Oh baby,
Sean,
here comes 200.
Sean is like, here we go to the upside. Yeah, breaking that 199. Can this continue? I still like the short. We're gonna see if I'm wrong or if I'm correct on it. It's up 4.2%, 420. Shout out to Elon over there.
Hey, yeah, there we go. All right, having a look here at the futures chart. This is a daily. All right. So we've obviously had a big, very big boy day today, and that comes off yesterday's engulfing day. It's not engulfing on the ES March contract daily, but it is engulfing on the SPX. So if you look at the daily chart on the actual index itself, it's a bit more clear. In this case, it's much less clear looking over here, but look at this day. We're at day's highs, and we're about to take the 200 here on the ES March contract daily. Get above that, yeah, I mean, obviously it's a key level of resistance. In the past, it's been very clear. Look at this, how we consolidated here at the 200 and how the 200 here acted as an area of support. So the 200's always been, I don't want to say always, but often a very key level of support and resistance on the daily, and even more so on the weekly, if you were to have a look at the weekly. So keeping an eye on the daily here to kind of get the general trend of things, but it looks like, you know, I don't even really know why we're moving. I mean, one Fed speaker comes in and says, okay, 25 basis points. I don't even know if they're voting or not yesterday, and he's countered by a different Fed speaker that came on later in the day and said 50. Anyway, whatever. Trying to figure this stuff out is, you know, probably just a fool's game, but back to GNS, guys. Wow. Here we go. Now the $0.25 is the high. Actually, 26 is the high through the $0.25. What a move on here on GNS. It's one series of green candles after another on the 3-minute chart. I'm not punching in at these highs. I just won't do it. Because if I do it this time, then I got to do it every time. And if I do it every time, I'll probably lose. So I'm not punching in. I'm gonna continue.
Wow, it actually went to 420, eh?
Hey?
I'm like noticing that you're talking about it as I'm eating. I'm like, wow, it actually went to 420.
Oh yeah,
okay.
It's 430 now.
Yeah, 430. Yeah. This is, I gotta pay for shorts. Okay, I gotta get shorts in this name.
That, yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, eventually it's gonna turn back down. Nothing goes up forever. I hope it goes higher. The higher, the better. But we're gonna see where this goes here. GNS. And now let's go with that one. Let's see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't flush as I'm kind of looking for this. Yeah, man, somebody made me laugh in the chat. Who was it? You said the Terminator is like, forget Connor. We want Luca. Yeah, Justice Watch. I know, man. I'm like, oh, man. But it's all good, man. It's all good because look at AMD now. This thing is like moving back up. And that's kind of what I was worried about. I was like, it's good. But then as I zoomed out for like a little brief moment in time and saw this and said, okay, wait a second, where are we? Like, it is still positive news, so I have to be wary of that. The market is still going up, and so all things considered, the scalp short could be good. It was good once, right? and I didn't actually lose on this one. But it was a good cover because now we're actually breaking the highs. My ultimate out would have been 80-20, but being discretionary towards the trade and watching it, looking at the book, looking how it's reacting, I say to myself, you know what, I'm not even going to wait for 80-20. I'm not going to scale back into it. I'm actually going to punch the rest out and not make it turn into a loser because it should have failed there. It didn't. And now at this point, I'm just going to kind of watch it and see what it wants to do. But yeah, maybe it's just like a no trade there and we just kind of chill with it. So yeah, man, that's it is what it is. Yeah, I spoke about CDIO, so I'm not going to go back to that just yet. Tesla almost filled me on the upside there. The high there was 199.30, and I'm sitting at 199. Yeah, just above that. Maybe I should have dropped down, but I feel like if I drop down, it still doesn't give me that fill there. I don't know, man. 199.50 is essentially the area that I want short. So when I choose where I want to actually get short and where I throw these orders out, it's like it's kind of like random. I'm just like, yeah, maybe like as close to it as possible. I guess that makes sense for like an average in type thing. If this creates, what was the thing we were talking? The morning star?
Oh yeah.
Or the evening star.
Is it the shooting star or the evening star?
But the evening is at the high.
Yeah, let's have
the evening star. You know, shout out to Renata. I think she was the one that mentioned it initially. But shout out to you for the star look. So we're on the 5 minute. This is now the close of an evening star. So are we? I mean, we're in the middle of the day, but it's nighttime somewhere. So I feel like eventually this thing goes back to the ground.
Evening star, yeah.
Yeah, let's see if it wants to pop again. So now that it's kind of created this star, I guess you could say, off 99.30, I feel like I don't want to short above that. I almost want to like short into the like 199 and then risk off of the highs there for like a scalp trade back down. I don't know if that's going to be the correct assessment, but I'm just kind of maybe going to try this and see if it wants to work there. I see CompSRX saying short initiated on Meta, so let me just quickly look here.
Meta is an absolute monster.
Meta's up almost 6%. I would let it break 185 first. I want to, yeah, like I'm gonna watch 185. It's strong, so I flipped this to 5 minutes. It's just like very clear, like this thing is just going up. I mean, eventually things pull back, but if you're like, oh, I want to short because the market or whatever, then you know maybe there's something better. But again, continue to trade your own playbook. That's the best thing that you can do. I'm watching that 185 for potential over-under, but maybe I stay away from it and just kind of stick to what I'm watching. Going back to Apple, it just can't break 150. It's just having a little bit of trouble. Like it's getting to 150. It's not really breaking the 150. I would watch the bottom of this wick right here, so 149.70. If it breaks down, does it actually continue, or does it, you know, break the 170, pop back, and then go back to 150? Those are the two type of kind of looks that I would watch. You're seeing very cleanly how this kind of like wick pop, wick pop, wick pop. So anytime you get these kind of quick retracements back up, it sort of gives me the vibe that there is some type of buyer that, you know, we sell into the level and then it just quickly reverts because there is some type of buyer there. So if there's no buyer or if the buyer has fully got the fill, and this could be a very, very short-term buyer, you know, this will be kind of invalid. So the same way how it did over here, sort of bounce, 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 bounce. But then it actually, as soon as I started getting long, it actually like went lower, right? So I feel like even though you see it, it's almost like as soon as you start getting long, the buy program recognizes and kind of pulls it. If you say, oh, I'm going to put a stop in, they want shares for cheaper. So they will react in real time. That is basically why I say it's kind of digital warfare. These are Terminators. They just kind of react to order flow in real time. So that's why it's better to stick to key levels. And for myself, 150 to 150.50 is like a key level, give or take. Not like super, super clean, but yeah, 50-cent range, key level on Apple, showing you that it wants to be resistance the first time, showing that right now that it wants to be resistance the second time, but then at the same time, VWAP is also key level because it's bouncing over there. So it's kind of like, I feel like you play this range until it shows you that it's not the range anymore. As you can see, I'm not in a short or a long on Apple. I'm just being very patient to the upside. And again, if I do take the shorts just because it's up on the day, I will be having less size on that one. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. And somebody's saying ARDX. Sir Striker, what's going on, Sir Striker?
Okay.
ARDX. I feel like Sharif wants to pull that up instantly.
Yeah,
sounds
from
like a small
yesterday.
cap.
Yeah,
is this the
it
one
is.
From yesterday?
Oh no, actually, it was on Brendo's watch list today. It was yeah. It made a move in the pre-market and it made a move after that as well. And it's up 30 some odd % on the day, Luca, 35%. It's at day's highs. $3.90 is a day high. We're at $3.89 right now. So it's a level we've rejected off several times. Look at all this accumulation here. at that 390 level. So there's obviously a seller in that level. Now, is it one of those ones that we're gonna, accumulate below for that eventual break long? It may well could be. Let's have a look. ARDX, what are we gonna get rid of here? I'll get rid of this charge point. Annoyed the what out of me. ARDX, the NASDAQ stock. Here we go. Let's look at this bad boy here. Yeah, a lot of accumulation into that 90 break. And here comes the size at 90. Now, I don't think this is that much, to be fair, for a $3 stock whatsoever. So that makes me feel like the majority of the size that we're encountering is going to be hidden. And, do with that what information what you will. What I'll do, though, I want to accumulate here for this break. I do like this hive day break. And for the exception of like a few isolated periods, it's been quite predictable in its movement. Not too wicky here. The notional price range is decent. I mean, we do have a low. Where's the low at? 339 technically, but the move happened in the pre-market, right? The pre-market, or was it yesterday? No, the move happened yesterday, 4 p.m. We closed the day off at 285. In the aftermarket, we got up to 323, and we kind of opened in and around there at 4 a.m., and it's been kind of just moving up the entire day. So I'm seeing the size get taken out here at 390. So do we test 4? I think, 390 is a random level. I say we get into 4. What I'm going to do, I'm punching into this one. Now, the reason I'm punching into this one is because I like the accumulation around these levels. I don't typically like to punch in at highs on a small cap crapper, but when you have several tests of this level on a stock that's obviously strong, the chances are it's going to break to the upside as opposed to reject, especially at a random level like 390. Let's have a look at the daily. I failed to do that. No, 390 is not a level on the daily here. Not that I can see. Let's look at the weekly to go back. Let me bring that in for you guys to look at. Here we go. Yeah, totally random level. $4 is a level going to here, and by here I mean April 19th. It looks like we had some price action in and around 4. Yeah, we got up to 410 back on I want to say April 4th. So there is some price action. It's kind of, I want to say, historical-ish. Because of, it's almost a year ago now, and a small cap crapper, that's not exactly, especially when we've been up so much above that. So I'm building up this position here, looking to add on retracements into the 50 period. In fact, let me get that ready now. So I want to sit at 85s. So I'm going to go ahead and take another position at 85. Should it make its way down there? And that will be just an add on the 50 period. It's respected the 50 period quite well for the majority. So whole idea here is accumulation top. Let's look for a continuation in a 4 and maybe even a breakthrough 4. So I'm long 90s, looking to get some more at 85s. Let's see what this one does. Don't make me look foolish, ARDX. Let's go. Quickly back to GNS, because that one was accumulating as well at an interesting level at GNS. Where are we here at GNS? There we go. So the idea here is, now, have we kind of broken above 4 and we're going to stay below 4? Or are we going to have multiple tests of 4 to the downside, then bouncing back up into the 20s, mid-20s? This one's a bit tricky, so I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Not sure what to make of it quite yet, but GNS, super strong on the day. What do you see over there, Luca?
Yeah, guys, I'm looking at Tesla, and I'm wondering, I'm trying this short, and I'm trying like over-unders here. It's just kind of like super light size, not really too convicted. I wanted higher, so like if it goes higher, okay, great, but I'm trying like these little bit of over-unders based on that kind of like new idea here. This is the top of the candle. It kind of went up. I wanted the short. It made a high, so I stopped out, but then it's back below, so I'm now stopping. I'm back in the short. I'm sort of going for like a little flush down, if we can flush down into like the high 198s. So yeah, we'll see if that one wants to go. I know somebody's saying Meta pulling back.
Yeah, it is.
I'm like waiting for the Meta pull back into VWAP. Like I'm not getting long Meta until we actually get closer to like a 180. Let me just pull up the 1 minute here. Maybe it might show a little. Yeah, like a 181. Like below 182, anywhere below 182 for like a little bit of a bounce play. That's kind of what I'm going for. So we'll see if it can actually flush there. I mean, the market needs to sell off. All these things need to sell off. Tesla, I'm just patiently waiting to see if this thing wants to actually flush. It doesn't. It's doing one of those things where it just stays sideways for a long period of time. and then it's going to pick a direction.
There we go.
But
There
again,
we
sometimes
go.
you got to fight for the fills there.
ARDX doing exactly what I thought it was going to do. There's the top breakout, 90 breaks. We're sitting at 95s. It goes up to 94s. Obviously, we don't get the fill yet, but the top is off now on ARDX. Not going to ring the profit bell on this one. I'm even sadder that it didn't come down into my 85 dip area. I would have loved to have a better AC. But here comes 94 again. The size on 94 getting taken out. Coming back in a little bit. Here's some size coming in on a, what's ARB? There we go, 95s again.
ARB's ARCA.
ARCA, okay. Yeah, so on ARCA, 95s came in there. 95s again, more size on 95. Lots of layered size here on the book. So we'll see if we get our 95 prints. We've been sitting at 95 for a while, so we should have some priority here. But the book is thick at 95, and it's thick at 98 as well. Not so much 96 and 97. So you feel if we break through this 95, but a lot of size here accumulating, lots of sellers stepping in, looking to take short or profit taking at that 95 level, but we do break it decisively, and that ends up being a good trade. Let's ride that into 4, but let's not count our profits before we secure them here because we haven't got printed. So up 35.69%. The idea is right here, accumulation at 90, and up on the day. So chances are that break is not going to be to the downside. It's going to be up to the upside. Ride that trend, baby. But Meta giving you a nice little opportunity here to get short. I mean, mean reversion. We've got a lot of mean to revert to, Luca. We got
a lot of mean to revert to.
We started off the day. I mean, we got lows at 177. We got highs essentially at 185.
I'm waiting for that bounce, man. I'm going to be very, very patient, waiting for the Meta VWAP bounce if it does want to come to fruition. And GNS, the fact that it's now doing this little kind of sideways action, don't be done. Just continue to go to the north side, and we'll see where that one wants to go. Also, just a heads up on my Tesla trade. Wait, let me just pull back the fills. I just kind of, sometimes I do this, and then you can't really see what I'm trying to explain. That's why I remove and put them back. But essentially, that would be let's see if this breaks 199.25. Then we're probably going to go and break 199.50 and then maybe test the 200. I do feel like a 200 test is coming today, so I'm very light on the position, knowing that could happen. I could lose on the trade and it's fine. But if we actually get a flush down, then I'll make the money there. So basically like a feeler. We're going to see if this wants to stop me out right now. Moving to the upside, markets kind of continuing to go higher. So it's fine if I lose on the position. Okay, there we go. So breaking to the upside. Now let's see if it wants to actually go to 200. 199.30 is the high. And, again, 199.30 not breaking. Interesting. So, it's so close that it eventually breaks. But it's interesting how, a move will happen to the upside, and you'll see 130 the first time. Then it goes back there again. It doesn't break. Then it goes back there again, and it struggles with that level again. So clearly somebody was trying to sell in that general area, and now it actually broke and filled to the north side. So now this is a time where you would watch the tape and ask yourself, is there more selling that comes in? Or is this just somebody taking profits, and then after that fills, we keep going to the upside? So congratulations to all the longs that were in long at the bottom on that one. I'm going to be patient and see where this wants to go next. I'm kind of going into chill mode now. I'm not really sure if I want to, get too committed to any trades until they do something. So I'm kind of watching this Tesla, watching Apple 150, but things are pretty, I feel like they're not giving the range right now. So for example, even if you short off 150 on Apple, at 149.95, it's not failing. It's actually bouncing and then going back. So the short is not good because the long is good. And then I kind of butchered the long idea because I thought we were going lower. So I just feel like now I have to be very, very patient. So I'm going to stick with the patience on this one and see what can happen there. I know somebody was mentioning Luca AMD, bye-bye. This is the thing, man. Look at this. Short cover. I'm proud of this one, man. Covering the short, and this is now just, robotically just going to the upside here. So it double topped closer to 81. So I would say watch that area. And specifically almost above 80.50, above 80.60, going into above 80.80. So 30-cent kind of resistance zone. If it gets there, maybe it wants to finally pop and then drop again the way that it did. But obviously you're going to have less volume coming through if that happens at like, 1 o'clock in the afternoon or so. So yeah, watch that position, see if anything happens there. Watch the Apple 150 if you're interested in that one. I'm waiting for the Meta bounce to see if that one wants to come to fruition. And yeah, NVIDIA nowhere close to 230, so not much I can do with that.
Yeah, looking for a bit of a dip here on Meta, so I'm taking a short on that, maybe into a 50-period retracement on the 3-minute, which I like at about 183, but we'll see what happens to this one. I don't know if I'm going to give it too much of a leash. I'm not leasing, I'm not landlord. I don't know. I think 184 is probably as far as I'll give it. So we'll see how this one pans out. I might be a little late to the party here, but Meta's had a history of really making, at least recently, making big intraday moves and giving back up a lot of it on the retracement. Ask me, trust me, I know, because I watch them daily, having been long this position now going on 2 months, is me on the swing on Meta. Here we are, ARDX back into 95s. I'm sitting at 95s, but like last time around when we got to this level, a whole bunch of size is showing up here on the book. At 95s, not equaled by the size on the bid, so the buyer is not stepping in quite yet here to overwhelm the sellers. That could change at any minute if a big buyer was to hit that, smash that like button and punch into this position. So we'll see. We're testing those main levels again, but we did the exact same dance at 90. It was the exact same dance where we rejected off that level a number of times, created that accumulation, and then, we got that big burst up. So that's what I'm waiting for on here. Quickly back to Meta. Did I get printed on that dip? I got printed on that dip. Very happy. Took those 65 short, got a little 10-penny winner at 55, still holding a 90% position. Let's see if this one does want to go a little bit to the sell side here and give up some of the goodies that it's given today. But what I'm seeing on the 3-minute is a candle with a higher low than the one previous to it, so that's never a good look. As we now retrace back into the 60s. Luca, back to ARDX quickly before my man Luca takes over here. Yeah, no, we're still holding at 95 here, and it's a bit of a slower time. They're good trades, but they're not going to be as parabolic as as aggressively moving as in the earlier hours. So get into your setups, but don't expect like immediate responses. That is, of course, unless you're short Meta, because now we are Oh, what did I just do here, Luca? I'm brutal. Oh my goodness. Okay. I just got out of it now. I was about to take profits. There we go. Let's take that profit. Of course, I don't get filled. No, of course, I do get filled. There we go. Let's take a little bit more there. Nice 30 penny in the money. Down we go on Meta into the 30s. I scalp up a little baby piece there. Still holding a 70% position on Mr. Meta. Let's look for some 30 prints. Let's go ahead and sit in the 30s. We're back into the 50s. I'm going to sit at 36s. What's life without whimsy? Super random level. But yeah, we're looking for a continued move down. Like I mentioned, the 50 period on the 3-minute for me is in that 130, 183 area. You always want, there to be some sort of confluence between the moving averages that you're watching and hard levels on the chart. The whole dollar, it's not exactly a great level, the 183 level. There wasn't so much price action at it. There was a decent amount. But yeah, the whole dollar level is why I'm kind of targeting that. And that's my look on Meta. But Luca, GNS, I think you had the right idea on that one, didn't you?
I feel like, yeah, I had the right idea.
I think you had the exact right idea on that
give
one.
or take, but yeah, no, it didn't get the shorts in. But it's all good, man. This thing, I was looking for like some type of over-under. I mean, my kind of thesis when it was at 360 was like I'll watch it at 4 to 420 and I'll look for some type of setup on it. But essentially, it didn't really, this is like, I looked at it and it was here and I was like, okay, whatever. Like, it's not like it might fade, but it's not going to give like the real kind of explosive move down that I kind of wanted to see there. So it's all good, no problem there. But yeah, breaking 4 the first time, making it feel like, oh, it goes over 4, oh, it's going to slam back down, but then pops. So this right here is the trap move. Then finally failing the second time. This is why I say if at first you don't succeed, if you're trying to like kind of short that through 4, maybe try it again, like know when to try it again. Because it's like if you tried it the first time and lost and then you saw it go without you, you're probably frustrated. And if you're actually going for VWAP, because you think there's a chance it gets back down to 340, 350, going for 50 cents on a $4 stock. Not too shabby. That's just over 10% return on that. If you get a paper cut the first time, like, it's all good, because the second time around, it it could pay you. So yeah, make sure your risk makes sense when you do kind of set these trades up. As you guys can see, I have this kind of screenshot here. I just wanted to talk about this very quickly. Repetition rewires the brain. So if you do have bad habits, just make sure to go back to having good habits and do them over and over again. This is why I say record your screen, record the open, watch what you're trading, watch it back when you're done, watch it back at the end of the day, watch similar setups that you think will happen the next day before you trade that next day. You're basically getting the reps in. It's rewiring your brain to see certain things in certain setups. This is why when you see traders trade and they do these kind of wick off bottom plays, or they have like really clean trades, and you're wondering how did they do it, it is basically the repetitions. They've trained their brain. They've seen the same thing over and over again, and they essentially go for that again. And so, it's a work in progress, and I just feel like rent is due every single day, the same as kind of working out. You want to, build good habits every single day, record your screen every single day, watch it every single day, put the work in, and dividends will come eventually, right? Dividends will come. So, yeah, good stuff.
Jelly Gelato wants us, a new viewer, so shout out to you. Thank you for being a viewer. It wants us to have a look at Google. So let's go ahead and have a look at Google. Thanks, Bears versus Bulls, always helping me in the chat. We try to catch all the ads and stuff, but sometimes we're looking at the screen and you kind of focus on that, and that's the kind of the thing about trading live. Here we go. Google up 1.25% on the day, 93.70 high, 92.45 low. So not much of a notional range there intraday, but it looks like yesterday's close, which is an obvious area of support, is at 92 level. So we go ahead and put a horizontal line right at that key area of support, 92. That's a nice whole number to have. Interesting point we're at now. Look what happened last time we were at VWAP. Hung out at VWAP, broke it, couple of wicks in below there, but not really many candles closing below that level. We reclaim it immediately to make about a 93.50 high. We're right back down into VWAP. However, two things here. We're above VWAP, bullish. Where we have a lower high, bearish. So kind of conflicting signals a little bit at this moment. Do we get continuation south? I mean, is this a flat bottom test here where, initially we had the big move up, VWAP retrace, a test up, but, not as much buying this time around. Now we have a sell. So interesting setup, I should say. Materializing on Google here, I want to say a 93 break would be interesting, because then you could trace to yesterday's low. I mean, the market's just way too strong for that right now. So I should be looking long. The obvious long here is to take a bounce off VWAP. We're at VWAP, take a long here. If you're bullish, if you think this market holds up, 40.30, 40.31.5 is the high on the ES March contract. If you're looking for continuation in today's play, we had a Fed speaker, Bostic, speaking at 11:45. It's now 12:36. I don't know if they're still speaking, but we really haven't seen too much crazy action in the market. It's been kind of a sustained move upward from 11:45. We're at 11:45. Oh, let me just see here. Yeah, so it's a decent move. Yeah, we started moving up. Here's when here's the 11:45, 10:45 Central Time, and then this is the move up since then. So we did. I want to say gain about another 10 points since that time, but nothing too parabolic anyway. Haven't seen any notes with respect to any of their comments.
Wow.
The next Fed speaker, Bowman at 3 p.m. That'll be on the closing show there, taking you through Power Hour. So not only do you get a Power Hour show, you get a Power Hour plus a Fed speaker show. That should be interesting, guys. Meta continues to retrace into the lower area, so I hope that helps on Google. If you're to summarize, if you're bullish, take the buy now off VWAP. If you're thinking this market retraces to key levels, this is an interesting area to short, with 93 definitely being an interesting area to break. So hope that helps. Their name was really funny. What's their name again? Their name is Jelly Gelato. So shout out to you, Jelly Gelato.
And thank you for being a viewer. He says, love you guys. All right, Luca, we're getting some love here in the chat. I hope that helps. And Bears versus Bulls always keeping me honest here, making me aware of our awesome members in the chat. Meta absolutely flushing to the downside again. Can I get the toilet, Sean? There we go. Sean hits the toilet. There we go. Meta down. I shouldn't be celebrating. I mean, like, I'm swinging this long, but hey, for the intraday trade, absolutely printing. We have 66 shorts. Yeah, guys. Wow, for Tesla. So I'm waiting in front of 200 to pick up the short. And again, my order is now not anymore, so I'll take the time to just explain my logic on this trade. It's going sideways. I still want the short, but I want it for more size closer to 200. I just don't think it's going to explode into 200 and then break 200 right away. I think it's going to explode into 200, fill wherever it fills, and then quickly reverse back down exactly the way that it did that. So I'm short Amazon as well, just kind of off this range. I'm watching this position to see where it wants to go if we want to fade lower. Market looking like we're sort of pulling back. Tesla gave a little bit of a volume spike, breaking the high, stopping everybody out. This thing goes to 199.65. And I'm sitting up here waiting patiently, and it just won't fill me. And the thing is you never know how high these kind of wick moves are going to go. Maybe it goes to 65, maybe it goes to 75. If it goes to like 90s, that's like too high in my opinion, but it could and still reverse. So I'm saying wow because I'm literally sitting there for all the size, waiting to get this kind of top wick fill, and it did exactly what I wanted to see. But it just goes right back down. Like I would have been $1 in the money on this. It's so frustrating, man. So frustrating that it just like, I don't know how to combat that. Honestly, I have no idea, especially not when I'm multitasking. I think I just let it go. And so kind of speaking towards this example, it's like I'm specifically going for like the pop, the short if I get the fill, the drop, the cover at the 50, and then see if we continue down, but holding like the small piece for the move, right? So it did exactly what I wanted to see. I just like didn't get the fill because I'm like sitting there. Like, take a guess, guys, where you think my order was. Yeah, man, super frustrating. So I don't know why it does that. Maybe because the short is good, clearly, so it doesn't want to fill. Filled orders are the most primary form of information as a day trader. I say this every single time. I feel like nobody talks about that, so I will talk about it. These robots are terminators, man, and they will not fill you if they think that you're going to be correct on that side. So clearly the short was a banger. Look at this. It is now breaking the 50 period. So this was the stop out. Had it perfectly, but missed it. Be a day trader, they say. Be a day trader. Yeah, until that happens to you over and over again, and you're just like, what the heck is going on here? Okay, so I'm short Amazon here off of this top end. It's really, really struggling with this area of like 94, call it in a quarter. So yeah, I don't have a stop in play, so I'm not really too worried. And I might add to this trade, but I want to see. I honestly want to see the same thing. So the market is kind of chopping around here, and obviously it's an up day, so I'm not going to get too excited if shorts start to work because it could easily just bounce back. The range right now in Amazon is very tight, so it's holding the 94, but it's like rejecting off the 94.20. So yeah, I am kind of short right now. If we go down, I'll cover it, but if we go higher, I'll maybe add into it. Market chopping around. Do I think right now specifically the market's going to flush? No. I'll be surprised if it does that. If anything, I think we'll flush lower. It'll look like the shorts are good. It's a trap. And then we instantly go back up and then break the highs. So that's kind of the move that I expect. So in this Amazon short, if we get the flush, like I'm covering that flush because I'm going to make the money. If it continues to the downside, I'll find another great short. But if it pops back to the upside, at least I could say to myself, great job, Luca. Great job in identifying and sticking to the plan and going from there. I just feel like, that Tesla trade would have honestly made my day, but it's all good. Someone's saying top tick trading. That's amazing, man. Top tick trading. I like that name. Luca, they won't fill you because your price is unreasonable. Yeah, literally. My price is unreasonable. I feel like when you're dealing with the Tesla robots, if you're using 69, if you're using 420, they're just like, wait a second, Elon talks about this all the time. Like, at all costs, do not fill these orders. No, I'm just kidding. Someone's saying, Luca, you bailed out of Tesla too soon. Well, no, not really, because my first short plan was not to add to it. So the thing is this was like the light size, kind of like, chopped around a little bit, trying to hold, stopped out. But I'm basically playing around with the idea of the short and seeing how I feel with it. And then I just felt bad, so I covered it. And essentially this could have channeled, and then it even went higher, right? And then even if it failed, maybe I would have been in the short, then I would have added down here. So I just I like the way that I played this. I'm not upset with this. But again, if I got that filled, different situation, would have been a banger, man. So it is what it is. Obviously, trade your own book. And yeah, man, continue to go from there. Will Schneider, Luca, stop whining. You need to think think market orders, man. No, don't use market orders. Those are your recipe for disaster. I mean, do whatever you want, but yeah, use marketable limit orders. So you could cross. Just understand the orders that you're sending, right? So that's the main thing. It's something else when you're multitasking, man. Every time I talk about this, I always say, shout out to Sean and Neil for doing this every day during the most volatile periods.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane. It's insane. Like, this is like a slower period. I'm over here like, you know, starting this and just saying like, what is this? What is that? Oh my God. So yeah, I'll tell you guys right now, it's not easy. So literally hats off to them for doing it and doing it well, man. It's like, it's incredible to watch that. It's the same as like, you know, everybody's like, oh, like it's so easy to play in the NBA, blah, blah, blah. And then like, you know, they, go play in the NBA then. Why aren't you drafted? Why aren't you drafted? So, yeah, man, that's kind of, I'll say that much about that. Anyways, AMD is sort of moving to the upside. It initially rejected the 80-50. So again, the area of 80-50 into like 80, the top, so like call it like 75 is like the area. It quickly rejected. I'm getting the feel, again, because my bias is long, but we're at the highs, I can't justify a long right now. I almost have to wait for a dip and buy that dip in something, or I have to find a short for like the quick move back down. So AMD, I'm not really too excited to short right now unless it gets a little bit higher there. But yeah, I know people are saying SI again, so I can look at it. I just feel like SI is like moving slowly. Like maybe I'm wrong on that, but let me just see, because is it at 6 now? Okay, so we're actually at that 6 area. And I think the level that I mentioned was like 590 into 620, and now it's in this range. But the other kind of alternative that you guys have to keep in mind if you are like looking at these names that have a big move and then sort of have a secondary move down. So again, gaps down, it was down like what, 70%, 50% yesterday, right? And it kind of goes sideways, it fades off into the abyss, and then today it kind of pops and drops. Like this is like the day 2 fade, and then essentially like when it starts to robotically go back up, I feel like people come in and say, okay, now's my opportunity to short this, and then it just kind of continues to drift. So the range is just very wide. Like realistically, like 8 to 5 is like a super wide range. Like this could continue to float up and then not really give like a super flush down. So for myself, I'm not gonna trade it, but I feel like if you ask me what I think levels are on it, it's like 590 into 620 is like that first area range. If it gets over 620, like, do I think it's going to explode to 7? No, because obviously just kind of fundamentally bad. Everything is bad. Like, you know, a stock that, and I'll show the daily, a stock that sort of gaps down below the lows and then like sells off. It's like realistically, like the best level that I would be watching on this thing is like a 10, because that's kind of where it was support. It's a psychological level. We actually opened below. We could not even hold above 10 for not even a split second. And we just kind of sold off so far. So it's 50% almost away from 10. You know, it's not going to get back there today, tomorrow, next week. But yeah, 10 is like the 10 and like 936. That's kind of where the opening print took place. So it could be an interesting level of 930 and then 5. Like those are like the wider levels. The more close levels that I mentioned before. This is the reason why I say I'm not trading it, because even though I see these as levels, sometimes I sit back and say to myself, well, you know what? It's still not worth like a trade, right? It's a level, but like sometimes it's not worth a trade. So yeah, I would just be cognizant of that one. Yeah, Morris saying, Luca, when do we attack the SPY? I'm not sure, man. I've been thinking about that all afternoon, and I mentioned it in the beginning, but I really got to be patient for the SPY trade. So I feel like when we were here, when we started the show, which I think was right around here, I was kind of saying to myself, yeah, like if we dip into VWAP, I want the long. But now, like I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. Maybe a Tesla trade around 200. It's getting back up there, 99.50. Probably breaks the high and tests 200 at this point. Again, I'm not shorting this thing in the same area that I was. I'm going to watch it and see if we find anything.
Yeah, I flipped long Meta, Luca, at that. Yeah, basically when the first green candle make a new high, I got 64s long. I just took out 40 pennies through that 184 break, scalp, the whole bunch of scalping here going on. Nice trade on Meta. It's showing, you know, it's not done on the day. The market just made a new high. 40.32.50 now is the new high that was just made. So there's some, you know, someone was saying, you know, short everything at this moment. Well, not quite yet. Maybe not quite yet. We're still pumping to the high side. And I'm going to get to UNG in a minute. Everybody and their mother is saying nat gas, the trend has changed. It's all over. We got 7 days in a row. This and that. Yeah, I see it. You guys know we've been watching UNG. We've been watching Boyle. We've been looking for that nat gas switch. Been talking about it. I don't know how long now.
Let's have a look at Boyle. Here we go. Sorry, UNG. Here we go. Where is UNG? There we go. Let's go to the daily. It's absolutely having a big boy day. It's had a big boy couple of weeks. Let's say February the 22nd, the first green day in a while. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yesterday was a break-even day. It was yellow. 7, and then 8. Today's a really good day because it takes us out of this range. This range, I want to say, was like the $9 range. We had been kind of flirting with it, going above it, going below it. Now we're decisively above that $9 range. And when things trend, they trend, especially these commodities. We are absolutely printing on Meta here. I'm going to get to that in a second. Now, we've just overtaken 184. We're going into 05. So now we're like, yeah, I hear Tesla time over here from Sean, but it's also Meta time, Sean. Let's go and take a little bit out. We get another little red triangle there. You want to see that on that move up by our friend Meta. Yeah, back to nat gas here quickly. Sorry to digress, but you got to. I'm in a live trade here, so I have to. The next period or the next area that I'm looking for is definitely got to be that 50 period reclaim on the daily, right? I mean, we don't have levels with which to work because we've got such a long descent downward to the all-time low on UNG. The first obvious level, we're just talking price action, not moving average. The first obvious level has got to be, I want to say that 16 to 17 area. That's the trough right here. That's the obvious trough that we got to look at, and it's supported a little bit by this trough over here at 17.25. So 16 to 17.25, there's a bit of a, you got to assume a resistance area. But I say before we even get there, we got to look at that 11.25 area for the 50 period retracement. So UNG looks good. I've been really wanting to get UNG in a swing on my personal account. This may be the entry I've been looking for, but we've been bamboozled before on UNG. There is no question about that. Look, on our descent down, we've had several false breakouts, bull traps, right? Like, look at this big move down all the way, and then we get a nice couple of, you got to assume this is a couple of weeks here, make a new high, breaks the levels, and then quadunk, all the way down, right? All the way down again to all-time lows on UNG. This ETF made all-time lows at that, I want to say, $7 area. So, looks good for now, but we've been bamboozled before. You know, let's follow the rules on this one and have our outs. Meta is absolutely printing to the high side here, Luca. Wow. Spin that money, Mr. Katina. What a move up on Meta. I'm holding big boy. Let's take out more, Luca. Why not? Why not? Let's take out more here. What a bounce back on Meta. What a day, guys. Bang. Yeah, bang. Hit that bang, baby. Nice trade on that one. Tesla all the way up to 200 and reject. I think 2,000 lots sitting there for anybody that's watching that one. The high being 199.96. Yeah, 96, great year for the bulls. Reversing right off that 96 level there. Guys, I added to the Amazon short. I know the market's ripping higher, but if the market decides for whatever reason, again, to flush lower, the level that's showing on Amazon right now is holding. So probably a hidden seller sitting there. If we break the level, you know, I'm out of the trade. It's just shown that it's specifically that level. So going to give it a few pennies above that to see, you know, where that wants to go. And yeah, man, I like somebody's like John Mark saying, Shreve secured the bag.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby. That's why we hit the bang there. And yeah, man, I am like looking at, I don't know what's going to happen next with Tesla. All I know is I tried to slam it at closer to 200 and it didn't fill anything and just kind of went down. But it's probably going to get back there. I want it the first time, not the second time. And there's a very specific reason for that, just because if it's going to, like, it goes all the way up, right? I think it could go all the way down, but if it comes back up, it's showing that it wants to test that. So, yeah, we already now printed 200. 200 might break right now. So, yeah, watch that 200 level. Definitely interesting.
I love how the chat is, like, dictating what is appropriate behavior for us. Someone told me in the morning that I was getting too pumped up and that I was paid not to get too pumped up. I'm like, we keep it informal here. And then someone just told me in the chat, don't slam the mouse. Have I been slamming the mouse? Is it making noise?
Well, you just like... Oh
Not the
no, I'm
mouse.
slamming the desk. I'm not slamming the,
desk,
mouse.
yeah.
No, I wouldn't go to town on electronics, guys. I want it to work. You know what I mean? What's going on? Yeah, Meta's looking at 184.50 in the face. We're at mid 30s right now. 184 mid 30s. 184.87, guys. The high of day. Where we're like 50 pennies away from that. You gotta assume that 184, 87, 185 area is gonna be, it's gonna be a level of resistance. In a perfect world, I guess. Let's have a look at the daily on Meta. I know Luca looked at this earlier, but it's kind of hard to glean any levels because you have that big boy move off earnings where we were hanging out in the 40s. We exploded to the 40s. Through the 40s, we got up to 183 in the subsequent days. You know, we had a couple of tests of 200, not really making it up to 200, 197, I think. We double topped that, and then it was kind of a retracement. Let's try the fibs here. Let's see what the fibs are up to. Okay, the breakout area, it's going to be hard to know. It's always hard to know where the breakout area is. Anyway, here are the fibs. What are all these new fibs that I don't want in here? Okay, let's take these out. There we go, remove all horizontal trend lines. Okay, so where did we get to? We got to about a 50% retracement of the initial breakout on earnings on Meta. Well, where did we get low? We got to about 167 low. Right, 167-ish, 167.50 in around that area, and now we didn't really hold the 50% retracement as much as it is an area, to be honest. And now we're looking back to trace into that 76% area. We're already broke the
There's a
2/3
massive seller on
retracement.
Amazon.
Now we're looking at definitely 197 in the face.
Why?
If we get a couple of days here where we get like $2 or $3 moves to the high side on Meta. We'll see, man. A couple of good CPI prints boost the market back to 4,200 or whatever level it's going to be. We get a couple of good days, and Meta's right back up to that 197 level. I was like dreading not selling at 197. Carter Worth of Worth Charting. I remember he came on TV. I think like a couple of days after Meta. I was telling Brendo this morning. And he's like, yeah, Meta guys,
right,
Meta bulls, you got me. I didn't see this on Meta. But I'm telling you this, sell now. This is as good as it's going to get for you for a while. And I was like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm holding at 230, I want $100 in the money. And then boom, to the downside. So he was right for now. Is he right in the intermediate term, though? We'll see. Meta still making that move up. We're like 30 pennies now from the highs. What a move to the high side here on Meta. Sustained, at least sustained for now. It's almost 1 o'clock. We got 3 more hours to trade, though, baby. The futures printing newer highs, 40.36 1/4. Oh, baby.
Oh, baby, to the upside. Yeah, guys, Amazon, so basically trying the short. Essentially, as a trader, you're not going to be right all the time. In this case, kind of short, adding to it. It looked really good. There was a big seller sitting at 94.20s, reserving, and not really breaking the 94 like 23. Finally breaking, so I get myself out of that. Tesla is going back to 200 here. Pretty interesting. I don't even know what I'm thinking. I'm just gonna chill. I'm not taking this trade. Too burnt out to make these decisions right now. I might let it break, then make a decision. Best of luck to anybody taking any trades off of this 200. There is about 2,000 lots there, I think. So yeah, it's like 2,000 lots, but it's getting the fill and then not. So yeah, I'll keep it here on the screen for you guys. Yeah, it's like 2,000. It keeps reloading, but that might be the same gateway. So yeah, maybe I would say 1,600, give or take. So there it goes, 200 breaking to the upside and going. Congratulations to Sean, if you're still holding that long. Nice little move back to the upside there. Let's see what happens next on this one. Everything is just going to the upside. So yeah, short's no good. I am short AMD with the anticipation that maybe it wants to break 81 and go higher. Pretty light on the position now, so it's like I'm light on all these positions initially just to see how they feel. So again, I'm taking like so many L's, but I'm not losing like any money. So pretty happy with how I'm trading it. Gonna watch this 200 level and see what happens here. I don't know, Sharif, you got anything going on your side?
I do not, dude. I'm just watching Meta make highs, but I'm also watching, Luca, as AI now is at the 50 period on the 3-minute, a level I like. Is this a long? It's a bit in front of 27, so I don't like it as much as I would if it had been at 27. You don't get to choose the levels. Either way, we're making a move down on AI now.
We rejected that 28 level. We didn't quite make it to 28. 27.89, the high of day on AI. What a move. It's up 27.5% now. It's definitely over 30% at that high. I'm looking for a long. I'll tell you the truth. I want to go with the trend, and you know I hate punching in at the highs. So where can I get in? Now I could build a position here. I don't have to go full big boy at this level in case it does, want to retrace. But I do like this area, Luca. I do like this area, and that trade on Meta has kind of given me a cushion on the day. So let's go ahead and smash the buy button here, and we're going to go a quarter position, all right, guys? And we're going to defend into 27. And then if it breaks 27, it's sayonara. We'll take the L. We take a quarter position to kind of mitigate risk here. Where did I get filled? I got filled at 22, so I'm a couple of pennies out of the money. To be expected. You're never going to catch the exact bottoms here, but I'm looking for an area. It's a nice little descent move. We've broken the 50 period on the 1 minute, but not so much on the 3, and that's where I'm kind of basing my levels off. I like the 50 period on the 3 minutes. So I'm long AI, guys. Let's see what this one does. We had an obvious big boy on it today. It was the second biggest trade we had on the day. AI getting in here, basically in a consolidation area break. That was the idea. Tried to take this long here, 26.80, ended up adding at 50s and again at 40s, and then we take it all the way through 27s, ride it into 27.40. It was a big boy move. We're going to put a little bit of our winnings on the line here by taking this long. But, mitigating risk, again, with a smaller size. Obviously, smaller size means smaller reward. So that's the play there. I know a lot of people saying, well, you're talking about UNG, then why aren't you trading it? I mean, UNG is not a stock that I'd like to trade intraday, nor am I used to trading that type of stock intraday. I don't usually trade ETFs, first and foremost. Second of all, I don't have experience trading commodities intraday. So I'm going to shy away from that one. I'm going to say it looks fantastic, but from a swing perspective. All right, guys, I think we do have Brendo at the big desk ready with the energy update.
Hey guys, yeah, what a volatile session here for crude oil. Back to the upside. Day highs essentially right now as we speak. Into the 1 o'clock hour we go. We all have completely reversed this early sharp decline that I mentioned right off the bat this morning. This happened on reports that the UAE, I should say, was debating whether or not to leave OPEC. And then this came out shortly thereafter. They basically came out and said the reports suggesting that that was the case were completely false. So not only did we retrace this entire move down, but look at what has happened since then, right back to almost $80 here, 79.60, up 1.7%. We are testing some resistance points from the past couple of weeks here on the daily chart, 80, 81, and then 82, 82 and a half even up there, the last kind of line in the sand. But what a wild day, 76 at the bottom. We're approaching 80 now, $3 range here and change even for crude oil today, guys, to wrap up the week. Back over to you.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Luca and I just talking off camera here about whether the UAE, fact check me on this chat if you guys have the answer, so save me a trip to Google here. Is the UAE even to this day, are they still a big exporter of oil? I mean, what's their percentage wise? I know that that's how they kind of built up everything over there using oil revenues, but I kind of feel like they've switched their economy lately to more service-based, real estate-based economy. I could be wrong on there. That's just kind of anecdotal perception. All right, guys, back to this AI trade. Hanging out at that level that I got in. It's holding the 50 period for now. But again, I'm going to defend this one into 27. I'm able to do that because I sized in accordingly. And then if it breaks 27, I'll cut it like a bad habit, so to speak. Yeah, so that's what's going on here. UNG is continuing to make days highs as I speak about it. Wow, this nat gas trade has been hot lately. Guys, up 7.2%. I don't know if this has anything to do with the UAE news, but here we go. It's making days highs as we speak. This is the 3-minute chart, so don't get it twisted. It's not that clean of a 1 minute. That's the 3-minute. What a nice big, Luca, look at this daily here real quick, man. Have a look at this. I mean, it's as ugly as you can get, but look at this little bounce we've had. That's 7 straight days of a nice clean move. I've been talking about getting into this one for a while. I haven't punched in yet. Again, it's worth repeating. An interesting area of resistance coming at the 50 period. That's around $11.10. It's about $1.20 removed from the current price action. So UNG looking real good, but in the meantime, I'm going to have to nurse this trade that I've got going on AI here, Luca.
Yeah, guys, heads up, Tesla back over that 200 level. Let's see if it breaks the 225. And AMD sort of like popping through 81 as expected. So basically scaling myself in and now waiting to see, do we actually like fade back? I think with AMD, it's just kind of like very, very, like it shows you like up, down, like range. Now it moved all the way up. This is what I say to myself when I'm in the trade. Like, what are the odds that it breaks 81 and keeps going, no news with the current volume at hand? So essentially in this short, now it's sort of fading to the downside, so it's not too bad. And I feel like AMD, just kind of my gut feeling, is the better short. Tesla is doing one of those like stress-let 200 levels. It kind of, you know, if you're not long from the bottom, you're either taking profits or letting it ride. And if you're kind of shorting the top, it's like kind of getting back up there. So yeah, we'll see what wants to happen next. I feel like up almost 5% on the day justifies any intraday traders who play off that 193 bottom to say that's a $7 winner. If not scaling out, taking some close to 200 in and around this area. So yeah, we'll see what happens next. But again, market booming to the upside. And to the people saying, why aren't you just Luca Heart of a Lion? Yeah, man.
Hey.
Why aren't you, people saying, why aren't you long? It's like, the thing is I feel like, okay, if I was long, 4K, yes, I missed that, but again, I'm not going to beat myself up because you can't hit them all, right? You can't hit them all. Sometimes you miss trades and you see them after, and it just is what it is. It didn't really give like a chance to get back in. Like, it just kind of went here and held, and then like I was like, okay, I thought we would dip down. So like again, I was like trying using Apple as like the long, so I had the right idea, but I didn't get the fill, right? So it's like the thing with trading is, man, like you could look at the chart and say, yeah, I would have got in here, but it's not really like that, right? You're like waiting, you're trying to get the fill, you don't, it goes up without you. You could chase, but then sometimes it goes back down. So it's like all these reasons you kind of say to yourself, like, yeah, like, you know, frustrating for sure. But yeah, not every day is sunshine and rainbows. It is what it is. Somebody's saying, can you check CDIO? Sure, man, CDIO. Let's have a look. Oh, over 8 now. Okay. Yeah, a little spicy action here. 8 is the level that I was talking about, saying it doesn't really spend a lot of time over 8. And as I say that, this thing instantly goes back below 8. Volume picking up, so notable that the volume is kind of picking up over there, as everybody can see if I drag this up. A little volume spike. But yeah, the real question is, can it continue and go higher there? That is the main question. Can it continue and go higher? Enron Musk. Oh, I like that. Enron Musk.
I know. I saw that.
Candle of Death. I don't know.
That's been a while.
If you're referring to CDIO, because I know sometimes like some people are delayed, so I see the comments come through after. I don't know if you're talking about what Sharif was mentioning or if you're talking about this one, but yeah, watch the 8 level on this. It's definitely interesting.
Yeah, guys. I'm looking at this trade on AI that I got shaken out of. So it broke 27, and I stuck to my word. I averaged in front of 27. It broke 27. It shook me out. It got all the way down to the 94 levels and then popped immediately back up into 20s. I would have been in the money on this one had I held. But now it's doing the dance around the 50 period. So, you know, give back a little bit of money there, but still very positive on it as a result of the earlier trade. This was a quarter position, and then out for, what was that, like a 15, 20 penny win, a loser. You don't want to see that, obviously, especially when it retraces there and it does like a reversal candle there with a small body towards the higher end of the wick. I mean, that's not what you want to see at all. That looks like it's going to hold. Now, look, I'll get back into this one, but I'm going to get back into it if it breaks above the $0.25, which it looks like it's just about to, man. Oh, my goodness. What a shakeout for this trade. All right, we punch back in here. Let's see what we do. We got the $0.25. Do we continue? Looks like we're holding for now. I hope I don't get shaken out of this one. I definitely would have had a lot better of an average had I defended that 27 and followed exactly what I wanted to say rather than having a $0.25 average. So now I get the dip, but we'll see. We've got a nice move possibly up into test 28. if we do hold this level. So let's do a better job holding on to this trade and defending the level this time around. There we go. Let's see if we get follow through. Anyway, I'm going to let that trade develop. Meta moving back again to the high side, now closing in on that high of day 184.87. We're at 184.80, so we're right at that high of day. The market is at high of day 40.39.5. Again, no point even saying we're right there. So nice trade so far today. There we go. AI moving about 10 pennies in the money. I'm not taking any money out here. Let this one run. If it does, if it doesn't, whatever. We'll see. By the way, I want to mention this ARDX trade. I didn't update you guys on that. This one ended up being a loser. We get in through the accumulation here that we liked at that 390. We test that 395. This time around, it rejects. I added that 85 because I had that order set from initially. We get in, it bounces back up, but then we get the lower low, and I say to myself, not this time. I won't give up money here. And, it's done the dance. It hasn't done anything since that time. So not much to report on ARDX other than it's a loser, and we move on from it. But printing here on AI, pumped about this one, but it's got to continue to the north side and really hold this level. Show me some intention to kind of to stay to the high side. There we go, baby. Let's move into the 40s here for maybe like a 15 penny winner. We get the fill there at 40. Man, this would have been so much better if I didn't get shaken out. Jeez Louise. But I would have had like a 10 cost basis rather than a 25 cost basis on this one. So it is what it is. Still up 28.5%. Let's look for some more takes here, possibly into the $0.50, where we're finding a little bit of resistance here at the 40 level, which is fine as long as we stair-step up, right? You want to see that continued move up, guys. What else are we doing? We're printing highs on everything else here. I mean, like, take your pick. Take your pick for what you want to get into. Everything's moving up, Luca.
Yeah, this is like now just kind of float and stay. So I think for myself, I'm going to just step away and stop trading for sure because nothing's working for me. Sometimes it is what it is, man. You sort of kind of gauge the market. You try when you try. It doesn't work. And you say, well, you know what? It's not actually like Tesla's not actually going to flush. It's fine. I'm not like I didn't get smoked on it or anything. But I mean, if you guys trade, you know what I mean when it's just frustrating when you're like trying something that's not working. You're like, okay. So the common theme of my day has been, try to hold the position and then it just goes back against me and stops me out. So if that's the case, I just don't have the read on the market. I'm just wrong. And obviously the long is not wrong. So abort the short. So that I will. And no way I'm going long at the tops. That's the dumbest thing. Wait for dips. Wait for dips in anything that you're watching. AI holding up nicely. Kind of went to 28 and didn't really do much volume. I think volume is the tell. And if you kind of look like, it's like kind of volume died and now it's maybe picking up now below the 50 period on the 1 minute since the beginning of the day. So kind of volume picking up over here. I would watch 27. See if 27 holds. It sort of dipped into 27 and then popped. So it didn't really spend much time there. Now kind of drifting back. The question is, does it hold that general area and then want to go back to the upside and move? Again, needs the volume, and the morning volume looked way different than the volume now. So as you guys can see, I try the long, I try the short. I thought, obviously, range play. I was incorrect on that. Volume dies down. I don't trade anymore. So it's just, if I did trade it, I would just be in a loser, because I don't think I would be going long like in and around over here. Kind of after that 27, I thought, maybe we go down, but not going to chop myself up. AMD as well. So again, trying the short, waiting to see if we can flush. Oh, did we actually go there? I guess we did go down. I don't know why. Okay, I guess I might have missed that. No, I wanted that cover. Okay, so that was, okay. Anyways, AMD going down, going back up, and then saying, I kind of catch it later, and I'm like, okay, we're in this sort of drift into the abyss type thing. So yeah, man, I just kind of chill with it. It is what it is. Congratulations again to the longs from the bottom. I'm kind of really proud of this. So again, guys, don't be scared to get out of positions from a discretionary basis if you think that you're just kind of wrong or things change in real time. So obviously I had the short here and I was going for the low. But then it popped, and I'm like, okay, no, this feels like it's hard to get the fill down here. And it's like it popped like 10 cents instantly. So I was like, this is kind of a sign that it doesn't want to sell off through the 50 period, or else it would have. And so getting out of that was pretty clean. Because if I imagine I averaged, it would have been one of those like death blows where like I just keep averaging and then it just keeps going higher. Been there before. Don't want to do it again. I'm kind of happy that I waited for 88, and my average was give or take I think 95s. So essentially losing like 10, 15 cents on it. Not to say that I'm wrong, but I feel like I missed that fill, so that kind of butchered what I was doing. But essentially, you know, barcoding, going sideways as the 50 period comes here, it could literally just float and stay here, and then like hold the 50 period, and then like go higher there. So yeah, with that in mind, with all these kind of like things in mind, I'm just basically chilling now, waiting. And Cody saying, Luca, you're right on Amazon. Stop needed to be a wider range. Well, the thing is that I'm like I recognize the seller. The thing is, well, it's not right on Amazon. I was wrong. But the thing is I recognize the seller because of the way that it looks. Then I watched it for a little bit, and 20s is reserving. So for example, I'm seeing you know, a lot of buying at 94.20, and it's like reserving. So I'm like, okay, this is clearly a big seller here. I'll take my shot, and if it breaks the seller, like I lose what I lose. So in this case, I put my stop a little bit above where the seller was sitting, just in case I wanted to like do like a quick wick up and back down. In this case, I think I had like 19s, and it like stopped me at what, like 27s. So yeah, less than 10 cents. I mean, I'll take that L. And this is the thing, man. It went all the way up to 38s, and I watched it. I was like, wow, what a cover. So I think I couldn't have traded this any better. Besides, like, I mean, you take a trade, you're wrong on the trade. Like, it is what it is. You're just wrong. But like being wrong in this case, like I'll take that, because imagine I was still in, then I'd be losing even more. And like going back to AMD, same thing, right? It's like I'm wrong on the idea. It is what it is, but I think I managed it pretty good. And in this situation, yeah, maybe I could have gone out at 81s instead of 81s at the high, but then it's back at the high, right? It's in like that kind of float mode there. So yeah, definitely gotta manage risk on that one.
Oh baby.
HPX is halted. Somebody's saying.
It is. Up technically on the day, 11.35%. Up after the bell, 23.75%. So that tells you it was red to start the day. It's only done 846,000 shares, 6,500 in the last 5 minutes. That's a no-go for me. That's not manageable. Can't you know, manage risk with 6,500 shares in the last 5 minutes. It's going to have to become a lot more liquid. Let's bring down the trusty thing here. What was it called? HPX. I just want to see it on this other one. Oh, goodness, I just messed it up. Okay, I'll have to fix this after. I got to lock this thing. I got to ask Michael Noss how to lock it. But anyway, it's halted at 1933. Let's see what the tap is on this one. What is it called? HPX. There we go. The tap. Okay, it's not showing me the tap here on this one, so don't have the tap on this bad boy. But yeah, 1933, and this is the daily on it. Quite an ugly daily chart. Have a look for yourself there. 32 high. It's been, you know, very bad to the way down. Now getting a moment of reprieve. Not sure what the news is on this one, Luca. HPX.
I have no idea.
Yeah, no, I'm asking myself, really, to be honest. Nothing here that I'm seeing on HPX. Maybe Brendo mentioned something in the chat. Nothing here from the big man himself. Yeah, so we'll watch that one if it goes, HPX. It's on Amex, yeah. If it starts moving, we'll deal with it. Until then, though, we'll just let it be. And where are we here on AI? It looks like I was sitting there at 45s. I don't understand why 45s is a level. Why do I have to choose the levels where the size seems to be at every time to get a rejection off? It goes all the way up to 45, but then the size is encountered there. I mean, anyway, so now right back down into my entry point at 25. I have to make sure that this is not going to be like a dead cat bounce off this 50 period here. And then we'll just kind of be like a lower high, and then we'll print lower lows. And that's the end of the move on AI. So I have to be cognizant of that and look for some support. I mean, last time I got shaken out of it at 27, so I don't want to be in that same position again. But it shouldn't really be retracing down to 27 if it's going to continue to test 28s. It should be stair-stepping up, right? So that's what I want to see. So if we can get back into the 45s, I'll feel a lot better. Retracing into the high 30s now. So we'll see what this one is up to. UNG also just continues to print newer highs and newer highs. Brendo, by the way, is saying HPX is a SPAC, 1.9 million float, no news that I see. Thanks for that, Brendo. We shall see. Here comes 45 again on AI. Can you please break? We get the break. We spend the money on AI. There we go. Now we're getting a test of 50. Let's take a little bit more there. How much are we holding now on AI? We're still holding a piece. Let's see if we can get that tape teleportation through that $0.50. Looks like it's accumulating quite nicely here. What a fake out. I was just talking about getting stopped out on this one. Then Quadunk all the way. I got to do an opposite of a Quadunk, right? What?
Is that a word?
Yeah, no, like a Quadunk is like
How do
a
you
flush.
spell Quadunk?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
it's just your,
yeah. And I'm
like,
making up sounds.
It's your word, so.
Huh? Quadunk. Yeah. I mean, I didn't think about it, Neil. I mean,
all right, guys.
He's got it spelled out, guys. I know.
All right, guys, because I'm like wondering. I'm like, how do you spell this word?
You actually typed it into Google to see if it comes up.
Well, just in case somebody else ever used the word, maybe Google is like, okay, you know.
That's funny.
So Quadonk. I love how Neil so confidently looks over and he goes, "That's cool."
No,
that's
but
how you
hold
spell it,
on.
of
I have
course."
like the Middle
Quadonk.
Eastern background, so as a result of that, I say my khuz. Right?
Yeah.
That's not a sound we make in English or any other Western language. It's not said.
Quadunk
so
is almost
my
like
quadunk is a little different instead of qua. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's my Middle Eastern show.
Quadunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like me saying. I don't know. I don't want to say.
Someone
like
wrote
my dumb
Hadouken.
slang.
Hadouken. That's
Hadouken.
hilarious. Hadouken.
Yeah.
Love Street Fighter, by the way. Neil, did you play Street Fighter growing up? Of course he did. Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter, those were the two competing ones when we were growing up. You had either that one or this one. Depends on which Becker's or Hasty Market you had near your house.
Yeah,
That's yeah, you guys don't know nothing
Do
about
we
that.
have a Quadunk word of the day?
Oh.
Special appearance. Oh, baby, guys. Write it in your dictionaries everywhere in the world.
Write it
Quadunk.
down. It was coined here first, live on Trader TV. All right, guys, what's up?
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Big seller on Meta.
Big seller on Meta being alerted here by Luca, and you can tell a bit of a top is developing here on Meta. Let's flip to the Meta chart real quick. Yes, looks like that 185.18, a big seller is stepping into that level. It's accumulating. So, let's see how it acts around 185. Does it hold 185 and accumulate buyers at that area? Do you look for the tape? Look on the tape. Look at the book too. See if there's any significant size here on the book that's moving up with the order. First, you see that maybe 185.04. Then he moves up to 185.08. Keep your eye, number one, on the specific size and on which exchange. That kind of will be a tell for you if that's the same buyer moving up with the price action. Typically, when that happens, you can kind of ride their coattails, so to speak, and kind of get in front of them, knowing that they're going to be there with their big size to defend you. But right now, Meta breaking below the 185 again. It looks like it's at not that 97 level. What are you seeing on that, Luca?
It's definitely a seller there, man. Definitely a seller, looking like it tested it. So it is real, and you guys can see the volume spike going into the level. So volume spike into the level, staying at that area, and now kind of flushing down. I didn't even, you know what? This is pure luck. I had Meta on. I'm just like, we're going Quadunk, and I'm like, Quadunk is when a stock goes down.
Yeah.
Then I look at Meta, and I'm just thinking Quadunk, and then I see the size. I go, Quadunk, instantly short. Let's go. So yeah, guys, I am short this, and I feel like if it's gonna be good, we're actually gonna flush down. So yeah, I'm gonna manage this position a little bit, see what wants to happen. Is that the top? Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe. I mean, like whoever shorted this from before at 185, you were right calling it. I think it was Comp SRX saying maybe you at 185, and it flushed all the way down. So yeah, if we flush now and like go lower, I feel like we're going down. The best case scenario is that size moves down. If that size moves down right now, this thing is going to flush back to 184. And the market's going off that 40-40. I don't know if 40-50 is a level, but I always use 50-point increments on the market. So yeah, let's see what happens next with this thing. I'll be discretionary in terms of what I'm thinking I'm going to do next. But yeah, man, Meta obviously up on the day, so whoever's putting that kind of offer there on the book thinks that they can get it. So yeah, let's watch that area and see what happens next.
A bit of a rejection top here on the futures. Luca at 40.5. on the March ES contract, retracing 5 points down now into 40.35. What a day, though, it's been, guys. We've had almost a 75-point move off the bottom here, 39.74 at the low, 40.40 the high. Great day if you're a bull, and we could have more. Again, it's worth repeating. Fed Bowman starts speaking in an hour and 40 minutes. We had Bostic on at 11:45. Haven't seen the notes on that talk yet, but my spidey sense says he didn't say anything quite bearish. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing this move up on the market. Does Bowman echo that? And then even Barkin also, if you really want to get your trading reps in and trade the futures on a Friday afternoon, you'll have till the futures close at 5, right? They close 4 Chicago time, which is Steph. The futures close at 5. Yes. Yeah, it closed at 5. So 4:45. There'll be like 15 minutes left of talking there. So if you can get in and trade for another 15 minutes, maybe you'll get some price action there. So we'll see what Barkin has to say at 4:45. 40 and a half, Luca.
Yeah, just very quickly, so somebody is kind of funny making me laugh. They're like, Luca, want to rub salt in your wounds of the Tesla short? It's in the money. So the thing is like it doesn't, like I'm so far past that, and I'll kind of tell you why just very quickly. Let me just make sure that this is
5 Eastern, yeah.
Out over here. Where am I? Okay, yeah. It doesn't because I look for something like very specifically, and if it doesn't give it to me, it's like I'm not gonna hold through this anyways, and then I would be like, oh, it's not the trade I was looking for. I thought like we would pop, drop, add to it, and then flush. Like we didn't do it, and I was like, okay, I don't want to put the 200 stop. I want to put the high a day because I was like sized accordingly, so that's what I did. But essentially, now that it's like flushing lower, like I still could have gone back in. I choose not to. I didn't want to really be involved. What really gets to me is like when I think a trade should be good, and then it like is, I don't know. It's just like when I think so the the Tesla trade, I'm like, I don't know if it's going to be good. It could be, but if I think a trade's going to be like really good and then it's not, that's where I'm just like, what do you mean? Like this is like a 10 out of 10. But sometimes 10 out of 10s don't work, right? Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes your A++ setup will not work, right?
Baby.
So if it's an A+ and I lose, like I'll be like, okay, like I lost, it is what it is, but I'm still mad because I'm like, come on, man, like what do you mean? Eric Cruz saying Luca looks just like Jay. Where's Seth Rogen, bro? Oh yeah, man. Okay, everyone says I look like somebody. Are you still in the AI trade?
I just got out. There it is.
Just got
I
out
got
there.
out 60 prints. We took 25s, scalping all the way up into 60. So 16 was my highest print there. I just got out of AI, but somebody alerting me that ARDX is moving
Nice,
again.
Steve. Nice
I
job.
mean, like, look at this. I literally got out of bottom wick here. I mean, look, the trade wasn't what I wanted it to be, so whether or not it ended up materializing after that is kind of just beyond my control. But what a move on ARDX, kind of, if you traded it off the 3-minute chart, it didn't look as bad as choppy, to be honest. You get those 50 period dips here on the 3-minute chart. It's actually a lot more stable. So sometimes it pays to look at multiple time frames on something before you punch in. I mean, obviously, that's what I do. This is how my setup is on my home thing, guys. So here's my trading screen. I have the level 2, the tape. I have, like on IBKR, you have the order entry at the news, and I have 3 charts. I have the 1 or the 3, the 5 or the 15, and then the daily. I don't know why this is all showing like that. So this has got to be the daily. There we go. This is the 5, and then typically I keep this at the 1. So always like having multiple time frame confirmation to see what I'm seeing on the 1 minute. Does it jive on the 5 or the 15 or whatever other time period you select? So, and then obviously goes without saying the macro picture on the daily has to be looked at first. So that's kind of what I have there. And then this side thing here is a watch list, that you keep for your daily watchers. You can change those daily with that. So continuing to go up here is ARDX. I got no trade on it. I'm not going to test 4. It looks like it's accumulating again at that 395, and there is the size that we talked about. That's what rejected us last time. This was the move up into we took it through 390 because there was accumulation at 390. We got through that. We got up into 395. The accumulation there sent us all the way back into that 380 area, and we've been building up since then. Are we going to start accumulating buyers at 395 again? Keep your eye on size moving up with the bid, right? So if you're for example, I'm just giving you an example. Look at this NSB print here at 390 with 104 lots, right? So if you're looking, say this was bigger, say it was 1,000 lots, and it was at 90. Then all of a sudden, the tape's moving up. Then you see that same size on that same gateway at 93. And then it moves up some more to 95. You're like, oh, great. Okay, I got this guy backing me up. Let me get in at 96, knowing, that he's going to be support at 95. So if you're able to identify those, and it's a lot harder than it sounds because this moves very aggressively, right? And being able to look at the amount with the gateway sometimes is a fool's game because of the quickness with which it's moving. Now, P Pro 8 allows you to have a tick filter. So I can filter out all these sizes that I don't care for, that don't mean much to me, and then keep it above a certain amount. So for example, I can do a tick filter of 50. That'll show me only size larger, greater than, say, like I put 49. I'd say greater than 49, so it showed me 50 and above. That's kind of the trick there, and that helps filter out a lot of the noise so that you can actually see where the big size is, and then, kind of keep an eye if it's moving with you or, it's looking to bamboozle you. Like, for example, they will be bamboozling you, in my opinion, if, say, they're sitting at 92s, and then the bid or the price action comes down from, say, 99s, goes down to 95s. And then he or she moves their bid down from 92 to 89. They're looking to get away from the fill, right? But they're looking to feign you. So look for that. In the same way that you're looking for it to support you when the price action is moving up, the same way that you should be looking for them to bamboozle you if they're moving down when the price action comes down. So keep your eye on the book. A lot easier said than done, but use those stick filters. I think that kind of helps a little bit. DJ saying Baba above VWAP. Benjamin wants to look at IoT. What do you got over there, Luca?
No, man. I'm just like, man. I'm just, what did you say, ILLT?
IoT.
IoT?
Yeah, let's look at IoT.
IoT, not on the NASDAQ. Not on New York.
Find out. Is it LOT?
Oh, it is
or
on New York.
IoT?
IoT's on New York. Yeah. Samsara?
Yeah, I know you were talking about changing the colors. Or no, sorry, somebody in the chat said you could change the colors of the tape. And I just want to say, Brad, if you want to show like the other camera, and I show what else you could change the colors of, just give it a, yeah, there you go. That's the one.
What?
In the bottom right that you wanted to show there, Brad. Oh, yeah, take your time. There we go. You know what else you could change the colors of? You could, these are my charts, guys. And, for anybody tuning in for the first time ever, my name's Luke, I'm Italian, and I have the Italian flag set up for my charts. So when I drag over like a market, like the market is here on the right, I have it red because I am like permanently bearish. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, man, it is, you could, I love P-Pro for that reason. It's like super customizable. So for myself, I kind of play around with it. I do that. It just like reminds me to, just choose to be happy, choose to smile. And that's kind of what I'm going with there. I will look at IoT in a second. Let me just pull it up here and let me just maybe give the 5-minute on this one and increase it.
Someone said it's the Mexican flag. No, it's not.
It's yeah.
Same colors.
Same color. Yeah, man. It's green, white, and red, man. Obviously. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Let's go. Okay. Yeah. This is up 16% today. It's failing VWAP. It's kind of bounced off 20 the first time, failing now. I feel like next support is like 940 for maybe that quick bounce. But then I would use like 19, like 940, 1940, 19. And then, I mean, it did the flush. Let me just pull up the 1 minute to get a cleaner maybe look to see if I see anything different. Yeah, man, maybe like here I would say, which is 1940, 19 just because even dollar. And then it kind of feels like maybe the low. But if you really want to like draw as many lines as you can, like there, I guess. But yeah, to the top side, couldn't get into 21. Volume is kind of, 10 million shares traded, could be better, could be worse, I guess. But look at this, man, going down, it's not SSR, but going down, holding 20, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute break. So I just feel like now like if the short is gonna like be a banger, it should not go above 20. It already kind of did the dip and rip. Now it failed. So yeah, this area is like resistance, I would say. Then you got like the overhead resistance. I mean, I could draw lines for days, but this is like too many lines. I feel like I don't want to overcrowd it. I would say 20, 2070 the high, 1940 for the short-term bounce, and then like low of day are my like super significant levels on that one. Not going to trade it, just kind of pulling it up the first time. Not really too sure what's going on with that one, but yeah, best of luck if you guys are trading that one. Somebody's saying RIP SI, so we could have a look here at SI. Oh, there's, okay, that was interesting. SI, I swear I talk about a stock, then it does something, and I go, what is it doing? Just 'cause I'm talking about this? What's going on here? Okay, let's go to SI here and check this out.
Holy cow.
Oh, SI, yeah, SI is, that is a flush right there, man. That, yeah,
Again?
here we go. So I don't know what was going on here. Maybe there was some type of buyer that was sitting there, and so it was kind of like it popped, and then it's just like not doing anything, gives a pop, trying to sell, and then finally breaks whoever was buying this. I don't know if there was size, I wasn't watching it, but this is what you'll get. Something will move up, and if there's no more buyers and they're just sitting there, maybe like this up move is the buyer and they're only willing to buy up to 609, then they just sit there for the rest, and then eventually when they get the fill, there's just like no buyers that come in. You get like the flush down. Again, I said 590 at the 620, showing that 620 didn't want to break. Kind of looking at this chart, you know, it just gives me the feel that like, yeah, buyers don't really want to buy this anymore up top here. So maybe a good like region, but again, you know, is it going to give you the range going back down? I mentioned I'm not going to trade it, so I'm not. But yeah, good luck, and you know, congratulations if you guys are in the short there. I know somebody's saying Tesla short 200. I'm done, man. I'm done with Tesla. I'm out of that trade. I'm done with it. I'm over it, and that's that.
All right, Baba. Someone was getting upset. They're like, they're not going to cover Baba. They're not going to talk about Baba. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. Here we go. So it was kind of a red. It was a green to red move. Look at that big candle on 930, printing that 90.46 high. But that was it. That was all she wrote there, and it was a big move down all the way down to 88.40. And then you had multiple tests of VWAP and rejections off VWAP. Now we're getting that test again, but we're hanging out at it a lot longer than we did on these two attempts. So is this a VWAP reclaim, or is this another area to get short? It's not going to be a trade that I take. It's not going to be something, it wasn't something that I kept my eye on today, and therefore I'm not really kind of in tune with the price action. But from, you know, a cursory view of the price action here, we're hanging out at VWAP longer, and so it gives credence to the you know, the proposition that we may reclaim VWAP for a test. But I don't know. Let's look what Chinese ADRs. They're mixed. They're a mixed bag today. Some are green, some are red. So I don't have a trade on Baba, but obviously if you're looking for a long, and if one does materialize, that 89.75 level is an obvious area of resistance. That's yesterday's close, and it's going to act likely as an area of resistance. Somebody asking as well about the you know, the short term. I don't say short term, the medium term look on the ES here. Looks like, you know, we're great on the day. 40.5 is the high. But looking at the 4-hour chart here, it looks like there's a good area of resistance. I want to say at 40.60, in between 40.60 to 40.65. Lots of price actions going back to February 1st, and then again testing that level February 10th, and then testing it again February 17th before eventually breaking through that level decisively on February 21st. Former area of support acts as current area of resistance, and here we go. We're coming back up into that level, you know, 20 points away, mind you, from today's high. We're at 40.35 at the moment, but you know, if we do make it up there, keep in mind that this likely will be an area of resistance, even for a moment in time, a momentary amount of time, depending, you know, on what kind of news catalyst we've got. But yeah, look at the price action in and around there. That should give you a good level off which to work. If you're a bull and you're looking to take profits, maybe front run that a little bit. Otherwise, maybe be ready to hold for a little bit longer. Sometimes we don't make it on the day. So hope that helps. What the chat was looking for there, a little assessment on BEBA, and on look at the ES here. Meta topped out like you heard Luca, you saw Luca take that short at 185. It's 185.18, but here we go again with 185. Back up into 184 mid-90s, and we're knocking on the door of 185 again, and we do maybe want to print a new level above that 185.18 for a new high. So Meta still very strong. Neil is looking over. He's like, "What's going on over there?" He's like, "Yeah, Luca's just stretching, guys." That happens normally every day.
I wish if I had a standing, if we had a standing desk here, I would be standing the whole time. I eat standing up.
You like eating standing up?
Yeah, man. Sitting is the worst. I feel so bad when I sit all the time. I just feel terrible.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Would you be opposed to having a home trading setup where you have a standing desk, and then under the desk would be a treadmill? A very simple treadmill.
I feel like
nothing too crazy, like a walking board.
It sounds good in theory, but like maybe with something that takes like less focus. So like
maybe walk like at 2.5, 2. You don't have
maybe,
to walk
yeah,
at 3.
I wouldn't be against it. I definitely wouldn't be against it. But man, you should have seen me trading from home. Oh yeah. I was standing up and down. My brother beside me, you know, just talking, tossing the ball.
Does your brother trade?
No. He was like just working on something else at the time. But we have a Jatoni table in the middle. Like in our basement, so I was like in trades, playing Jatoni, just looking back. Oh, what a life, man!
That's a setup right there, bro.
Yeah,
I used to see a lot of people during the pandemic with setups in their garage for trading because everybody and their mother wanted to trade during the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
And they'd have like the JIT table, exactly. They'd have the weights.
Yeah,
guys.
They
put a couple of dumbbells in there.
Here,
Proudly, go to his screen.
Yeah, show to the screen in case anybody's wondering what I mean. But it's a foosball, I think is the Canadian terminology.
We call it JIT. Well, I mean,
basically,
Canada,
Jatoni table. I know Sean's good at JITs. He told me.
Yeah,
Sean's like, I would probably beat
humble,
you. Look, listen, I haven't played in a while, but I would love to, challenge you one day just for bragging rights. That'll be a lot of fun. I grew up playing this. I obviously have a table. Anybody with a table? I mean, I told Sean, I go, Sean, I'm terrible. I'll play you anytime. You want to play for $100? No problem. You know what though? I'll tell you a quick story as I tell everybody who's watching. So I went to where was it? Spain, Barcelona. And I followed. I was trying to find like an area, like a bar, like an underground bar or whatever.
Okay.
And I don't remember the name of the bar, but essentially I followed some people. They looked like they were going out. I found this underground bar, and I went to play jits with these. And I was playing and I was winning. Me and my brother were smoking everybody. We're like, yeah, we're Canadian. They're like, how are you so good? Blah blah blah. Then these guys from I can't remember where they're from, but somewhere else in Spain. I think maybe a different city. They came over to Barcelona.
Okay. Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, we'll play you. And I was like, yeah, okay, we'll play. I'm like, yeah.
We're going to kill these guys.
I'm like, wow, we're pretty bad. I'm like, listen, we don't have to play for money. Don't
You're
worry,
hustling,
whatever.
though, man. Look at this
These
guy.
guys are like, yeah, no, we don't have to play for money because we'll take it. But like it was like broken English back and forth. And I'm like, okay, I'm like, we're going to smoke these guys. Like, what do you mean? We play these guys. We got smoked. It was so embarrassing. And I'm like, okay, thank God I didn't try to hustle these guys. My brother.
But you were setting up for it.
I was setting up for it. My brother goes, yo, wait a second, dude. These guys look different than everybody else. Like they just got a different feel. So I don't know if you guys are watching the show. I was like, what are the odds on that? But it was such an experience, man. I had such a good time there. Maybe I'll repost some stuff on my Instagram from the Barcelona trip. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, very rare do I get smoked in jits, so it'll be a good game, Sean. But man, I haven't played in a while, so I'm rusty, and the wrists aren't what they used to be. Like as I prioritize.
Get out of
no
here,
spin,
man.
no, the rules. Yeah, the rules are the rules. No crossing, no nothing. Just kind of fair game, fast game. Yeah, man, jits is a lot of fun. It's a game of speed, and if you're fast and kind of react very quickly, a lot of people they kind of cheat. And if I notice that somebody's cheating and I'm playing them, I go, okay, so it's basically one of those games. Like it doesn't really matter.
Cheating, why? Because you spin it?
Well, so there's rules.
Players?
You can't spin. You can't
spin.
cross to the same bar. You can't like.
You can't cross the same bar.
You technically can't shoot it and then guide it. Like you can't shoot it from a different and then guide it in specifically.
Oh, but you can pass though, right, from the same bar, no?
You can't pass like from the same bar.
You can't pass from the same bar. Okay.
Like people do it.
Yeah,
but I just don't think. I think the pure game of jits is a pure game of just speed. And you just kind of whatever, play it that way. So as soon as I recognize, I play a lot with different people. As soon as people kind of play like that, I just say, okay, so it's not like Like whatever.
You take
I'm
it
not
for
gonna
what it is.
I won't do it because then I'll just like score like a million.
I just want to mention a couple of things here real quick. BOVESPA is making a move through VWAP here. It has reclaimed VWAP. So for whoever was asking me about BABA earlier, it accumulated at VWAP. We said the accumulation made it more likely that it would break. And there it is, baby. 89.42, knocking on the door of that $0.50, 89.50. In case you're wondering, that 89.75 is that area that I would be looking to take profit in front of. That's yesterday's close, a likely area of resistance. I won't be punching into this one, but good on you guys for looking that. Renata Haddad saying she's long BABA. I don't know where you're long, Renata, but good on you for that. Beat Fanatic saying I trade all day long. Atop a penny farthing navigation, downtown Chicago, no haircut. Okay. Shout out to Beat Fanatic, a great friend of the shows and a long-time viewer. Also, in addition to BABA making the move, Meta now is knocking on the door of that high of day, 185.18. We're back at 13s and 14s here on Meta. So, that good look there as it continues to move to the high side. Yeah, I know, DJ. I was just talking about BABA. It is pumping to the high side, and it is now very close to that $0.50 is BABA. The futures, though, chilling for a little bit. Consolidating a little bit. I want to say above that 40.30, hanging out at 40.35. 40.40 and a half is that high of day. And all of a sudden, I feel like it's Friday because it's 1:43. And, all of a sudden my energy just like, kind of came in a little bit there. Let's have a look at GNS, because this GNS has been the one that has been hanging out near high of days here, and it really hasn't given up the goods, given up the ghost, given up the goods, whatever it is. It looks like it's forming a really long, winded bull flag with a lot of lower highs and not really that many lower lows. Kind of, I want to say that $3.75 area, $3.70 area is a bit of a support area. So I wonder if this is going to break down, we get a retest of VWAP at 350, or is this one of those ones where, we continue and all of a sudden we break to the high side through 4? We'll have to see. It's setting up 64% on the day, $1.48 to the high side. Well, we'll keep an eye on GNS here, but I don't have a trade on it at the moment. And BABA continuing. It looks like it make that $0.50 break. Did it break through the $0.50? Yeah, it did. So it broke through the $0.50. It's at 90.46 now. Got all the way up to 53s. So it's moving. It's moving here. Litman Pyro says LLAP long. Let's have a look at LLAP. This one is a multi-day runner. We've been looking at this one for a while. LLAP, not much of a move today, man. A 232 low, 251 high, not much in the way of a notional move there. But yeah, if you took that VWAP long, that consolidation period around VWAP was pretty legit. And then you take that maybe 240 break, you're printing if you took profits in front of that $0.50. Okay, I want to shout out someone for giving a super chat. R. Shmoopa. Shumpa? How do I say that? Shumpa? Yeah, I think. Great job, team. Keep up the great work. So much info, and you guys bring excitement and hype to trading. What exchange platform do you guys trade? I tagged you on there. I told you that we use PPRO 8, and it is with Day Trade the World. So if you live outside the United States, you can absolutely get on Day Trade the World. Sadly, we do not have rights to kind of have our software run in the U.S. there, but if you're anywhere else, type in DTTW, Day Trade the World, and it will load up something there for you guys to bears versus bulls. Just put it in the chat right there. Traders on Trader TV Live trade using PPRO 8 platform. For more information, check out that site. Link in bio, Luca.
Yeah, guys. So Meta broke the size there, and I was like trying to I had it the first time, scalped it out, went there. I was like, okay, I'm willing to take it again. The size is still there, and this is basically my trade. So I have it the first time. I'm scaling out of it. Doesn't really fail the 50 period, so I am holding some of the trade like for the move down. Like I want to see like, can it move down? Is it going to continue? It moves back up. I take the trade, and essentially this is, you know, I'm going to sit here and call it like I see it. Like the size is there. Somebody is iceberging in front of the size because they're just using the size. So essentially what's taking place is the size is like 2,500 lots. Somebody shorts 2,500 lots in front of the 2,500 lots via iceberg. So 17s was not breaking to the upside. It was like 17s, 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 and their offset is the size. So they're risking 1 cent on like massive size, and if it goes down, there it's like an asymmetrical risk. Risk 1 penny to make whatever. So in this situation, you could put your stop above the size, but if you put your stop above the size, just know that you're not getting like 19s, 20s, or 21s. Like you're probably getting like 20 cent, depending like how you structure that, but like you might even get 30s. Like there might be a 10-cent slippage. So for myself, when I take this trade, I'm aware of this because I've been trading for like enough time to recognize what's about to happen. And so we go there the second time. Again, when things happen the first time, they're always going to be better. Second time, because it's size, because it's not filling, I'm still willing to like take the trade and hit it and see if, I mean, if it works, it works. And so essentially I hit it for size right over here. It sort of goes down. I'm waiting patiently. I'm waiting. It goes back up. I stop out at 17. So I go, I don't care. I'm literally, this guy's doing 17. I'm not going to get 18s. I don't want to put 19s. So I've seen this before. So look at this, man. Short the size, cover the size. Short the size, cover the size. I think I tried it again in the same candle. So like 3 times, 1, 2, 3, fail, fail, fail. Risk 1 cent, risk 1 cent, risk 1 cent. It's a losing trade. It's higher, but I like 3 cents on the side. Like, come on, that's good. So like in this case, like I wanted it to work. That would have been like my best case scenario. It didn't work, but like look at this, man. Come on, look at this. Look at this. Like at the same price, Sharif. That's like that's
ridiculous.
Why
Yeah.
You're like looking at me. I'm like wait, because I have to make sure that my like order is in the exact perfect spot. Like I'm not messing around on this one, you know. So. Yeah, take the L, but like, man, it is what it is. You take your shots when it makes sense, and if you lose the trade, if you think you're fast enough to actually structure it in a way where you're trying the short, but then you can flip long and flip out of the short, and you know that order is going to fill, then like, I mean, by all means, the name's up 6%. You know people have their stops there. When it gets taken, it was just explosively in the money right away, and it did not print back below the 19, right? So this is definitely triggering of the size, the stop orders being run, and then now the real question is, like, does it just stay here or does it go back down? I don't think it's going to go back down. I think if it really did want to go down, it would have went down the first time. Worth the shot the second time because it just, you know, it's kind of asymmetrical risk, so I'll take it. But yeah, I just wanted to mention there, that's kind of how I traded that little bit of a setup. So again, worked the first time, took my money, it was great. Didn't work the second time. Tried it. I'll do that. I mean, I'll do this 100 times if it lets me. Oh my goodness. You know, I might lose all 100 times, but it's just like asymmetrical risk. Like, you know, if I'm risking 3 cents, if this thing goes down like $1.20 from there, that's like, I mean, well, like, you know, like how many cents is that? Like 120 to 3. Do the math. That's like what? That's like 40 or something.
I wasn't following.
What's 120 divided by 3?
Oh, good question. I don't know. 40, exactly. Yeah,
40.
By 40.
So that's a 40 to 1
3,
potential because I thought 184 could come into play. Yeah. Like that was my initial target. So I thought like, yeah, maybe 184 comes into play, give or take. So yeah, man, that like 40 to 1. Like, come on, 40 to 1. I'll take that, man. I'll take that. That'll make my month right there.
Kala is moving.
Yeah, it is what it is. No big deal with that one.
Remember Kala?
Yeah, I saw somebody talking about it from before.
Yeah? Oh, it's moving
again. The good old days of Kala.
Oh, I'll never forget that $15 hold. Or what? Yeah, something like that.
That was $8
ridiculous.
In the money. I lost.
Well, whatever.
I lost on the trade when I was $8 in the money.
It's a crazy mover. It's
only
moving, guys.
These ones, man.
$15 the high on that. I'm not even going to get into that one. That one is all sorts of crazy. The spread on it is absolutely wild at the moment. It's like 23 pennies. So, yeah, do with that what you will. Okay, it's worth mentioning, though, the float on Kala, 1.4 million shares. That's what IBKR is telling me. Let's fact check that with trade ideas. Let's get into the trade idea scanner here. Shout out Michael Noss this morning coming in with that engulfing candle top. Got me all pumped up. KALA. Let's go. Kala Pharmaceuticals. Yeah, I know. Sean's like, really? This is what gets you pumped up, huh? The float on trade ideas, not different, not much different anyway from IBKR, 1.23 on trade ideas, 1.4 on Kala, on IBKR. So for all intents and purposes, Kala micro float, okay? That's the way it is right now. So trade that with that piece of information in mind. Trade Kala with that piece of information in mind. I will not be partaking in such trade, but I will be looking at what it's doing, and
Let me just talk very quickly. So somebody was like, yeah, bring back Prad. And I'm like, let me just share this because Prad streams every night. And Praddy Daddy on Twitter, for anybody that doesn't know.
Oh yeah, he sent me the link after his show was over yesterday.
Yeah, so this is AI, guys, and these are the levels that he mapped, saying, looking for shorts to get squoze, loving how you spelled that name, and squoze to the 30-50 area, maybe potentially get higher action. And look at these levels, man. 24, 25, 26, like the middle levels, and then 27.50, playing off those kind of areas, give or take. I'm actually surprised, to be honest, that AI is not higher than it is. Maybe a product of, algo games taking place, but yeah, man, great call on that one. Pretty clean to the upside, man. The long was not wrong. Had it off the beginning of the day, and yeah, kind of butchered it to the end, just kind of like how I traded. I had the long down here, holding that general vicinity of low of day. So yeah, that was the level down below. Demand zone, long was good, holding to high of day, and then this kind of, I feel like this, don't beat yourself up if you were long and then you kind of sold after this flush. I mean, it is what it is, man. As a day trader, if you're like, you see this, you're just like, wow, I mean, this is like an exit if I've ever seen one, but no, retrace the whole move back to the high and keep going. So, yeah. I mean, the market will do its best to stop everyone out. That is like a death candle if I've seen one, but definitely wrong on it. So yeah, I just don't know. Sometimes it'd be like that, man, and just it is what it is. Somebody was saying something about another stock too that I was going to talk about, but I totally forgot. Oh, Tesla. Someone's like, Luca, Tesla, what's your move? My move is to like not do anything. Honestly, my move is to like stay away from this one. It's like, look, guys, I had how many trades on Tesla today? Just these ones. So short, wrong, and even now, the short is not correct, and it's up 4%. So the reason I tried it here and here is because I'm playing off of like the level, and I'm looking for like a rejection of the level and then to show me that like the short is going to be good. Like this is not showing me that the short is going to be good. This is like floating. It's just in this general area. So I mean, even if I was in this short still, and if I was like trying to hold for like a move, like it's like because it's not really going down. It's like obviously I could have scalped it out, but it's not. I'm wrong. Plain and simple, I'm wrong, and I think I know that I know when to step away, or sometimes I do at least. And in this case with Tesla, I'm like, no, step away from this trade. Super frustrating. So it is on the bottom of my list. Like I'm down on Tesla, but I did it. I structured it accordingly. Like if we were in yesterday, so I want to just give this quick example. If this was yesterday, Tesla was down yesterday. It had a gap down, right? So when it went up, I actually had this short, and my best cover was down over here at 188.50. You could watch the video from yesterday if you're curious about how I traded and what I was saying. But essentially, like I was shorting it the whole way up. So I tried to short it here. I held, I got stopped out. I tried to short it here. I held, I got stopped out. I tried to short it here. I covered some. I got stopped out. I shorted again. I held the whole way. I covered at VWAP. Went back up, got stopped out, added it back, and then covered, and then my best cover was down here. Now, the reason why I was holding it and trying to smash it every time it looked like it was going to turn is because yesterday it was down like 7% over here, and it was like down like 4% over here. So I did think that it popped, held the pre-market lows, the long was good, but it went into my area of like 193 to 195, and that was resistance, and I smashed it like with the most size up there. So it was the top of my list. These shorts that I was doing were very small because I was like waiting for it to get to my level to really hit it with the size. And I had a good trade on it. It was down on the day. When it flushed, it actually gave the flush. Then it gave a higher low. Then it actually failed, right? And then even when it was popping, like it wasn't really popping back up super violently. Like as you guys can see, like it just kind of popped the VWAP and then dropped. Like it was a different day, right? Today, whole new scenario. We gap up. It goes into 193. It holds. It starts to go. It never prints below VWAP. So the VWAP long is actually a banger. And so as you can see, I'm not actually trying to like short it here. Like it looks way different, right? Like if you're looking at it, it's like the turns don't really turn the way that yesterday's turns did. Like look at that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, boom, and then down, right? So boom. I would have liked to see all the way down, obviously. It just bounced, and then it went like a little bit lower. But see how the turns were more violent? Yesterday, the short was better to be had, or at least you can justify actually trying the short a little bit more because it's showing you that it actually maybe wants to like flush, right? Whereas today, it's actually showing you that the long is better because it's like going pop, pop up, hold, 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 pop, right? Not really giving you like the turns, not really parabolic to the upside, parabolic to the downside, just kind of like up and hold, drifting, drifting, drifting. So every trader's different. Every trader's is gonna do better in a different type of market environment for a particular stock. So for example, for myself, I'm very comfortable with like things like ripping and then I get in and then they rip back. Like I like that type of trade. I'm very, very uncomfortable with like things drifting the way that they drift, because a drifting type style environment, the way that, for me at least, Tesla kind of like, you know, like a little bit of drift action to the upside. It's like this style is like you buy and you just hold. Like you don't scalp it out on a move, you don't add to it, you buy it and you hold it, right? It didn't even like this, like how do you even justify a dip buy on this? Like you're either long at VWAP and you're just holding, and I think Sean said he was long like below 195, and I almost feel like he was long over here. He was either long here or long here. So you guys can see like he saw it going up, he bought the dip, and then he's just waiting for it to go up, and it's literally like going up, going up, going up, and then he's probably selling it in around 200. I'm sure he'll share his trade like going into the close there. But essentially, this type of environment, you guys can see like I'm not long doing that. I'm like trying to battle this like AI on AI, essentially going for like the whiplash moves that I feel comfortable doing. That those are like my strengths. If they happen, I make a lot of money. But in an environment that things drift, I just like lose like small amounts and I get chopped up over and over again. And so like for myself, I'm okay to like get chopped up. But what I have to stay away from is I have to stay away from like over trading. So yeah, maybe it looks like over trading over here, but in my opinion, it was fighting for price. And these were just kind of like, you know, paper cuts. And I just feel like one of these trades was like really bad because I had more size on it and I held it a little bit further. But essentially, see how I just step away? Because I'm like, well, you know, it's done. It's basically done. So I step away from it. If I continued to do this in the afternoon, it would have been a recipe for disaster, right? So yeah, exactly, Neil Weston. At least you try. Like, at least you try. Like, as a trader, if you don't try, then you're not a trader, right? So there's three different guys, like the, you know, the stick figure emoji. It's like there's three different guys. There's one who's like, I think I'm gonna make $100, and the other guy's like, oh no, okay, I gotta find this meme. I don't know if I have it, but somebody in the chat definitely knows what I'm talking about. But essentially, there's three types of people. There's the people who win, the people who lose, and the people who sit back and say like, yeah, I would have won if I like did something here and here. No. So I would much rather be a winner or a loser, not somebody sitting back saying like, oh, I could have, should have, would have. Like no, that doesn't fly with me. That doesn't fly with trading. Like you got to try. So yeah, I absolutely agree with you on that one. And yeah, Acme Trade saying, I hear you, Luke. I have my massive size in Mara. Yeah, man, everybody has like their own kind of angles and stocks that they trade. I know I see you in the chat from time to time, posting levels and talks and everything. Yeah, man, best of luck to your trade. I have no idea what's happening on this one. Yeah, six level looks okay.
It was a tough day for crypto yesterday, though, Luca.
Yeah, it did move down, but I feel like
not a bad move.
I feel like I feel like crypto's gonna go up. This is my opinion. Yeah. I feel like it's going to go up because the ultimate stop out, it's trying to stop out. Where are we going to be in the next 10 years? That's my question. Where are we going to be in the next 10 years? You know, maybe we rip.
50,000 again? Maybe
yeah, but you know, time will tell. But for the most part, Mara is kind of holding this like 6 level, give or take. But we're at 2 o'clock. I didn't even know.
It's all over.
I would have talked for another hour.
All over.
I saw Sean put his earpiece in. I'm like, what's he doing? I'm like, oh, it's 2 o'clock,
must be
guys.
that time.
Okay.
But
before just stay on for the rest of the afternoon.
Before
maybe
we pass
one day I'll do like the full show from start to finish.
Can we just do trade of the day? Come back to me.
Oh my God.
Maybe I'll just that's it. Maybe I'll just do the full show for like the full. How long do we stream for again?
Like 3 hours.
No, like in total.
Yeah. 7.5
9
hours.
Yeah, imagine 9 hours a day doing the show. Man, I would be dead. Maybe I'll drink like 7 Spros a day instead of 3. But yeah, guys, it's been a pleasure. It's Friday. Stay profitable. Keep those profits. Enjoy your weekend. Drink some nice cold beers and spend time with people that love you most. That's the most important thing. We're gonna pass it over to the big guys at the big desk. And yeah, ciao for now.
Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome in. Friday afternoon, couple hours left as we head towards the weekend here on a very positive afternoon for U.S. equities right across all 3 markets right now. We're seeing big time gains heading towards the end of the day. 1.7 there for the NASDAQ leading the way, 0.8 for the Dow, 1.3 for the S&P 500. It's been up and away ever since mid-morning or so. Crude oil even back to 0.8 now in positive territory. Remember, that was down 2.5%. on that UAE note early on this morning. Not a good day for crypto. We'll talk about this coming up in relation to this Silvergate fiasco that continues to unwind this afternoon. More and more companies coming across suggesting they're not going to deal with SI whatsoever as far as deposits or withdrawals are concerned going into or out of. Coinbase was the latest that came out, as we mentioned this morning. Here is how the board is looking right now. 1.25, as I mentioned there, for the S&P 500. Still tech leading the way, top left right now. First Solar and AVGO jumping off the board here in the semiconductor group. This was all-time highs earlier in the week. This was Broadcom was earnings aftermarket yesterday, 5.5%. Enphase back to the upside today. It's been a rough week for some of the clean energy names overall, but ENPH back higher right now. Healthcare also a really nice day. COO earnings name 7%, ALGN as well, 6.8% being dragged along with that. But a lot of green on this board. Really only Costco and HRL over here.